Hi guys, it's Shadow. Uploading high-quality audiobooks for you, it's very time-consuming and hard-working process. So please support me so I can keep uploading for you. This is how. You can donate directly through my PayPal or Ko-fi. You will find links in the description. Or you can subscribe for a tier monthly in my Patreon, where you will find many novels there that can't be published here in YouTube due to copyrights. Or you can make a one-time payment to join a Telegram group for a specific novel. You will find the novels list and the price to join in the description. If you can't support me financially, just like and subscribe our videos. Before our audiobook starts, this is a list of our big donors in our Patreon this month. Thank you guys, your support means a lot. And as always, enjoy Shadow. Chapter 451, The Final Wall. 3. What the secretive plotter said felt as hollow as words coming from someone who had lost all meaning in his life. I spoke up as if to rebel against that hollowness. Your life saved someone else's. To someone who had lost so much, the truth of saving a kid whom he didn't even know the name of wouldn't be much of a consolation. The boy was someone completely unrelated to him, after all. That boy was not his comrade or his family member. I tried to open my lips several times, yet I still couldn't say anything else. The life I lived was no help whatsoever in the quest to save this guy. The secretive plotter looked at me struggling and spoke. When I first saw you, I believed that I needed to bring you under my wings. Bring me under his wings. For some reason, I recalled the moments I first encountered him. Plus, sponsor selection. Please select your sponsor. The selected backer will become your dependable sponsor. 1. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. 2. Demon-like Judge of Fire. 3. Secretive Plotter. 4. Prisoner of the Golden Headband. Plus, I remembered it. That did happen. The secretive plotter showed up during my first sponsor selection as my third potential choice. He really did try to become my sponsor. After that, I continued to observe this world line. Sometimes I was surprised. I was just as surprised by the fact that I was surprised. Because I hadn't been surprised by anything for a long time. I knew that. During this world line story, he watched what we did and sent various indirect messages. If I dug through the indirect message logs, I should be able to read the ones he sent to me. Constellation, secretive plotter, is intrigued by your choice. Constellation, secretive plotter, is impressed by the level of your stupidity. Constellation, secretive plotter, is disappointed by your flippant declaration. Eyes of the constellation, secretive plotter, are sparkling after he heard your plan. Constellation, secretive plotter, is curious about your scheme. Those messages made the first actual face-to-face with him rather awkward for me. I knew now that 666 and other Yu Jung Hyaks were responsible for those indirect messages, but still, I had to decide whether to continue observing this distorted world or to destroy it. Was that why you sent me to the 1863rd turn? The plotter nodded his head. His choice led to the beginning of this world line. He continued on. It was roughly a similar reason why I gave this turn's Yu Jung Hyak the information on the 1863rd turn. I had a need to test you, to find out whether you or this turn's Yu Jung Hyak was the more suitable candidate to witness the conclusion. Okay, so your choice was? The secretive plotter didn't reply and simply stared at me before opening his mouth. There is a massive wall at the end of this world. It's the final wall that can only be opened when all the keys have been gathered together. You have acquired answers to all the questions. The 3 divine questions and answers has ended. I realized it then. That reply of his was the answer to my 3 questions. Sparks dancing around the secretive plotter grew more vicious. Certain information would require the consumption of a great deal of probability just by mentioning it. And if the info was related to the end of this world, then it was only obvious that the probability cost would be enormous, too. The final wall. That was the conclusion the secretive plotter had encountered in his epilogue. The fragment you possess is the last key that I've been searching for. I got nervous and backed away. As I was in the shape of a murum dumpling, it was pretty hard to take backward steps, but whatever the case might have been, I simply had to create some distance between us. If the plotter's goal was the 4th wall in my possession, then he who was busy clenching and unfurling his fists, came across as rather terrifying for some reason. Other Yu Jung Hyaks were also looking up at the plotter with tense expressions. Far too many things had to be distorted to create this world line. I can't decide whether leaving you alone is the right thing to do or not. The distorted world line. The broken probability. I heard about those 2 things lots of times already. Okay, so what do you want, then? I just threw out whatever came to my mind. The important thing was to buy time. I needed to drag this out as long as possible and return to my original body. That was important. I don't really get what you're trying to say here. I don't get all this confusing mumbo-jumbo about the end result devouring the cause and whatnot. However, regardless of what, my comrades and I did our absolute best to come this far. The conclusion is practically around the corner for us. I could almost see it, the conclusion to this previously unwritten story. Seeing the conclusion is not everything. The truly important thing is to witness the correct conclusion. Correct conclusion? Deciding that would be, a story with distorted probability will always go on to create a calamity. I became dazed from that declaration, something that only a dakibi would make. That's not like you. With something you haven't even seen yet. It was then an earthquake suddenly erupted out. Something collapsed with a loud thud. The wine glass on the circular table tumbled over the whole forest was shaking around. What's going on? This was definitely not a natural tremor. The secretive plotter slowly stood up from the throne and walked past me. His empty eyes were now peering deeply at the wide view of the forest. The Nye's forest was enveloped in the violent conflagration. His forest was burning up. Ah! Savim, 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 savim. All those trees, so tall that they might pierce the heavens above, were now burning away into ashes. Outer gods hidden within the forest screamed. The hall's temperature rapidly shot up from the incredible power of the flames. This couldn't have been a simple arson. Even I could sense it. Someone possessing incredible status was attacking this place. But who could it be? Something like this was impossible. This was the territory of none other than the secretive plotter. So who would dare to invade this place, then? Could it be one of the large nebulas? Vedas? Olympus? Or Asgard? I quickly went through the list of all the constellations related to fire in my head. But I couldn't come up with any modifiers. This incredible flame that burned away the entirety of the expansive forest. Could it be that there was another existence possessing this much power back in the original story? Miking. Escape, 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 escape. Small outer gods quickly gathered around the plotter. Many outer gods had left him by now, but still, there were quite a lot that chose to remain. They were like the citizens crowding around to protect their king, having sensed the imminent fall of their kingdom. The secretive plotter looking at his subjects spoke to me. Demon King of Salvation. I too made a mistake like you once before. His voice remained relaxed, even as he faced an urgent situation of his forest burning away, as if he had predicted all of this beforehand. Rather foolishly, I tried to change what had already happened in the past. What are you suddenly on about? Are you talking about the events of the 41st turn? If that was the case, then I too knew what happened. Yu Hyok from the 41st turn made a deal with the Devil of the Horizon and sent Shin Yusung to the 3rd turn. As a consequence, she ended up becoming the 3rd turn's calamity. If the secretive plotter was thinking about that particular calamity, then I wanted to tell him that there was nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, 41. Next to me was shaking his head. This isn't from my regression turn. What? But then, 41. Didn't reply and simply stared at the plotter. My head was in a mess. According to my knowledge, the only regression turn in the ways of survival where he interfered with the past that had already happened was the 41st. But now, there was another turn besides that one? When was that? Did it happen outside the original story? A sun enveloped in pure flames was rising up high above the wide open ceiling of the hall. However, this sun belonged to neither Surya nor Apollo. And in the center of this exploding sun, ominous-looking sunspots were growing larger. No constellations that I knew possessed a sun that horrifying. That was the power belonging to an existence I didn't know of. 999th turns Yu Hyok is sighing in lamentation at the sun. 999th turn? Abruptly, I recalled something. Yu Hyok from the 999th regression turn. I respect the life you led. Excluding me, you were the only one who managed to get near the conclusion. One of them was what the secretive plotter had said, and, even if I regress, this world will not vanish. Meaning, the world will not reset just because I died. And the other one was what Yu Hyok had said. Even if he died, the world would not vanish. Even after he regressed, the world would still remain. What if it wasn't only the secretive plotter who witnessed the conclusion? What if there was another story that didn't get a mention in the original storyline? What if there was another being who, even after Yu Hyok had died, remained in that world and continued on through the scenarios, while fighting over and over again? The sun, now enveloped in jet-black flames, suddenly cracked like an eggshell and blinding rays of light exploded out. What if there was another being who reached the end of the world and witnessed his or her conclusion? The arsonist responsible for burning down the forest showed itself in the center of the light. A silhouette simply too beautiful to labeled as a mere arsonist wavered about. Another existence possessing power equaling the secretive plotter. Such an existence was spreading out her purest white wings right before my eyes. The plotter looked up at this creature and spoke. The living flame. The living flame, he said. There was such a name among the records written by the recorder of fear. The living flame that rises up from the east. One of the kings that ruled over the outer gods alongside the secretive plotter. The thing was, I never thought about who the other kings could be, or where they might have come from. What a stupid moron I was. All the outer gods were beings from the discarded regression turns from the ways of survival. Since that was the case, I should have figured it out that their kings would also be other beings from the ways of survival too. Kugugugugu. Felt as if my hands were trembling like crazy. I didn't want to imagine the cause and effect. No, I didn't want to acknowledge it. Right now, I didn't want to accept that a world as horrifying as this one could actually exist. With his trademark disinterested voice, the plotter addressed me. Now do you understand? This is the consequence of distorting the world line. As his words came to an end, a sword wrapped in the most brilliant luminous flames began pointing in our direction. It was the sword of an archangel that I was intimately familiar with. Why didn't I know it? Maybe I didn't want to know in the first place? That these flames could be this hot and this merciless? That the flames meant to burn demons could also burn other beings, too? The sword, flames of retribution, now completely covered in hellfire, was glowing brightly. The owner of the sword was smiling. And with an utterly terrifying expression that I had never witnessed before, she opened her mouth to speak. I've been searching for you for a very long time, you Jung Hyok from the 1863rd turn. The eyes of the archangel who judged everything now blazed in pitch-black flames. Oh, the outer god who ruined my world. It was Uriel. Episode 85. The Final Wall 3 Fin. Chapter 452 The Final Wall 4. That light in her eyes, that killing intent. They were exactly the same as that of the archangel I knew, yet they were also different. This was Uriel's true appearance, the cold-blooded and cruel judge. She was the being that burned all the enemies caught by the flame of retribution, for the sake of righteousness. This Uriel had reached her own conclusion and Starstream is observing the entrance of the new outer god. Starstream is deciphering whether to allow the target's probability or not. And she came this far to kill the secretive plotter. Oh. Tookings. The entrance of another outer god possessing a similar level of status as the secretive plotter caused confusion to spread among the small outer gods. Constellation, Gorios' first sword, is greatly stunned by the entrance of the new outer god. Constellation, Bald General of Justice, is watching this battlefield while forgetting to polish his head. Constellation, Lily blooming on Aquarius, is opening her eyes wide. It seemed that constellations were just as shocked as me. But broadcasting from this place should have been impossible? Maybe the barrier preventing the broadcast was undone after the forest went up in flames. Bureau is paying attention to the nice forest. The flames of retribution moved in Uriel's hands. The blade that melted the entirety of the forest flew in, but the plotter lightly shifted his head out of the way. The weapon missed him by a hair's breadth and instead blew away half of the hall and set it on fire. The outer gods, shocked by the merciless destruction, screamed out loudly. The flames of retribution moved again, this time with enough status to blow the entire hall away. Every hair on my dumpling body rose up. Even Suryabak in the original novel's 265th turn was not as powerful as this when he destroyed Earth. This time, a humongous meteor was descending from the tip of the flames of retribution. It contained enough power to blow away this forest and then, maybe even erase this entire dimension along the way too. I dragged out every ounce of power within my soul form. Unfortunately, there was no way I'd properly block such an attack without an incarnation body. Besides, to block an attack like that, you'd need. Great fable, Pilgrim of the Lonely Apocalypse, has begun its storytelling. In the end, the secretive plotter had to step forward. Pitch-black particles shot out as he swung the heaven-shaking sword vigorously. It was the power of a great fable. The dark status spread out like a huge wall and defended against the meteor's impact. Quabum. Violent gusts of wind whipped about near the base of the forest, and the uprooted trees were flung up into the air. Whirlwinds made out of flames were completely annihilating everything in the vicinity. Witnessing a clash of this caliber was indeed an exceedingly rare opportunity. Even the battle between Hades and Poseidon back in Gigantomachia wasn't this hectic. Large nebulas are paying close attention to the battle between these two beings. Suchichuchu. In the center of where the two statuses were colliding, sparks grew fiercer and heavier. The plotter's heaven-shaking sword was trembling. He was being pushed back. It was all due to his status being reduced after fighting me and Yu Jung Hyok. This was the power of Uriel who witnessed the conclusion. At this rate, both the secretive plotter and I would disappear from the star stream along with the Nyes forest. Currently, your soul temporarily belongs to the secretive plotter. Time remaining until your soul can return. 20 hours, 31 minutes, 20 seconds. I still had over 20 hours remaining until my soul could return. Simply dragging things out wouldn't help my situation at all, because it didn't look as if the secretive plotter would be able to hold out for too long. Exclusive skill, the fourth wall, is activating. I needed to stay calm in moments like this. I decided to get a better understanding of this situation first. Look, man, why is Uriel attacking you? First of all, which world line did that Uriel come from? And why was she attacking the secretive plotter? 999th turns Yu Hyuk is staring at the living flame with a helpless expression. For a moment, I felt the inside of my head blank out. Could it be? It was the regression turn that I liked the most. It was almost the perfect turn with just one blemish to its record, the regression turn that reached the conclusion's doorstep. Uriel began speaking again. Oh, I ask you, the outer god. I hope that you haven't forgotten about the events of the 999th turn. I do remember. That's good. The blade of the enraged Uriel contained the fable she had compiled so far. Great fable, Flames of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. Her great fable burned fiercely. A story that I had never seen before was unfolding itself. Master, we're almost there. We just have to go a little bit further, you know. That was E.G. Hai's voice. Words began telling their story. Young Hyoxi, just hold on for a little longer. We're almost there. 999th turns you Young Hyok, having lost his left arm, right leg, and both of his eyes, was there. This Yu Young Hyok only lived for the sake of his companions. His world was dyed in darkness, but one voice entered it like a ray of light. Conquering King, you must stay with us. That's right. Uriel was also accompanying them in the 999th turn. She was Yu Young Hyok's comrade. For the sake of a man who risked his everything to fight, the Archangel willingly became his ally. The conclusion to this world is just around the corner. I recalled that the 999th turn was something of a miracle. Even if their luck was good, to think that he managed to almost reach the conclusion during only his 999th turn. But the truth was, it wasn't all due purely to luck. Yu Young Hyok of the 999th turn made a deal with an outer god. The reason why I didn't go for the absolute throne, and tried not to do the otherworld pledge if at all possible, was because I knew how the 999th turn had ended. An unknown godly being, whose name was just as mysterious. The otherworld pledge made with that godly being eventually took Yu Young Hyok's life. The original novel didn't specify who that outer god was, but it was a creature that spent its own probability to grant the 999th turns Yu Young Hyok incredible power and lucky opportunities. Chills ran down my neck. Demon King of Salvation. I too made a mistake like you once before. Rather foolishly, I tried to change what had already happened in the past. That outer god was none other than the secretive plotter. Now, do you understand? This is the consequence of distorting the world line. He had entered the past world line belonging to the original storyline and tried to distort the probability. And the result of that was Uriel, who witnessed the conclusion of the 999th regression turn, showing up here. I shall avenge my world line in this place. She was here to avenge her comrades' grudges against the outer god from then. Just like how you stole away all that's precious to me, I shall do the same to you. Her boundless and justified wrath filled her true voice. I felt all my strength abandoning me. I could understand where Uriel was coming from. I too clearly remembered the moment that the 999th turns Yu Young Hyok died. Othornum, this can't be the end, can it? But isn't Young Hyuk just too pitiful to end up like this? 999th turns Yu Young Hyuk sacrificed his life to guide his comrades towards the conclusion. But his cost was to never see the conclusion of the world himself. It was all because of the damn otherworld pledge. The probability flooding in cut his life off before the end. Can't he be revived somehow? Like the underworld or through reincarnation? I mean, there are lots of different ways, right? Besides, just what was that outer god anyway? I resented the author and resented that outer god. And I despaired while looking at the dying Yu Young Hyuk with only a little bit left until the conclusion. The mental shock was so strong that I even ended up hesitating whether to read the next day's chapter or not. Now, I was curious. Why did the secretive plotter do something like that back in the 999th turn? I wanted to change it. What? I wanted to see a proper conclusion, even if that happened in a different world line. The plotter once told me this, that I had to be careful with the probability, that I needed to create the right conclusion. But even someone saying stuff like that had actually wished to change his past. Just like how I wished to change this regression turn, he too had felt the same way once. Regardless of whether the end result devoured the cause or not. even if the star stream's probability crumbled. He wanted to reach the proper conclusion at least once. He wished to see himself reaching the conclusion together with his comrades. However, it didn't work out that way. I'm sure you find me quite pathetic. That I made the same sort of mistake as you. The plotter's status was crumbling down. His body was getting even smaller. All you young Hyaks sleeping within him were now screaming. And as if to speak up for those screams. I wanted to find the one responsible for creating this tragedy, said the plotter. The one who created this universe. The one that made me regress and made me repeat the scenarios. My goal is to kill the one beyond the wall. That was his true goal. Stopping the regressions, saving the outer gods, opening up the final wall. All of these were centered around his main goal. He waved his hand and my soul left the Murim dumpling. I got tense. I couldn't tell what he was thinking of. I quickly spoke to him. The current, you can't stop that, Uriel. However, if my companions and I help out. The plotter shifted his gaze over to me. Do you understand what you're saying right now? I do. I was improvising on the fly, but I did genuinely feel that way. Since I heard his true end goal, it was time for me to make my reply. From the get-go, the world that peeps on and greedily devours someone else's life is wrong. The star stream was wrong. You Jung Hyak's regressions were wrong, and the stories, the scenarios created were unfair. That's why I want sit still. I'll witness the conclusion. You say I shouldn't, but I'll see it regardless. I'll definitely jump over that wall you failed to cross along with my companions, and as for the being beyond it, the plotter was now waiting for me to finish my words. I'll kill that guy. I'll end your most ancient dream. Uriel's status was growing even stronger. The expansive hall began crumbling down. Like a world breaking apart, the Nye's forest was disappearing. Outer gods moved closer to the secretive plotter, perhaps sensing that the end was nigh. Meanwhile, he opened his mouth. You said that you survived because of my story. In that case, time to pay your debt. Just before I could ask him for clarification, Yu Jung Hyak's fables flooded out from him. Great fable, pilgrim of the lonely apocalypse, is howling out. Great fable, hellscape of eternity, has begun its storytelling. The plotter's memories were now permeating into me, memories that I didn't know. The information he gained after going through the 1863rd turn was now flooding into me. A portal was generated behind me, one created by the power of an outer god. It began to gradually suck me in. Hey, hang on a minute. What are you trying to? I'm not trying to leave this world's conclusion in your hands. At that moment, he no longer looked like the secretive plotter. I shall regress. Right now, he was Yu Jung Hyak. I'll survive that turn, witness the conclusion and become the outer god once more, and... Eventually, the hall collapsed. Everything was melting away under the bright light. Uriel's sword sliced through the thick history that totaled 1863rd regression turns, and flew towards the secretive plotter. To see the conclusion of this world line, I shall return. His body was defenselessly pierced through, and I had to watch that, unable to do anything. He was cut down by the flames of retribution, and his fable was scattering away. Constellation, secretive plotter, is activating stigma, regression LV? Even though he had become the outer god, he was still a regressor. The one thing he hadn't done in a long time, regressing, would start again. Head wake up in the 1864th turn subway once more, and go on to create yet another horrifying world line. Kim Dokja thought to himself, I can't let that be. Before I could unleash the fables permeating in my soul form, though, Uriel made her move first. You shall not escape to the next turn. Her white hands grabbed the plotter's neck. Black light pouring out from her hand stopped the fable's disintegration. The light spread out gradually and encased his entire body. Soon, the light formed a shape of small sphere. I recognized what that was. That was the sealing sphere used back in the 1863rd turn to seal away the apocalypse dragon. Why didn't I think of it before? Uriel was now an outer god, too. So she should obviously be aware of the plotter's or Yu Jung Hyak's ability by now. She should know that head continue regressing and would never truly die. Her hand tightened further and further. The jet-black sealing sphere soon emitted pale light. I shall seal you away for eternity. Episode 85. Final Wall, 4, Finn. Chapter 453, The Final Wall, 5. The sealing technique that utilized the sealing sphere of the apocalypse dragon. This was a similar plan to what the 1863rd turn's Han Suyong had devised. ITLL stopped the time of this place, and Earth will be sealed along with the apocalypse dragon. Frozen forever in the 95th scenario. And that is the way you can kill Yu Jung Hyak. It was the method of sealing Yu Jung Hyak inside the perpetuity of time and stopping his regressions. I reflexively looked at the secretive plotter. I wanted to tell him that now would be a good time to run. Even if it was him, he'd not be able to escape from being sealed in that thing. However, why are you smiling? Constellation, secretive plotter, is looking at his own. He was strong enough to survive 1863 lifetimes. But because of that, he was also exhausted enough to crumble at any given moment. The eternal slumber. In a certain way, that was what he had been wishing for his entire life. Hang on. Uriel. Please stop. My words prompted Uriel to look in my direction for the first time. She seemed to be surprised by the fact that an insignificant being had called out her true name and opened her mouth to speak. Who is this soul form? Is it an existence from this world line? I wasn't sure what to say here. Before I could, though, the secretive plotter seized the initiative first. He's a nobody. Let him go. For a moment there, he was looking straight at me. Quite unlike his usual self. His eyes were displaying clear emotions. He genuinely wished for me to make my escape from here. However, the situation remained grim. The portal was being shut forcibly by Uriel. She alternated her gaze filled with the secretive plotter and me, her eyes remaining unreadable, before opening her mouth again. Even after you ruined your own turn and messed up someone else's world line, you still have something you wish to protect. Her power extended out in an instant and captured me. This might be the worst possible situation. Very well. I shall seal this bastard away with you. Enjoy your eternal slumber alongside your comrade. Then, hang on a minute. Shouldn't you be listening to my side of the story? 2. Uriel glared at me as if I was speaking of nonsense. I didn't back down and shouted back. I do understand where you are coming from. I know how wronged you feel after your world line got distorted, and I get how angry you are. However, this is wrong. This isn't your world line. What you're trying to do is exactly the same as the one you hate, the secretive plotter. As I urgently made my case, I began sensing this stinging pain on my forehead. My head with no actual physical form was hurting right now. The sensation from the constrictive headband was getting stronger. Why don't we stop this? I mean, it's already not enough to pool our strengths together to destroy the Starstream, so why should we fight each other like this? Don't you know who the real enemy is? Don't you know where the true cause of all this tragedy? You want to destroy the Starstream? Why do you wish to do something like that? Now that was an unexpected question. That's because the world of the Starstream is, if the Starstream disappears, the whole universe will fall into chaos. At that moment, a corner of my chest grew icy cold. I secretly believed that all my companions wished to witness the same conclusion as each other. However, what if that wasn't the case? After Yu Hyok's death, the 999th turn's companions would have carried on to reach the final scenario and cleared it. What was the end of the world they had reached after all of that? Such a world line must never be created. That is the way of evil. Along with her declaration, her status began to tighten around me. In that case, it can't be helped. We can only fight then. A fight? A creature without an incarnation body will? Am not the one who'll fight you. I looked up at the sky and smirked back at her. My comrades will. Powerful sparks exploded in front of my eyes. My head got squeezed tightly as if it'd shatter into pieces, and my vision fell apart. Something was getting closer. Prajna. Dokja. Dantri. Stapit Sutra. Here they come. Bot. Accompanied by Bayu's cry, a new portal opened up in the midair. Almost right away, the black flame dragon's pitch-black breath poured out. Uriel quickly discarded me and retreated away from that powerful rush of hot flames. At the same time, someone snatched away my soul form and flew up. Every freaking where you go, seriously man. And why do you look like this now? It was Han Suyong. I guess only the constrictive headband wasn't enough. And then Yu Sanga. She was carrying my incarnation body on her back, currently shackled by the headband. She seemed to have correctly guessed what my current condition was. Currently, the binding force of the existence pledge is in a weakened state. I didn't hesitate and jumped back into my body. My vision crumbled again for a bit, and the sensations from my limbs returned. Although my incarnation body was not okay, it was still better than not having one. I saw Uriel activating Hellfire through my blurry vision. Han Suyong next to me had her eyes open up wide. Hey, what the heck is this? No time to explain. We've got to get out of here pronto. Both Han Suyong and Sakyamana's successor, Yu Sanga, were powerful beings. Unfortunately, our enemy this time was simply too strong. With only these two, as if waiting for that moment, Hellfire's flames pounced on my companions. God damn it. The waves of incredible heat that couldn't be avoided no matter where you escaped to its status was so humongous that Han Suyong's black flame alone wasn't enough to fight back. It was then, a powerful burst of reddish flames exploded from the same portal Han Suyong had used. It had the exact same coloring as our enemy's flames. Two powerful sources of heat clashed and generated a violent storm of fire. What the CK? Which motherker is it? A certain someone coughed her lungs out and appeared from thick, choking flames. An archangel waved away the smoke with one hand and revealed herself. Wearing a black dress and kitted out in a golden anklet, an archangel I was intimately familiar with was standing there, soot on her cheeks and all. Ting? Which son of a bai dares to hurt my Kim Dok? Uriel shifted her gaze beyond the hellfire, and soon afterwards, her expression became dazed. Then her jaw slackened as she muttered out, I am the bai. I didn't expect her to be a part of the rescue team. The situation had gotten more complicated this way. Of all things, the two Uriels had to run into each other here. And you are? It seemed that the outer god Uriel was just as stunned by this. I see. You are this world lines. The moment these two Uriels looked at each other, violent sparks exploded in the air. It was rather obvious that our side was still in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. Our Uriel was strong, sure, but that Uriel was someone who had witnessed the end of a world line. If we don't find an opening quickly and escape, then such a chuch-it. An unexpected event happened next. Starstream is intrigued by the encounter of these two beings. Disconnected film theory is activating. When two fables met and intertwined with each other in the air, a gigantic backflow of memories occurred. Get up, you Junghyuk. Hurry. Memories from the 999th regression turn were coming through. Uriel's eyes opened wider at this sudden intrusion of foreign memories. What's this? What's going on? Waves of unfamiliar memories were flooding us. Uriel from the 999th turn was fighting with her back pressed against you Junghyuks. Now that was a fine display of what being Arms looked like. Our Uriel couldn't get a hold of herself from the rush of memories flooding in and staggered unsteadily. That damn theory, again, it's... Before I could complete my train of thought, though, I realized that the situation wasn't as bad as I expected. Because the exchange of fables via that theory went both ways. The evidence of that was the 999th turn's Uriel, who not only staggered about, but she actually even plopped down on the ground. Kim Dokja. Over here. Sit next to me. Definitely. 9158 forever. One's ID shouldn't be too eye-catching, so... Right. Let me go with Yuri 9158. Alright. It's not so obvious now. Squid Kim Dokja's leg will be given away as a special bonus? And there were a few fables that might shock their viewers mixed in among them, too. What is... 999th turn's Uriel was frowning deeply as if she was in pain. Han Suyong didn't miss that opening and, while supporting our Uriel, shouted out, I don't know what's going on here, but this is good. Let's bounce out of here. I mean, she looks seriously strong even at a glance, right? Her judgment was definitely correct. However, she forgot one small detail. Hang on. Let's take him with us, too. I pointed at the secretive plotter sagging on the ground. Perhaps the memories of this world line proved to be too shocking for her. The ceiling sphere Uriel had been constructing had become quite badly tattered. Han Suyong spoke in pure disbelief. Are you stupid? Why should we take him with us? We need to bring him with us. Only then will we reach the correct conclusion. What bullshit are you? Indeed, it was a bullshit-like utterance. I was being obstinate, and my actions didn't make much sense. Even then, I continued to speak my piece. That guy must not die here. He too has the right to see the conclusion. All the worlds were simply blaming you Junghyuk. Uriel from the 999th turn, everyone from that world line, too, as the consequence of spending his entire life to reach his own conclusion. He had to become the enemy of every world line. Out of the 1863 regression turns, was there any turn where he got to be happy at least once? When I regained my wits, I was already sprinting forward. 999th turn Uriel was slowly regaining her own wits too, and I saw her trying to reignite the hellfire. Han Suyong shouted out, You crazy fool. We don't have the time. I gave it my all to activate the way of the wind. Flames from hellfire began flooding in once more. These dancing flames in the air somehow looked like ancient letters to me. Awthornham, wouldn't it be okay just one time? I couldn't quite remember how old this memory was. I mean, there are so many regression turns, so just once wouldn't... Did I really say something like that? My memories weren't clear enough. However, just like back then, when all I could do was to type on the keyboard and press the spacebar, I could only run forward like crazy right in this moment. Isn't it okay for him to be happy? Maybe that was me whining to a god responsible for creating this world. It seems that you weren't happy with what I have written. Then the god replied, In that case, what kind of a conclusion would you like to see, Dokjanam? Which conclusion would be a happy ending for the protagonist? What did I say back then? I tried but couldn't remember at all. And even now, I couldn't be sure of what the right answer was. I didn't have the right to speak about someone else's happiness, after all. However, even if it was someone like me who had no right, there was this one thing I still understood. This is not a happy ending. The secretive plotter's body was getting sucked into the encroaching heat from the hellfire. With no time to spare, I managed to grab hold of his wrist, and then began running in the opposite direction. Han Suyong's complexion grew pale, and she hurriedly summoned the his-grade Faragini. Meanwhile, Yu Sangha shouted out, "Dokjasi, faster. You can't." I evaded the rushing flames and placed the secretive plotter on my back. The bottom of my feet was growing insanely hot now. I ran with all my might to escape from that crazy heat. Arg, screw this shit. I don't care anymore. Hurry up and get in. Han Suyong reached out to me, and I barely managed to jump inside the vehicle. I saw Uriel in the back seat, shivering away. Almost at the same time, a tsunami wave of reddish flames pounced on us. Stop! I inwardly prayed towards the mass production type maker. I prayed that this vehicle's performance wasn't mass production in the slightest. Constellation, mass production type maker, is grinning brightly. With an explosive turn of speed, the his-grade Faragini accelerated forward. At the same time, Bu opened a portal, and we jumped into this dimensional passageway right away. The horrifying howl made by 999th turns Uriel chased us from behind. I was scared that she was actually chasing us down. Even if we managed to escape back to Earth unscathed like this, if that Uriel managed to follow us and went on a rampage, such a chuchachit. The 999th turns Uriel stopped giving chase as the sparks crazily whipped about, while shooting me a terrifying glare, no less. Starstream is carefully observing the living flame. It seemed that she couldn't use this portal. A powerful storm of probabilities aftermath was holding her back. But that made sense. A being possessing such a might actually enjoyed less freedom in the Starstream, after all. However, there was this one thing that kept nagging me. If she was that restrained, how could she appear in the Nai's forest with such good timing? It was as if someone had instigated this whole thing. Instigating it? Great Dakibi Hyoju is keeping a close eye on your whereabouts. At that moment, a faint little theory entered my head. What if that Uriel's appearance was not a coincidence? Great Dakibi Heech is keeping a close eye on your whereabouts. Great Dakibi, Baram, is keeping a close eye on your whereabouts. What if someone within the Starstream wanted it to happen, and they summoned her to this world line? There was almost no organization in this world capable of moving that much probability. Bureau is keeping a close eye on your whereabouts. The Nai's forest could be seen through the vehicle's windows. Outer gods that came from the doomed world lines were now being extinguished. Citizens of a small kingdom were saying their goodbyes to their king. Survive, 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 survive. There was more than one outer god king. Just like how the 999th turns Uriel had shown up here, other kings would undoubtedly appear too. Surely, the ones trying to interfere with the conclusion I wanted to see would call them to this world. Starstream is looking at you. I raised my head to find the world that I need to fight looking at me. This would be a very tough and arduous fight. Han Suyong looked at me through the rearview mirror and grumbled about something. Yu Sangha, sitting in the front passenger seat, was looking at me. I quietly nodded my head and gazed at the unconscious secretive plotter and the still-dazed Uriel. Quite likely, no one in this universe would stand on our side. I saw the portal's exit in the distance. Your choice has left a profound impact on the... Yours is leaning towards eternity. And so, the time to prepare for the final pages of the world had arrived. Episode 85. The Final Wall 5 Fin. Chapter 454 The Square Circle 1. While driving down the dimensional passageway, neither Han Suyong nor Yu Sangha said much. Thanks to that, though, I was able to organize my thoughts while gazing outside the window on what I need to do in the future, and the things I'd like to do. Next to me, Uriel finally stopped muttering something with a serious face only to fall into a snore-filled slumber. Meanwhile, the secretive plotter was half leaning against her, also unconscious. It kind of felt weird seeing two of the oldest viewers in my channel sleeping so defenselessly like that. Han Suyong, checking me out through the rearview mirror, suddenly spoke up. What are you grinning like that for? You should be getting ready to give us a proper explanation once we get back. Explanation, was it? It was pretty clear what I needed to explain to them, of course. You only have one chance. I found Yu Sangha's bright smile rather terrifying. We've arrived. Not too long after that, the Faragini came to a stop. We were back in Seoul. A short while later, I was sitting in front of my companions. The faces that I missed so much, the ones I wanted to see, had gathered in one place. The Kim Dokja company that experienced the scenarios together with me, including Yi Gilyong, Shin Yu-sung, Zhang Hui-won, and Yi Ji-hai, and Yi Seol-hwa and Gong Pil-du, who guarded Seoul while I wasn't here. Finally, I could see my mother and the wanderers in the living room a bit further away. I studied the faces of all my companions and lowered my head 90 degrees before opening my mouth. I'm sorry. About what? All the things I've done. I'm really sorry. Well, sure. What's this? Weren't they furious at me? I wasn't sure what's going on here, but well, I thought this was for the best. I had so many things to explain after all. I'd like to explain a few things, starting from, first of all, tell us whose child that is. Gong Pildu threw out that question first. I chased after his gaze and saw the secretive plotter floating inside a clear sphere near me. Currently, this individual's fable is unstable. Seeing that he still failed to regain his consciousness yet, it seemed that a serious problem had occurred after he used up far too much probability. Meaning, it was impossible for him to clarify the situation by himself. Meanwhile, rage began filling up Gong Pildu's eyes when I didn't answer back. You said that you'd get rid of the scenario, so I protected Soul for you, yet you dare to show yourself here with your child instead? The grief of a man who spent his entire life as a Jirioji dad could be felt in that voice. I see that you're under some sort of a misunderstanding, but whose is it? Gong Pildu glanced at Yu Sang-ah with somewhat fearful eyes. Could it be? He met her smiling eyes and shook his head. Right, there's no way. That means it's with her, then? You want to die? Han Suyong growled angrily, prompting him to flinch grandly. I didn't miss that opening and quickly jumped in. Excuse me, isn't it a bit too much thinking that he's someone's kid? Besides, just where does he look like a newborn to you? Han Myung-oh's kid grew up in the blink of an eye. Didn't she? Those words caused Han Myung-oh's complexion to pale. That kind of makes me uncomfortable. What bugs me more than that is the kid's face. It's exactly the same as that jerk-off's. Gong Pildu shifted his gaze over to the corner of the living room while saying that. That's where the cross-legged Yu Jung-hyuk and his glaring eyes were at. His entire body tightly wrapped in bandages. His trademark scary glare was locked on me. Kim Dokja, what is the meaning of this? I could only sigh grandly. It's only natural that he looks exactly the same as that jerk-off. Because this kid is that jerk-off, you see. Silence descended on the living room in an instant. Gong Pildu was looking at me, his eyes asking what kind of rubbish I was spewing out this time. It seemed that my tale was going to get a bit lengthier than initially planned. There are several Yu Jung-hyuks in this world. I guess I should start my explanation from there. I started my in-depth explanation from the end of the Great War of Saints and Demons. From when I summoned the outer god that destroyed the demon world, the nameless mist, to stop the apocalypse dragon. Gong Pildu, are you bloody insane? And then, encountering the secretive plotter and him kidnapping me. Isolwa. Oh my goodness. Then, finding out that the plotter was none other than Yu Jung-hyuk, who had lived through 1863 regression turns. Jang Haiyong. What the heck are you talking about? Forming a contract with him that also contained the Otherworld pledge. Shin Yu-sung. I knew something like that would happen, a juicy. Entering the great fable journey to the west without informing my companions. E.g. Hai. A juicy. You're definitely not cut out to be an actor, you know? The battle between two Yu Jung-hyuks, one from 1863rd turn and the other from 999th turn. Zhang Hui won. Just how many Yu Jung-hyuks are out there? Yu Jung-hyuk of this world line who thought that he was in the third turn, realizing that it's actually the 1864th. Han Myung-oh, could it be that you yourself can't explain this and are just coming up with random stuff? Barely managing to clear the journey to the west with my companion's help. But then, getting kidnapped by the secretive plotter again. Yu Sang-ah wordlessly sighing. And finally, the event of encountering the 999th turn's Uriel in that place, who had become an outer god herself. When I got that far, even I began wondering what the hell I was talking about. I raised my head to discover that my companions were carrying roughly the similar expressions. The first one to react was Han Myung-oh. So that's what happened. I think I understand everything. But that's plainly not possible. Everyone was now looking at him. So, Han Myung-oh added one more thing. It seems to me that you actually enjoy dying or getting kidnapped. Excuse me, I guess it's not just me who don't get it, right? Just what the heck are you talking about here? There are 3 of my masters running around out there? And what's up with this 1864th turn and all? Perhaps it was natural that they didn't understand. From the get-go, the fact that the 1863rd turn had split into 2 was causing the complications. Yu Jung-hyuk, who lived through the original 1863rd turn, went on to become the secretive plotter. Since I read The Ways of Survival, I could understand it fine, but it was natural that my companions would find this all rather mystifying. Zhang Hui won, massaging her head, asked me then, okay, so what are you saying? Is our Jung-hyoxi the 3rd turn, or the 1864th? That prompted Yu Jung-hyuk sitting on the corner of the bed to reply curtly. I don't know. I can't remember. I activated the character list and confirmed Yu Jung Hyok's information. Plus, character summarized list. Character, Yu Jung Hyok. Exclusive attribute, regressor third turn myth, plus, surprisingly, his attribute had reverted back to third turn. My memories returned only during the time when I was borrowing Kim Dokja's fable for a little while. It was similar to watching someone else's history. I had no idea it was like that. Yu Jung Hyok continued on. This is what I think. This is originally the third turn, and I am definitely the third turn Yu Jung Hyok. Except that, during a certain point during the world line, the memories from when I was living in the 1864th turn have covered up mine temporarily. Isiol Wa, listening in, joined the conversation. But that doesn't make any sense. You're saying that the third turn has influenced the 1863rd turn, and in turn, the 1863rd has influenced the third. That's logically impossible. Logically, no. Eventually, Han Suyong stepped in too. Can only be valid in the form of written words. What I'm saying is that such a thing is only possible because this world used to be a novel originally. She then shifted her gaze over to the secretive plotter surrounded by the transparent sphere. It's the same thing as the square circle or the triangle with the total of their interior angles coming at 720 degrees. Isiol Wa tilted her head and asked her. But, something like that can't exist, right? It's more correct to say that you can't even imagine it, actually. However, as texts, as paragraphs, they certainly can exist. What's happening right now is just like that. To us, it might be a time paradox, but as texts of a novel, it's completely possible, you know? I mean, you can just say, there it is, so deal with it. It's not the issue with understanding it, but rather accepting it. So, let's look at it in a simpler way. We're currently stuck inside a crap novel. Since the original was crap, this is the end result. I wanted to say something as a rebuttal, but since she spoke of truth, I couldn't think of anything. If I was this novel's writer, I'd have stopped doing the world line distortion thing at once or twice. Readers seriously don't like this sort of complicated stories. You know? Even the constellations probably can't figure out what's going on here. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, says that his incarnation is truly a smart cookie. A world with broken probability will collapse by itself. I know of quite a few stories that ended in that manner. Worlds that even their authors gave up on. Han Suyong was an author herself, so she could say these words. She might have abandoned such worlds in the past, and she might be regretting it till this day. When I thought about that, something felt off to me. The world created by the author of The Ways of Survival, TLS 123, had become a reality. In that case, what kind of a conclusion would you like to see, Dokjanam? Which conclusion would be a happy ending for the protagonist? Could it be that the author couldn't finish his story and was leaving it up to us? Zhang Huiwen scratched her cheek and asked, Okay, so what's your conclusion, Han Suyong? We gotta fight those bastards that shoved us into this stupid world. Whether it's the author, the outer gods, or even the Dakibis. The same as it has always been, then. Doesn't matter what happened in the original, you can chuck that crap to the dogs for all I care. We have to see our own conclusion, anyway. We simply can't remain stuck in the damn shithole scenarios forever. She was right. Right about everything. Whether it was the Outer God King or the Bureau, it didn't matter. Every star in Nebula Kim Dokja Company is radiating light. No matter who our enemy was, we still had only one choice to make. We fight, win, and reach our answers in our own way. Dokjasi? Before I realized it, my companions were looking at me. They seemed to be waiting for me to say something. Their expressions were asking me about what we need to do moving on, and what we need to make preparations for. Of course, I had been thinking about those as well. However, it wasn't that easy for me to say the first words. Maybe it was because I felt nervous, knowing that the end was around the corner. It was fear that, although we reached this far with so much hardship, one wrong judgment from me and everything could go down the crapper just like that. It was also a burden of knowing that I now had to walk on the path not seen in the original novel. My lips bobbed up and down several times, and eventually, I managed to eke out a word. So, that'll be enough for today. Usanga stepped in to stop me. Let us rest for today, and carry on tomorrow. Everyone, we've returned from a tough scenario only just now anyway. I stayed up that night and made plans. I was almost lured by the temptation to read the final revised version of The Ways of Survival several times, but in the end, I didn't. I wasn't sure why not, but then again I did have this hunch. This gut feeling that, the moment I read the novel, I'd not be able to escape from its shackles. I fell into a slumber so deep that I couldn't even remember when I succumbed to it. The last bits of the memories were a blur. I might have dozed off while reading a book, and I thought I drank a cup of warm tea that Igilyong had brought in. In any case, it was a rather sweet sleep. And I thought I had a happy dream, too. The dream was about the chat I had with you Sanga some time ago. Set in a world where all the scenarios had come to an end, my companions were busy talking about their daily lives. It was really peaceful. It was so peaceful, in fact, that it didn't feel like real peace to me. And when I saw the bright smiles on Shin Yusung and Lee Gilyong's faces, somewhat mysteriously I realized the truth. This is a dream, isn't it? I bit down hard on my lip, and as if an earthquake had erupted out, the view of my dream rocked about. Still in the haziness of my consciousness, I slowly opened my eyes and tried to sit up. What's this? My body didn't want to move. Also, the faint earthquake I felt inside the dream continued on, too. I managed to force my eyes open, and the surroundings revealed itself under the dim darkness. What greeted me was the sensation of plush leather enveloping my back and the head. Hey, Kim Dokja's trying to wake up. Put him to sleep again. I felt someone smacking me in the head, and my consciousness dimmed again. And as I faded out, I heard a mischievous voice talking to me. This is the workers' revolt, you dumbass. And when I opened my eyes again, I was inside an unfamiliar mountainside. Episode 86. The Square Circle 1. Fin. Chapter 455. The Square Circle 2. I began thinking about how this event came to be. 1. I was bound tightly. 2. I was thrown inside an unfamiliar mountainside. No matter how hard I analyzed it, the end result always came back to kidnapping. But who would dare to infiltrate the Kim Dokja company and kidnap me? Which could only mean, Dokja, untie? Faint voices could be heard coming from somewhere. I grunted and struggled to free myself, and then staggered towards where those voices were coming from. I brushed past the thickets and around 30 seconds later, ran into a fairly wide campsite manned by my companions. So he came on his own volition then. Han Suyong snickered and waved her hand towards me. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen an industrial strike action before? Hang on a minute, what a nice breeze. Dokja si, why don't you come and lie down here? Zhang Huiwen was lying spread-eagled on the ground looking up at the sky right next to Han Suyong. She moved her arms as if they were her wings, causing the fragrant green blades of grass to fall and get back up again and again. Han Suyong then began muttering in a reverential voice. Grass lies down. Faster than wind, it lies down. Oh, Zhang Huiwen too lies down. Faster than wind, she lies down, and before the gust comes she stands up first. Not bad. While looking at this sudden breakout of a poetry reading competition, as well as Zhang Huiwen providing timely support fire, I asked them in a dazed voice. Just what is going on? This is the workers' revolution, dumbass. Okay, you've been harping on about a revolution and whatnot for a while now, but… Arg, I just want to take a damn break. Do I need to spell it out for you? I frowned after she berated me. Taking a break? What are you talking about? Don't you know what era we're in right now? What era are we in, then? I wasn't sure what to say when she retorted back like that. What did she mean by what era we were in? Currently, the Nebula Kim Dokja company possesses the qualification to enter the final scenario. Remaining time to enter the scenario is 28 days, 12 hours, 15 minutes, and 7 seconds. I calmly replied to ensure that I wouldn't get sucked into her pace. We don't have the time for this. The final scenario is literally just around the corner. And that's why we need to take a breather now. If not, when can we be able to, like this? Said Han Suyong while sighing out grandly. Look around you. Don't spend your day buried in your smartphone. All right? You still want to work even after coming to a place like this? After hearing her, I began scanning the surrounding terrain for the first time. Indeed, we were in a fertile, green forest. I wasn't sure which mountain it was, Yirisan, Siraxan, or Halasan. In any case, it was a really beautiful mountain, all right? The sunlight wasn't too strong, while the wind blowing felt cool to the skin. It was perfect weather for camping, in other words. I hesitated somewhat before speaking up. I'm not saying that we shouldn't take a break, but it's good to rest, but what I'm saying is that we should finish what we need to do first. Right now, we're… Holy cow. Dokja si, you're really Condi-minded, aren't you? Is every company representative out there like you? Said Zhang Huiwen, while lightly tapping my shin. Representative Venom? When you're taking a break, you're supposed to just do it. My head became complicated. Han Suyong glared at me when I didn't say a thing and addressed me in a sour tone of voice. Sure, you're also right. Everyone shouldn't be resting at the same time, so at least one person should be in a scenario. Why don't you go ahead? What? Him saying, why don't you do the scenario that you love so much? After hearing her, my gaze abruptly shifted up to the air to discover an actual scenario window floating up there. Sub-scenario workers off day has been generated. I had never even heard of such a scenario before, so I quickly accessed the scenario window. Plus, sub-scenario workers off day. Type sub. Difficulty? Clear condition. You're the head representative of the Nebula Kim Dokja Company. Due to your exploitation and harsh treatment, employees of Kim Dokja Company are currently in a very fatigued state. They are greatly dissatisfied with you, the head of the nebula, and are in the middle of a strike. As their boss, you must listen to their complaints and appease them. In consideration of your weak communication skill, the total goal for complaint resolution will be set at 5 people. Time limit, 12 hours. Reward, trust from Kim Dokja Company's employees. Failure, death? Plus, death? What the hell, what kind of a scenario is this? I looked up at the sky and Bu went bot up there. Han Suyong grumbled, directly aimed at me. Seriously, man. This guy needs to be told through a scenario just to understand it. While feeling anxious, I looked around my surroundings. My companions seemed to be enjoying themselves. Han Suyong was busy reciting parody poems, while Zhang Huiwen had fallen asleep among the grass. Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung were butting heads and growling at each other. Hey Shin Yusung, let's make a bet. Let's see who can catch the bigger dinner today. What are we betting on? The loser grants the winner one wish. Okay? Call. The kids quickly sprinted towards the forest and Yusanga called out to them. Be careful. There was a small valley with a flowing stream next to the campsite. Gong Pildu sat on the fishing chair he brought along, and while looking at his lure in the water, he yawned out relaxedly. Han Myung-o sitting next to him was muttering about this and that. If only we were out by the ocean. I'd have caught a sea bream this big. I heard the refreshing sounds of water flowing in the valley, as well as mountain birds chirping away. It felt as if the calming greenery of the overgrown mountainside was slowly collapsing on myself. It was as if I was still dreaming. This sort of affectionate behavior felt uncomfortable to me, like some kind of ill-fitting clothes. Was it okay to be like this? Was it okay to experience moments like this already? I searched for Yu Jung-hyuk. Indeed, we shouldn't be like this. If it was him, he should agree with me. He must be standing around somewhere while glaring at the group. Along with that scary light in his eyes, he'd start lecturing everyone. Beginning with you fools. I quickly located him. I was about to raise my hand and call out to him, but then stopped after realizing something was off there. 2. He was actually cooking over there, standing before a large grill. His hands were moving around in a showy fashion to grill some meat. Vegetables were sizzling and shuddering inside the frying pan. They breaking the sky swordsmanship, capable of destroying the heavens, was now used to chop vegetables and meat. I even forgot to call out to him and stared at that spectacle in a pure daze. Just what in freaking hell was going on here? In the next second, his eyes shifted over in my direction. He then silently conveyed his words with that trademark scary glare of his. I didn't need to resort to the omniscient reader's viewpoint to tell what those eyes were saying. It was most definitely, you can look all day long, but you aren't getting any of this food. That's what those eyes probably meant to say. His sides were occupied by both Yumiya and E.G. Hai, their eyes filled with deep interest and anticipation. Now, Yumiya opened her mouth, and Yu Jung-hyuk moved his chopsticks with an emotionless face. He was like a mother bird, picking up a piece of meat to place it in her mouth. She grinned brightly. It's really tasty. E.G. Hai blankly standing around opened her mouth. 2. He studied her for a moment or two, before placing more meat inside Yumiya's mouth, instead. That carried on for 4, maybe 5 more times, and eventually, E.G. Hai shut her mouth. Master, you're too heartless. Unable to endure it any longer, she personally moved her chopsticks. However, his frying pan shifted according to the eye-catching trajectory of the red phoenix Shuanpa to avoid her hands. She grew tearful first before getting rather stubborn about it. Oh, so you want to have a go? Is that it? I seriously couldn't tell whether I was inside the world of the ways of survival, or the ice-cold handsome regressor Yu Jung-hyuk shouldn't be doing this world. He continued evading E.G. Hai's chopsticks and fed his little sister Yumiya without twitching his eyebrows once, remaining utterly expressionless. However, there was something I could glean from that, and I came to a realization he was genuinely serious about being here. Even though we are in this sort of time frame, why did Yu Jung-hyuk let this event happen? I wasn't the only head representative of Kim Dokja Company. In more ways than one, Yu Jung-hyuk was a far more obstinate person than I was, and also boasted far greater experience in running a group such as this one. Yet, such a person had willingly participated in this camping trip. YOU Re-Licantl, Kim Dokja. Accompanying the fourth Wallace voice, several paragraphs unfolded themselves before my eyes. Authornim, how about going to a beach during this regression turn? That was a comment I posted a long time ago. Even though I remembered so much about the ways of survival, I had forgotten all about the comments I posted. Now that I thought about it, there was one event that Yu Jung-hyuk never missed during his countless repeated regressions. Today we take a break. That would be taking an off day. It happened during the original ways of survival, but hadn't happened so far in this world. Every time they were about to encounter another important hurdle, he'd take his companions to a different planet's tourist attractions. Of course, he had the pretext of finding necessary items for the upcoming scenarios, but he didn't force his group to do the same things as him. Master, come join us and have some fun. Hey Iji Kakik, take a gander at my abs, will ya? Even my black flame dragon praised M. We're going to eat Jung Hyox's cooking today, right? Even you Jung Hyok was like that, yet what was I like? We must get ready for the next scenario. We were always in a hurry as if we were being pursued. We never had any leeway. And as we got to the latter half of the scenarios, such tendency grew even stronger. Our goal was always right in front of our eyes. I acted as if the scenario themselves would break down if we didn't solve whatever it was in time. But now that I began thinking deeply about it, the scenarios would have been just fine even if we didn't hurry up and do something about them. Hey Gil-yong. We agreed not to use any skills here, didn't we? When did I? You gotta give it your best always. I heard the kids' voices as they were returning with hunted prey. Soon after that, I heard Han Suyong's loud call that reverberated throughout the valley. Alright then. The treasure hunt event will now begin. The prize is a star relic from the Black Flame Dragon. What really? From that Black Flame Dragon? I've hidden it somewhere in the valley, so the first one to find it is the winner. Alright. You're forbidden from using your skills. Got that? Besides that, there are other prizes too, so that star relic is mine. Han Myung-oh quickly discarded his fishing rod and jumped inside the stream. But a little while later, Zhang Hui-won grabbed hold of his head and threw him out of the water. In no time at all, Ji-hai and the kids returning from their hunting trip all jumped into the valley's water. 2. Yo, hold up, Ji-hai Nuna. That's Ghost Fleet. You think I won't notice it just because they are tiny now? Gil-yong. Are you seriously taming water bugs? You cheater? Both of you disqualified. How long had it been since all of my companions were smiling together like this? Maybe this could be our first time. They were able to smile even though the scenarios hadn't ended yet. They were able to chat away in happiness like that and share their stories. And while looking at that spectacle, Kim Dokja suddenly felt lonely for some reason. Could it be that I had failed to understand a single thing about the ways of survival? No, wait, regarding my companions instead? Maybe because I was drunk in the fantasy of witnessing the conclusion, I actually ended up missing all the countless words that had to be read in order to reach the true conclusion? You have currently resolved 0 complaints. A scenario that previously felt like nothing important suddenly felt as imposing and difficult as a great fable now. I plopped down below a parasol and dazedly looked on. Someone lightly tapped me on the shoulder. How goes it with your scenario? Yusanga grinned refreshingly. I replied with a powerless grin of my own, and she addressed me again. Well, Dokja-si, your communication skill has always been a little lacking, so it can't be helped, I guess. You were also like that back when we were working for the company. I was? You really didn't speak all that much to other people. I became utterly speechless after she mercilessly carpet-bombed me with facts. But then again, after giving it a bit of thought, it made total sense. I grew up without a friend from a young age. I wasn't clued in on how to socialize with other people, and back then, I only thought about how to weasel myself out of the company meal get-together. I figured that, rather than wasting time doing that, I might as well read The Ways of Survival one more time instead. Kim Dokja Youh Ave a Friday and no W. And then, here was an inorganic substance that tried to rile me up by saying that it was my friend. Yusanga settled down beneath the parasol too, and observed our companions with a relaxed gaze. Perhaps she was going for the camping look herself, because rather than the usual Buddhist robe, she was now wearing a casual one-piece with a wide-brimmed straw hat. She sure knew how to match the atmosphere regardless of where she was. She was someone too good to be kept in the Kim Dokja company run by a pretty useless leader at the very least. Sangasi, do you by any chance regret getting in the subway that day? I wasn't sure why I asked her that. Even now, the events of the very first scenario remained vivid in my mind. If only Yu Sangh's bicycle didn't get stolen. If she got her start from somewhere else, then she might not have become Olympus incarnation. Maybe she wouldn't have to die either. She wouldn't have to experience the pain of reincarnation, too. No, I don't. I had never seen such a determined expression on her face before. So, Dokja-si, you mustn't regret anything either. Pardon? Regarding what? I mean everything. I wasn't sure what to say to her. It felt as if I'd only sound like an ass just by thanking her or expressing my gratitude. The Ways of Survival never taught me what I should say in moments like this. As if she could read my mind, she grinned refreshingly and pointed to someone over yonder. I think ITLLB for the best that you speak to that person first. Episode 86. The Square Circle 2. Finn. Chapter 456. The Square Circle 3. My concerns? Yes. If you're unhappy about your work or... The first person I went to speak to was Isiolwa. She was wearing an outdoor scientist garb, and with a small magnifying glass, studied every nook and cranny of my face as if I was some sort of an unidentified herb. She then replied to my question. Well, I don't particularly have one. She might be saying that, but there was no way that she didn't have any complaints. As the head representative of the company, I can only apologize to you. I'm aware that you have worked hard to protect Seoul during our absence. It must have been very difficult to. Do you really think so? And not like, staying back in Seoul must have been so much easier? Her voice sounded sharp, prompting my lips to close shut before I realized it. I knew it. That's what you were really thinking of. You were just being sarcastic, yes? No, never. I wouldn't. I know that others had been entering dangerous scenarios. Even if that was the case, remaining in Seoul wasn't all plain sailing, you know? Isiolwa lowered her gaze and began searching for something within the bushes once more. It should be around here somewhere. Isiolwa has never taken a day off. Her fable began speaking up for her instead. After the group departed from the industrial complex, she operated its sickbay and looked after the patients. Every day, the injured suffering from similar types of wounds would rush in. She watched them die, and while looking at their passing, she thought about her companions. I won't be much help in the latter half of the scenarios. I'm well aware of my own potential, and my constellation is also only a historical figure grade as well. But I still do my best every day. For sure, the intensity of status floating about her vicinity felt quite different from before. It wasn't as if her combat abilities had improved, but well, how should I put this? It was like her pool of knowledge in the skills had gotten even more profound. Whoever it is in the Kim Dokja company, I can save that person as long as he or she still breathes. I can ensure that no one will die. It was true that Isiolwa's current growth rate was unmatched in any of the regression turns from the original novel. If my guess was correct, then she should soon reach the pinnacle of life and death miraculous doctor. Without a doubt, she was a necessary person to achieve my dream ending. I got flustered for a moment there by the unexpected question. You were an important person. Okay, by how much? Isiolwa was one of the heroines to appear in the Ways of Survival. However, I couldn't come out and say that she was Yu Jung-hyuk's lover from the past. From the get-go, I thought that he wouldn't want that to be known. And most importantly, I wasn't sure if that would be an appropriate description of or the person called Isiolwa. Who was she, really? Well, that. Just before I could carry on, Isiolwa's expression brightened and she shouted out. Found it. Her hand was holding a small flower. That must be the herb she was searching for. I immediately recognized what that was. White ghostly flame flower. The final ingredient for the life and death pill. At a casual glance, it looked like an ordinary wildflower. Eating this herb alone had no effect whatsoever. However, the miraculous elixir that was the life and death pill could never be concocted without this herb. She began smiling like a little kid. This sense of life that couldn't be felt from the pages of the Ways of Survival was emanating vividly right before my eyes. This is Isiolwa. That's why I gave up on recalling the words from the novel altogether. And then, I said some lame things instead. You're the best doctor that I know of. Praise cooked up by a small kid might be better sounding than that. Even so, Isiolwa grinned back at me. Thank you. Even if you didn't mean it. I did mean it, though. Please wait for me. I will turn those empty words into reality soon. I watched her leave in search of another herb, and came to a realization. What she was curious about earlier wasn't the Ways of Survival. Unlike me, she didn't need such a novel in the first place. You have currently resolved 0 complaints. I hadn't made any headway into the scenario, but I didn't feel so bad. It's not that easy, right? I looked behind and found you sang once more. Yes, it's not easy, but that's only natural. If you could finish up all the conversations you had been putting off as if it's some kind of an event, then that's something out of a novel, not reality. I guess so. Even then, you must carry on. I nodded my head. Who do you think I should speak to next? It'd been better if you did it yourself, but it'll help you again this one last time. She used her hand to shield her eyes and scanned our companions. It was then, a message entered my ear. Currently, Kim Dokja Company's contracted workers are feeling dissatisfied. Contracted workers? Did our nebula have people like that? Yusanga then pointed to a spot. Why don't you head over there this time? The moment I looked there, I realized who the contracted workers were. A short while later, I was addressing 3 people standing before me. I have something to discuss with you. What is it? I'm really busy, so hurry up. I must go and find that black flame dragon star relic right now. Han Myung-o raised his voice as if to urge me along. Gong Pil-du and his disinterested face, and the pouting Jang Hyong were standing next to him. I could easily tell that they weren't exactly happy about being summoned here like this. Even though they had experienced scenarios together with us, they hadn't joined the Kim Dokja Company properly yet. Everyone, there's something you should know first. I decided to tell them something that they didn't know, a piece of information that Kim Dokja Company's companions already knew the Ways of Survival. It was a big decision on my part to tell them about it, But rather contrary to my initial expectation, Gong Pildu's reaction was lukewarm at best. There was a time when I used to believe everything in the land price pamphlets. I guess you're still too naive. Pardon? Young people these days. It seemed that Gong Pildu didn't really get what I was saying. On the other hand, Han Myung-o seemed to be under a great mental shock. So you knew everything, yet you just left me to end up in that wretched state? Jang Haiyang also seemed to be surprised, albeit for different reasons. So that's how it was. That's why you knew so much back in the demon world. Thankfully, their reactions weren't as bad as I thought. But then again, they had already met a regressor and plenty of reincarnators, so maybe my story didn't sound so crazy to them by now. I breathed a sigh of relief inwardly and continued on. There's only one reason why I told you this information. I'd like to formally hire you into the Kim Dokja company. My words caused the three to exchange glances with each other. The first one to speak was Gong Pildu. On whose authority? Incarnation Gong Pildu has joined Kim Dokja company. Could it be that the term being coy was invented for this ajusi? Next up was Han Myung-o. Are you going to retain my previous position as a department head? Well, we don't have any ranks like that, but if you want, I can create one for you. Please make sure that you pay your wages on time. As for paternity leave and overtime, Incarnation Han Myung-o has joined Kim Dokja company. Finally, I shifted my gaze over to Jang Haiyang. Incarnation Jang Haiyang has joined Kim Dokja company. Okay, so, Flame Dragona, something happened just now, and she was using her wall to send out messages of her employment to pretty much everywhere. Congratulatory messages from her friends in the star stream continued to flood in. While looking at her being genuinely happy, I grew a lot more complicated in my head. If I knew she'd be this happy, then I should have let her join us earlier. By the way, Kim Dokja, why are you suddenly letting me join you? She waited for my answer with sparkling eyes. I had several reasons why I didn't let Jang Haiyang join the Kim Dokja company. But at least for today, I didn't want to think about them. I definitely needed her. However, I didn't bring her into the nebula simply because her presence was a must during the conclusion. I wanted to witness the end of the scenario with you. Jang Haiyang's eyes grew wider after she heard me. I felt uncomfortable while watching her pale cheeks tremble like that. As expected of someone possessing looks that easily slapped Young Hyok's cheeks at least 2 times in a row. She blinked her large, clear eyes and energetically nodded her head. You'll really work hard. She clenched her fists tightly and began typing away once more. Congratulations. You have resolved the complaint of the contracted worker. You have currently resolved 1 complaint. I finally succeeded with 1. So, being the head representative was this tough, huh? Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is asking you if the rumor is true. What rumor? Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is asking you if you really confess to Jang Haiyang. Constellation, Most Ancient Liberator, is asking the Magne Sun Wukong. Just what kind of a rumor was spreading around here? I had no idea what she was so busily typing away there. But regardless, I could see Jang Haiyang diligently tapping on the imaginary keyboard in the air. Hey you, come and eat supper. Han Suyang's loud shout came from afar. The delicious aroma wafting in from somewhere attracted the companions and we gathered around one by one. Then, Han Suyang stared at Young Hyok as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Well then, shall we taste your high and mighty cooking skill in action? Then? And why should I share my cooking with you? He glared at the rest of the group with a menacing glare, before turning around to leave while throwing these following words behind. There are leftovers that side, so why don't you eat that? We looked over in the direction he was pointing at, and straight away we became utterly speechless. They were now witnessing the essence of cooking. We all settled down quietly on the table like a bunch of mice that got entranced by the Pied Piper, and then began rubbing our eyes in disbelief. These were dishes created out of the monster that Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung caught, as well as with the medicinal herbs Yi Seolhwa had found. No, hang on. How could he even come up with a feast of this scale with only those ingredients? I was pretty certain that the dining table of Shi Huangdi, who dreamed of immortality, wouldn't be as flashy as this one. Wow. Master, you gotta come and cook during my funeral, okay? Why your funeral, though? That's really an ominous declaration, you know? The group began hurriedly chowing down the grub. Zhang Hui-1, E.G. Hai, Han Myung-o, Gong Pil-du, even Jang Haiyang. They were all seriously focused on eating right now. Even Han Suyang and Yu Sang-ah too. Hey, hold up. That's my share. There's enough to go around for everyone. Why are you being so greedy? Some even began fighting over the food, too. Ajusi, please try this one. Hyung, this one, too. Yi Gilyong and Shin Yusung sat on either side of me and shoved spoonfuls of food into my mouth without a moment's rest. My cheeks swelled up like a hamster as I chewed the rice. And of course, I didn't forget to feed the kids side dishes in the meantime. It was tasty. Seriously tasty. So tasty, in fact, I was almost thankful that the ways of survival had become reality for a moment there. Shin Yusung's eyes rolled around as she chewed the meat. Then she whispered in a small voice, "It's like we're on a school trip." When I heard her, I immediately wanted to kick myself to death for feeling thankful that the ways of survival had become reality. The school field trip, one of the things children had lost in this world. I placed my hands on the heads of the kids and spoke to them. You're right. It's like a field trip. Although, the one learning from this trip wasn't the kids but me. Ajusi, what would you like to do after the scenarios are over? Hyung will live with me. I wasn't asking you. What I want to do after the scenarios were over. Normally, I'd have smiled and glossed over the topic, but for some reason, I ended up uttering out something without realizing it. I want to buy a really big house and live together with everyone. When I raised my head, I noticed that the once noisy surroundings had fallen into an eerily silence. E.g. Hai, Zhang Hui Wen, Gong Pil Du. Even Han Suyong was looking at me, her mouth agape. Zhang Hui Wen was the first to fire the salvo. In that case, Dokjasi, you'll be paying for the house, yes? Ing? Ajusi, you're really loaded, so you might be able to get a house in Gangnam. They'll sell you my land. If it's possible, somewhere close to the kids' school. I had no idea that something I just threw out there would cause such a ripple. And so, the group chatted about the potential house I'd buy throughout the supper. Stuff about how the interior should look like or how many rooms it needed to have. Washing the dishes was left to me and Zhang Hui Wen, the two losers from the rock paper scissors. I could have won by using Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, but of course I wouldn't do that during this trip. You have acquired a new fable. You have acquired the fable, the one who yanked out the conscience's fur. Also, it was nice to get a new fable, too. As I was cleaning the dishes, I spotted something falling in the distant skies above. It was a shooting star. Falling stars that left behind lengthy trails. Most likely, those were planets that were falling for real. The star stream was marching towards its own oblivion. Zhang Hui Wen, looking up at the sky next to me, spoke up. It's like back then in the cinema dungeon. I nodded my head. For sure, it was kind of similar to that day. We were also together like this on the rooftop of the dungeon. We were looking at the falling stars and making our wishes. Dokjasi, you asked me to become your sword back then. Indeed, I asked her to become my comrade in that place. And after that, she had become the greatest ally anyone could ask for. Without her, I wouldn't have been able to arrive at this moment in time. But someone else became the literal sword instead of me. Those words made me shift my gaze over to the steel sword, laying quietly on the ground. Even as everyone was taking their much-deserved break, the sole person to miss out on the festivities was right there. Lee Hyun-sung, with his heart not beating, he seemed to regain his consciousness sporadically. But he remained as a sword and didn't want to move. Please do not worry. Before we head off to the next scenario, you'll definitely wake up Hyun-seongsai. You know of a way? I nodded my head. Lee Hyun-sung's issue wasn't the only one we need to deal with, though. We now required much greater power. Because our goal didn't simply stop at clearing the scenarios, that's why. To fight the Bureau as well as the entirety of the star stream, I needed to start gathering constellations that would stand with us. Constellation, Master of Steel, is looking at you. And Lee Hyun-sung's constellation backer would be the first to join us. Zhang Hui Wen spoke up as if my confident expression left an impression on her. By the way, Dokjasi? Yes? Will it be fine for you to stand around here trying to look cool? I mean, aren't you in the middle of a scenario? You really aren't a being kidnapped-dandying enthusiast, are you? Along with her words, the scenario window popped up before my eyes. The day is coming to a close. You have currently resolved one complaint. I reconfirmed the failure penalty of the sub-scenario once more. Plus, failure. Death? Plus, I looked up at the shooting star in the sky. Maybe this might very well be my final scenario. Episode 86. The Square Circle 3. Fin. Chapter 457. The Square Circle 4. The time limit for the scenario was until midnight today. It was already 9 p.m., so there were less than 3 hours remaining. How did the time fly by so quickly? Anyway, I heard that happy moments would pass you by really quickly. It must have been true, for complaints still need to be answered. And only 3 hours remain. No matter what, I was cutting it real close. From the beginning, solving 5 of such difficult missions was clearly forcing it. In the end, I decided to resort to that. Bayuya. Dakibi's had jurisdiction over sub-scenarios, so she should be able to control one just fine. Also, since the failure penalty was not death but death, I was thinking that they wouldn't kill me for real and Biu wasn't answering. Where are you? Our cute little Biu. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is cackling at your ill fortune. Constellation, Queen of the Darkest Spring, is urging you to seriously carry this scenario out. Seeing that the channel was open, BU must be nearby for sure, but I decided to pull out the hidden trump card. But that caused the empty air to quiver a little. Then a ball of cotton with a small horn attached on top rose out from there. A bot. BU popped out with a poof and began giggling away. I didn't smile back, though. Bayuya, I'm sorry about this, but can you, cancel this scenario, dot? Ihobahat. I couldn't tell whether she was trying to say Eva or over. Constellations agreeing with the applicable scenario's probability are rejecting the scenario cancellation. Hang on. Could this be a bounty scenario instead? Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is arguing that this scenario is a necessity for you. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is criticizing you, telling you not to use a cowardly method. Constellation, bald general of justice, is saying that if you're a true comrade to them, then you should use your valor and tenacious spirit to. Constellation, Goryo's first sword, is simply denying the cancellation. They are in sync with each other only in times like this, aren't they? Yes, I get it now. Constellation, most ancient liberator, is cheering on his Magne. I couldn't really get used to the new modifier for the Great Sage Heaven's equal. We parted ways right away after the journey to the West scenario came to an end, but I knew we'd get to see each other soon enough. In any case, who should it be? Who should I speak to next? It should be someone holding the highest amount of complaints towards me, right? I studied my companions one by one, leisurely sitting around together after that fulfilling supper. That was when the midday tryst came flying in my way. What are you looking at? Okay, let's skip Han Suyong for now. Her problems weren't on the level that I could fix anyway. You making fun of me? I continued to search for the next candidate. The next two I spotted were Yu Sunji and Gilyanji. While looking at the two lying side by side and patting their slightly bulging tummies, it almost felt as if the fruit of good and evil was whispering to me from deep inside my mind. If it's their troubles, can't I easily solve them? Even if I set aside the cowardly reason for now, I still needed to have a serious talk with Gilyanji. Constellation E. Gilyong sponsor is staring at you. Although he looked the same on the outside as before, E. Gilyong's status had a faint trace of demonic aura permeating it. Would it be okay to talk to him now? However, wasn't it too open here? Constellation, master of Skywalk, is observing your actions. Constellation, lily blooming on Aquarius, is focusing her attention on you. Not only that, constellations were watching us, too. I couldn't really imagine how the channel's constellations would react if I went and carelessly got in touch with that side now. Even then, I should at least talk to him. Currently, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint second stage is in activation. The inside of my head rang with a BZZ, and the skill was activated forcibly once more. This was happening rather often lately. I wasn't sure whether it was because I read The Ways of Survival too much or due to some other reason, but badump, 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 badump. Their voices soon entered my head. Dokja Hyung will come and talk to me, right? Is he coming over now? Ing? I better tell him about a Bayig problem. I must tell him something really shocking. What if Shin Yusung talks about something bigger than mine? I definitely must say something more shocking than Lee Gilyong. My steps came to a halt. It was not because I was scared of the kids, though. Anyways, I shifted my gaze to the person crouching next to them instead. I missed them. E.G. Hai, with a sad expression, was looking at the distant sky. She was an energetic chatterbox usually, so it was rare to see her make such face. I could guess who she was referring to when she said she missed them. The first scenario would have been a nightmare to everyone, but it must have been especially worse for her. Even if the Kim Dokja company was here for her, one person couldn't really substitute for someone else. I wordlessly approached her and lightly poked her on the shoulder. E.G. Hai looked behind at me. UHT? What's this? Juicy. You finished with the dishes? Yeah. Wait, did you come here because of the scenario? It's not entirely about that. But I don't have any particular complaints, so you don't need to talk to me, though. Why don't you speak to others first? Even now, she was worried about others. No matter how badly she was hurting, she was still thinking of other people's pain first. E.G. Hai from Chungmuro grew up like that. And she grew up into an adult like that, too. You can talk to me anytime. If you don't want to talk to me, then ITLL be fine with someone else, too. But you don't have to huddle in a corner and let it fester inside you. Maybe she didn't expect me to say something like that, because E.G. Hai began blinking her eyes next. Juicy, don't try to act cool. Okay? She smirked and punched me in the shin with her sturdy fist. I thought my bone was broken or something. You have currently resolved one complaint. A simple chat on this level couldn't resolve E.G. Hai's troubles. Even then, I still had to speak to her. She lightly shook her beer glass around and while standing up, spoke to me. All right then. Since I'm full, I should go and stretch my limbs for a bit. You shouldn't exercise after drinking, you know. I feel fine, though. Seeing her swing her sword about like that, she definitely was her master's student, alright? Hang on a bit. Now that I thought about it, there was one guy who should be the most dissatisfied by me around here, wasn't there? I quickly scanned the campsite, but strangely enough, I couldn't locate that idiot no matter how hard I looked. Hey, you deaf? When someone is calling you, you should. Along with a resounding slap, someone smacked me in the back of the head. I looked behind and spoke to the culprit. Hey, Han Suyang. What now? Where is Yu Jung Hyuk? Yu Jung Hyuk? He was over th. Only then did she realize it, too. Honestly speaking, that guy usually acted on his own and often disappeared on us without warning, so this shouldn't come across as all that surprising. The problem had to with the fact that he didn't disappear alone this time. Han Suyang looked into the wide-open rear door of his grade Faragini and spoke up. The secretive plotter is gone, too. The secretive plotter, surrounded in the transparent ceiling sphere, landed on the ground with a thud and roughly rolled around in the dirt. He was still unconscious. Yu Jung Hyuk quietly looked down on him, then slowly unsheathed the dark heavenly demon sword and addressed the plotter. I know that you're already awake. The secretive plotter slowly opened his eyes. Accompanied by faint sparks, energy from a fable surged throughout his body. For a moment there, his fables were returning to him. You don't seem to know how to enjoy these brief moments of peace. I don't have a habit of enjoying my peace with an enemy near me. Are you planning to kill me? That is indeed a wise move. However, you should know by now that you can't really kill me. That was true. The secretive plotter was another Yu Jung Hyuk. Killing him simply meant the creation of another world line. Even then, Yu Jung Hyuk didn't let go of his dark heavenly demon sword. It'll be far better than watching you mess up this world line. The plotter laughed. They were both Yu Jung Hyuks. They may have lived two different lives, but their nature as Yu Jung Hyuk was the same. And that was why they could understand each other's thought process the best. Do you believe that your power alone is enough to kill me? Without Kim Dokja's fable, the current you can't fight against an outer god. That might be the case, but killing you will be rather simple. I only have to shatter that ceiling sphere. A faint trace of unrest flitted in and out of the plotter's expression. Currently, the secretive plotter was inside the unstable Apocalypse Dragon's ceiling sphere created by the 999th Turns Uriel. You're deliberately not removing this ceiling sphere. If you break it, then the hounds chasing after the abyss will appear from the gap in space and time, that's why. It only had been for a brief moment, but still, Yu Jung Hyuk got to steal a glance into the memories of the 1864 regression turns engraved into the hellscape of eternity. That's where he got to learn partial information on outer gods. The hounds that chased after the abyss, he learned about the hounds of Tindalos during that time, too. They were the cleaners capable of detecting the distortion in a world line. They can only intrude from where angles below 90 degrees exist. The normal you wouldn't be troubled by something like a few hounds, but with how weakened you are, the story should change greatly. The flow of status loaded onto the dark heavenly demon sword grew thicker. Yu Jung Hyuk too hadn't fully recovered from his wounds, so fighting the plotter Hedon was impossible. However, shattering the ceiling sphere shouldn't pose a challenge. The plotter's expression changed, perhaps after figuring out Yu Jung Hyuk's intentions. It was the face of a man who had accepted something. And so, just as Yu Jung Hyuk's dark heavenly demon sword was about to make a move, Appa, someone's head poked out from the bushes. What are you doing? Yu Jung Hyuk was taken by surprise and while turning his head towards her, shouted out, Yumiya, don't come closer. Dismay brushed past his expression next. Because he had focused all of his perception on the secretive plotter, he ended up making such an egregious mistake. Go back to where our companions are. This place is dangerous. Don't want to. She replied in a cold voice, something she had never used before. Yu Jung Hyuk replied in stupefaction. What? You don't even come back to Earth all that often anyway, so stop nagging me. You promised to stay with me for a few days, didn't you? Both Sujayang Ajuma and Jayangren Ajuma are always busy, you know? Yumiya clearly enunciated every single word as she strode forward. Yu Jung Hyuk's judgment blurred for a moment then. She seized that opening and quickly ran towards the front of the secretive plotter. By the way, he looks exactly like you, Appa. Who are you exactly? Before long, she was within the touching distance of the plotter. Yu Jung Hyuk grew anxious. He wanted to swing his sword right now and shatter the ceiling sphere, but his little sister might get swept up in the air current if he made the slightest mistake here. As he began deliberating on his options, she placed her hand on the transparent ceiling sphere and innocently asked the figure inside, Are you trapped in this thing? You want me to help you get out of there? Yu Jung Hyuk dearly wanted to move and pull her away from there right now, but for some reason he couldn't. The secretive plotter was staring at Yumiya. His eyes were trembling from a very powerful agitation. Even Yu Jung-hyuk was surprised to see such an expression appear on the plotter's face. Someone who had lived through an untold amount of time. Yumiya pressed him further in the meantime. Come on now, answer me. Episode 86. The Square Circle. 4. Fin. Chapter 458. The Square Circle. 5. Yu Jung-hyuk was prepared to swing his dark heavenly demon sword if the secretive plotter tried to do something foolish, but rather unexpectedly, the latter easily answered back. He didn't even use his true voice either. You're right. I am trapped in here. His real, pure voice was heard for the first time. That prompted Yumiya to reply with a bright smile. Ask my appa to free you. He's super strong, you see? She spoke in an innocent voice, but he replied with a slow shake of his head. I can't leave this thing. What? Why not? The secretive plotter didn't reply. Wait, did my appa do something to you? He threatened you with scary words. Didn't he? No, that's not it. It's not? What then? The plotter didn't reply again. Without saying anything, he stared at Yumiya. He stared for a long time at the one person that no longer existed for him. And for the first time ever, a faint smile formed on his lips. It's because I chose to be in here. Yu Jung-hyuk saw that smile and couldn't say anything. Yumiya was busy asking what he meant, and meanwhile, the plotter quietly stared back at her. The latter slowly raised his hand, and his palm overlapped with hers through the thin, transparent layer. Their hand sizes were fairly similar. These two palms may have overlapped after transcending time and space, but they could never truly meet. It was then Yumiya blinked slowly and began faltering a little. Why am I so sleepy? Her body slowly fell to the ground. Yu Jung-hyuk quickly dashed to her side and embraced her. You bastard, what have you done? I only helped her dream of nice things. Yu Jung-hyuk studied his little sister. For sure, her incarnation body showed no signs of any strange symptoms. No, she simply was in a deep slumber, softly murmuring indecipherable sleep talk like beach volleyball and squid party, etc. He glared at the secretive plotter with a complicated expression. No matter how weakened he was, by using Yumiya he would have been able to escape from this situation pretty easily. However, he didn't do that. He simply stared longingly at the sleeping face of the girl, instead. What happened to Mia in your world? She survived. He answered immediately. And also died. That too was immediate. What does that even... Just as Yu Jung-hyuk opened his lips, he understood what those answers meant. So he shut his mouth right away. Seemingly crying sparks ever so faintly danced around. Under the pretext of the disconnected film theory, the memories of these two beings trembled and their fables shifted. In one world line, Yumiya survived for a long time, even after he died. The world of a man who lived 1864 lifetimes, just what kind of a world would that be? However, in another world line, she died. A regressor might have lived far more presence than anyone out there, but in reality, he was nothing more than a ghost of the past. He was an existence that had to move on to the next turn because he failed to alter the past. 0th turn, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 1863rd. This being was not a Yu Jung-hyuk from any of those regression turns. But he was the Yu Jung-hyuk that belonged to all the worlds, the man who carried all the worlds as his burden. And that was why he was more Yu Jung-hyuk than any other Yu Jung-hyuks. You're pitying me? Who would do that to a... Do you believe that my life was a misery? Yu Jung-hyuk couldn't tell if that was a form of sympathy directed at himself. The blade of the dark heavenly demon sword he held tightly was faintly trembling. Why was he hesitating now? He had come this far already, so what was left to hesitate? Just because he heard a bit of this bastard's past history. The secretive plotter opened his lips. Did you know? There was this young boy in the frontmost subway car that always died during every regression turn. That question came out of nowhere. Yu Jung-hyuk naturally recalled the events of the subway train. The very first scenario, the very first encounter with hell that he had to experience every single time. However, Yu Jung-hyuk didn't know anything about such a boy, because there were simply too many people who died in that manner back then. While regressing several times, I tried to prevent his death, but it was impossible. He was really a young boy, younger even than Lee Gil-yong. However, even such a child had to prove his credentials. For all of the 1863 lives, that child couldn't even put up a proper fight and had to die. He died and died and died over and over again. Yu Jung-hyuk couldn't say a single word. The plotter asked him again. Between a man who regressed 1863 times and a child who has to repeatedly die for 1863 times with no recollections of it, which one do you think is actually more miserable? That is, the plotter was implying this, that your pity had no meaning, no value whatsoever. Even then, Yu Jung-hyuk couldn't readily accept that. Indeed, there was no meaning in comparing the importance of different miseries. However, that also didn't mean that misery didn't exist. The star stream tries to make the lives of everyone into Gi Sung Jonjayol. However, a life was never supposed to be that. No, it's an unreasonable thing that can end at any time, whether it's Gi, beginning, Sung, development, or even during John, climax. And that's why, even if my life comes to an end here, it shouldn't come as a surprise. Did the boy from the subway make the same expression as this man? Yu Jung Hyuk couldn't tell. The secretive plotter stared back at him with a pair of quiet, still eyes. Yu Jung Hyuk stared back into those eyes for the longest time, before averting his gaze away, while lowering the dark, heavenly demon sword. You'll end up seeing that boy's death for the 1864th time if you regress again. In the end, he returned his sword back to its scabbard. This could be the wrong decision. Even then, Yu Jung Hyuk had made up his mind. Maybe he too didn't expect such a choice, because the secretive plotter remained speechless for a long while. You've been greatly influenced by Kim Dokja, it seems. Shut your mouth. I can kill someone like you at any. Multiple presences were drawing near. Voices were calling out to him. They were Kim Dokja and Han Suyong, plus those of the Kim Dokja Company's people. Although it irks me to admit this, let me say that one thing is for certain. This world line is different from any that I have lived through so far. It's possible that you and your group can truly witness what's beyond that wall. However, do not keep your hopes up, thinking that you'll see the conclusion you desire. And also, even if that conclusion wasn't what you initially wanted. The plotter's true voice suddenly grew fainter. His eyelids were slowly closing up. He was falling into another bout of deep slumber. Just as Kim Dokja emerged out from the thicket, the plotter finished what he wanted to say. Do not think of this world as a failed turn. We played beach volleyball. That was Yumiya's answer after I asked her about what happened here. I'm telling you, we grilled squids, and I played beach volleyball with my appa. Could it be that one's power of comprehension is lower if you're ugly? I wanted to tell her that there were 3 things wrong in her statement. 1, we were not near an ocean. 2, I wasn't ugly and my power of comprehension was… Well, I guess nothing serious has happened here. Han Suyong muttered in relief. Indeed, we couldn't see any traces of Yu Jung Hyuk causing an accident, and the secretive plotter was still stuck in a deep slumber. I put the plotter back inside the Zgrade Ferragini. There were a few things that didn't sit well with me, but now wasn't the time to grill the one responsible. Okay, everyone please gather around. Let's start the campfire. The flames rose up thickly and brightened the darkness of the campsite. Time was approaching closer to midnight. Only then did I remember something important. Hang on. My scenario hasn't… Damn it, I forgot all about it because of Yu Jung Hyuk. I could hear Bu humming bot just above my head. Scenario time limit has elapsed. Would I really get killed like this? Sub-scenario workers off day has ended. You need to resolve a total of 5 complaints. You have currently resolved 1 complaint. Do you have resolved all of your employees' complaints? New fable related to the Kim Dokja Company is being generated. Dada? Seriously, man. It's like you forgot your wits somewhere or some such, muttered Han Suyong, as she stared at the side of my face. Companions were giggling to themselves while looking at me. It was then I recalled their replies whenever I tried to talk to them. I don't have any particular complaints. That was for Real? No one here will blame you, you know. Han Suyong's disinterested voice spread out. We sat around soaking in the bonfire without saying anything else. I thought I could sense their hearts contained in this silence, and that caused my emotions to well up for some reason. Zhang Hui-Wen added something on top. Well, if you want me to find something to talk to you about, then I can think of one, but it's not a complaint, so… Even though the warm bonfire was before me, why did a chill creep down my back just then? In any case, we rested really well today. Someone didn't seem to have gotten any rest, though. Yu Sanga spoke, and Iji followed her up on that. But is it over like this? Aren't we going to light candles and start sobbing, or write stuff on a rolling paper? This ain't even a real school trip, so why should we? Besides, the paper. While listening to Han Suyong's retort, I began thinking. Rolling paper written by her, was it? That might be quite interesting, indeed. Han Suyong suddenly stopped talking there and looked at me before asking a question. You want me to write one for you? Not really. We aren't little kids anyway. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you never had any friends and didn't even go to membership trainings either? I guess you've never received one before. Then, if the total reserve of my mental energy declined during this trip, then it was all Han Suyong's fault. A few members of Kim Dokja Company blessed with strong drive had already purchased pens and large papers from the Dakibi bundle. Seriously, though, these greedy Dakibis even charged coins for something like that. Yu Jung Hyuk sitting across me on the other side of the campfire seemed to be angry as well. I want to participate in something like this. although his reason for anger seemed to be different from mine. Nevertheless, seeing my companions gathered around closely and scribbling on their papers gave me this fresh perspective on things. It's like this was a writing get-together for the poor, friendless Kim Dokja. While everyone was writing their names on the papers and passing it along, Lee Gil-yong suddenly raised his hand up. Hyung, I bought this off the Dakibi bundle, so can I fire it? Shin Yu-sung discovered the toy in the boy's hand and her expression brightened up instantly. Ah, isn't that the same thing people were firing around the Han River? Yeah, I remembered that, so I bought it. Let me try it too. No way. You buy your own. It's 2,000 coins, you know. Lee Gil-yong was currently holding onto a parachute helicopter. I had seen that a couple of times before, too. It was a toy that, when you pulled hard at the attached string and then let go, it'd fly up into the sky while emitting bright light. His toy seemed a bit special though, as it featured for large wings shaped like a square. Besides all that, though, that thing cost 2,000 coins? Okay, I'm gonna fire it. Lee Gil-yong fired the parachute helicopter into the air. The toy flew up and while spinning around vigorously, dyed the surroundings with bright light. The light scattered as if it was fireworks going off. Even though they should have been familiar with far more spectacular sights than this, the group still looked on genuinely impressed. The square-shaped wings of the helicopter spun around quickly and formed a circle. I thought it looked like a portal that led to the world we used to live in. We might not be able to go back anymore, but still, I felt the nostalgia of that world from it. It was around then that a system message resounded out. Incarnation, Lee Gil-yong, has used the item parachute helicopter, extra-large optical screen. The spinning wings of the helicopter grew larger and larger, and eventually changed shape to that of a huge screen. Lee Ji-hai frowned deeply. What the heck? It was a hologram panel? We now have to watch a scenario even in this place? Lee Gil-yong, did you even read the user's manual before? No, I thought it was just a helicopter, so I... Just as the boy tried to make his excuse, a small earthquake suddenly rocked the vicinity. The expressions on the companions hardened instantly. What kind of crap is it this time? Accompanying Han Soo-young's words, we all focused our attention on the screen in the air. And when we did, we understood the reason for the earthquake. First of all, it didn't belong to the Korean peninsula. The optical screen was now displaying the American continent. And right before our eyes, that large continent was disappearing in its entirety, because of a gigantic island rising up from the deepest part of the earth. Along with the entrance of that island, the American continent was being erased from the map itself. The applicable world line has reached its critical point. Elevation of the Forgotten Islands has begun. Yu Jung-hyuk, his expression hardened, quietly muttered out, "The end has begun." Episode 86. The Square Circle, 5. Thin. Chapter 459, Episode 87, The Heart of Steel 1. We headed back to Seoul right away. The first thing we confirmed was the safety of the industrial complex. We haven't detected any other strange phenomena after that event, said Aileen, currently in charge of the Central Situation Room. The display panel in the room was showing the footage shot near the Pacific Ocean. A gigantic island was rising up from the part of the ocean close to the American continent. I had no doubt that this was one of the calamities I knew of. Back in the ways of survival, the master of that island was a very powerful upper-rank outer god. Our issue now would be whether it was the same guy or not. My mother? She's currently at the eastern coastline. Eastern coastline? The rise of the Forgotten Island has begun. As the system message resounded out, we witnessed the waves rushing in at the other side of the Pacific. An unprecedented scale of terrain alteration had occurred, so it was obvious that an equally incredible volume of tsunami waves would crash into the various parts of the world pretty soon. Naturally, the one to bear the worst of it was the United States. Horrible screams of incarnation bodies resounded out and the streets of New York were being swept away. Tsunami waves weren't the end using the waves themselves, the lower-ranked outer gods, the nameless ones were rushing in as well. These low-ranked creatures were flooding in unchecked to tear and devour the American mainland. There was no time to ask for help either. Almost half of the continent had disappeared in less than 30 minutes after the calamity began. 1 hour later, the whole of the USA was covered in a jet-black aura. The scale of this calamity was so great that the Dark Castle or the disaster of floods couldn't even remotely compare in the scope. Could it be that my mother? Aline nodded her head and added something else. I'm not entirely sure if it qualifies as a good thing, but next up, the display panel switched to the eastern coastline of the Korean peninsula. As expected, the tsunami wave had reached this far as well. Although the height of the wave was much lower compared to the one that hit America, and there were no nameless ones riding on it, a tsunami wave still presented an enormous natural disaster all on its own. As soon as my mother's yell came to an end, powerful gusts of wind exploded out from the folding fan she was holding. Pungbeek, who acted all stiff and uptight back in the Great War of Saints and Demons, was pulling his weight this time, it seemed. Even Zhou Yongran, who could be called my mother's right hand, was taking an active part in the event, as well. Great fable, Shindansu, has begun its storytelling. Hongik must have been paying attention to this event, because the Shindansu's fable had planted its roots deeply into the ocean and was blocking the disaster by using the Korean peninsula's probability. While looking as if she just lost 10 years of her life, Han Suyong muttered dazedly. Anyways, isn't that woman in the United States, too? There was only one person that Han Suyong would refer to as that woman. Couldn't she have used her precognition to predict that? I was about to speak to you in regards to that, Matt. Even before Aileen could finish, the side door to the Situation Room opened up and a certain someone made her entrance. Confirming the visitor's identity, Yu Jung Hyuk immediately reached towards the dark heavenly demon sword. We didn't come to fight, so stay your sword, conquering king. Her eye of great demon vibrated brightly. They were the prophet Anna Croft and the Zarathustras she led. The alert has been issued 5 hours ago. Most have escaped to other parts of the world, but still many failed to leave on time. Why didn't you ask us for help? We simply didn't have the leeway. And also, we couldn't fully trust the information gleaned from the precognition, too. It was the first time that such large-scale information on the future had gone through such a sudden change, so Anna Croft looked quite troubled just then. A sudden change in the large-scale information on the future that would be a pretty good indication that even her precognition didn't possess any merit when it came to the final scenario. Han Suyong asked as if she wanted to nitpick. What about Asgard? They finished the Great War of Saints and Demons successfully, so they should have started supporting you once more. Anna Croft bit her lip hard as her head dropped lower. She then muttered softly. They told me to abandon the USA. The final scenario was about to begin. Most likely, not even Asgard would have the room to dwell on the fate of some continent from one of the many planets out there. Because Earth wouldn't be the only planet experiencing the signs of the impending apocalypse. The kugugugu. Exploding noise came out of the display panel. Gag. Where? The outer gods that captured the American coastline began howling out. I recalled the 95th scenario I experienced during the 1863rd turn. The invasion of the outer gods began sooner in that world line than ours. And soon we'd end up in a similar state. Because that's the story the stinking bureau wanted to see after all. Does South Korea have any countermeasures? Still thinking about it. I heard that you secretly contacted a king of outer gods. It seemed that she was talking about the secretive plotter here. Technically speaking, we have captured him, actually. Anna Croft's eyes visibly quaked when she heard me. She didn't seem to be aware of that. In that case, can this calamity be stopped through him? He's exhausted a great deal of probability, so that's not going to work. Besides, he's unrelated to this calamity. You know something, don't you? I didn't reply right away and simply held Anna Croft's gaze. One needed to offer up their information first if they wanted to learn something new from the others. That was the basics of information exchange. She must have figured out what I wanted from her, because she suddenly sighed out softly and began telling her story. I don't have a lot of info to give you. You can start with those. Firstly, the current locations for the Great Apocalypse scenario are a portion of the Pacific and the American continent. I already knew that. Applicable location is currently undergoing the Great Apocalypse. I confirmed a transparent dome being generated over the American continent as well as the whole of the Pacific Ocean. The nameless ones weren't allowed to leave outside the dome, it seemed. That was probably the extent of the probability the outer gods had been permitted at the moment. Secondly, the nameless ones can't be hunted down with regular weapons. Obviously, the weapons of the past don't work, and even the star relics from lower-graded scenarios are useless as well. Actually, the display panel did catch the sight of several incarnations desperately struggling against the nameless ones. One of them was the owner of a pretty well-known star relic, but his axe failed to cut the flesh of the nameless ones properly. The flesh of the incarnation body ripped apart by the sharp fangs splattered onto the screen, causing Iji to frown and turn her head away. I didn't look away but continued to observe the scene closely. Exclusive skill, comprehension, is activating. On the surface of the nameless one's carapaces, I spotted faint letters floating around. Yu Jung Hyuk spoke up first. It's a stigma. It's not just any stigma either. If it can stay in an uninterrupted activation like that, then it's already in the visualized fable stage. The visualized fable. Indeed, it was about time that such a level of probability would be allowed. Yu Jung Hyuk nodded his head in agreement. Most likely, the king of those nameless ones must be a being possessing incredible defensive capabilities. The dependence of a king would naturally follow their boss fable. Just like how the Koma Yu Jung Hyuk's, the dependence of the secretive plotter, had done so. The outer god that raised the island in the middle of the Pacific was most likely one of the 5 kings mentioned in the book written by the Recorders of Fear. The calamity of the Western world, the master of the sunken island. I spoke up as if to reassure my companions. Please, you don't have to worry too much. Upper-level constellations should possess weapons that can kill them. However, no constellations are participating in the battle. For sure, I couldn't see any constellations inside the display panel. Not even the common historical figure grades. We should start gathering them then. I glanced at Bu while getting ready to use my true voice. The channel was abnormally silent for some reason. Everyone must have seen that spectacle, yet there was not a single indirect message so far. It was possible that they were fearful of the king that hadn't emerged from the deepest part of the ocean. Zhang Haiyang. Our gazes briefly met and she nodded her head. If it was difficult to talk to constellations through the channel, then it'd be a good idea to borrow her powers. And a short while later, no one's replying. Not even one. But that was not possible. There were so many constellations in the star stream after all. The Black Flame Dragon was the only one that sent me a reply. But even he said that he's too busy and can't talk. Did you contact Olympus? What about the underworld? I called them first, but no reply either. Something was wrong here. I could somewhat understand if it's the Olympus, but underworld should have replied for sure. Not only that, what about Uriel or the great sage Heaven's equal? Han Suyang next to me clicked her tongue and spoke up. It's obvious what happened. This is the true nature of the creatures called the constellations. Each and every modifier of all the constellations that cheered us on brushed past my head. There were so many of them, yet none wanted to help us? Meanwhile, Han Suyang continued on. Many constellations watched out fables. Some cheered us on, while some were jealous of us. There were a variety of reactions, sure. And we earned lots of coins, too. But that's as far as it goes. You think the world was truly moved by our stories? Do you really think you have managed to change the star stream? I'm not that naive, but still. Constellations only subscribe to the channels that meet their tastes. They are no longer entertained, so they simply moved on to other channels. That's all. I couldn't be sure whether Han Suyang was right or not. Next location for the Great Apocalypse is Northeast Asia. Time remaining until the start of the Great Apocalypse scenario is 14 days, 12 hours, and 7 minutes. But I was sure that the planet Earth would go down the drain if they continued to avoid us. Zhang Huiwen asked a question. What should we do? Well, it's not as if I didn't foresee something like this happening. My words caused Han Suyang to narrow her eyes. You got something? If they are not willing to meet us, then we should go and speak to them instead. Where will you go first, then? As I thought, it's the easiest of the lot, the underworld, right? I think you're probably the only person out there who calls the underworld the easiest. I ignored the smirking Han Suyang and looked at Zhang Huiwen. Asking for underworld's aid was indeed a priority, but there was something else more urgent than that right now. We had about 14 days left. With the minimum effort, we needed to get the maximum possible result. We should regain our lost comrade first. What I was looking at was the steel sword hanging on Zhang Huiwen's hips. Soul of the character Yi Hyansong is in slumber. The aftereffects of the steel transformation 5th stage was worse than I expected, it seemed. Well, go meet the Master of Steel. The Master of Steel? Will someone like that help us? I nodded my head. The Master of Steel is a powerful constellation. Although he's not a myth grade, there's no doubt we need his powers far more urgently than any top-tier constellations out there. How come? I don't have the time to give you a detailed explanation. For now, let's get ready to move. We needed an emergency hotline, as well as the minimum level of defensive forces. So Zhang Haiyang, Gong Pildu, and Yi Seolhua were left behind in the industrial complex. I felt bad about leaving them behind again, but after seeing their expressions, I got the feeling that I was actually doing them a huge disservice by thinking that way. When I thought about it, Yi Seolhua said something similar to that, didn't she? Come back soon, and leave this place to us. Them being left behind in Seoul wasn't easier of the two jobs. Just like how the story continued on because there were things that hadn't been told yet. We got in the Zgrade Ferragini immediately and entered the dimensional road network. Our coordinate was OZ7611. Resplendent stars of the star stream brushed past us, and tension gradually dyed the expressions of my companions. You don't have to be that tense, everyone. Just think of it as going out for a fun outing. Take it as an extension of that workers' revolution or whatever you called it. But isn't it working hours right now? I'm saying this because where we're headed off to isn't that scary. Where exactly are we going? Well, as I've told you, we're going to the stronghold of the Master of Steel. Just what the heck is that guy's real identity? Anyway, Han Suyang became too frustrated and shot me that question. It's more or less possible to guess the identities of other constellations through their modifiers, right? The prisoner of the golden headband is Sun Wukong, while the god of wine and ecstasy is Dionysus. But this guy, I just can't figure it out. And there was no info on him in the parts that I read either. Well, if you're that curious, why don't you take a guess through the predictive plagiarism? You want me to use my ability on something this small? I shrugged my shoulders. I took a look at the faces of my companions, and not just Han Suyong, but everyone seemed to be really curious about who this Master of Steel could be. Zhang Hui-1 asked me, "Is he someone from a myth that we know?" "He's not from a myth, but well, he's a really famous constellation regardless. Actually, there's even a famous story that used his fable as its foundation. But, I don't think the kids know about it all that well, though." My words caused both Shin Yusung and Yi Gilyong to become dejected right away. Just before I could continue on, noises of explosions came from behind us. "Those sons of bitches." Han Suyong, steering the vehicle, cried out in sheer astonishment. Shadows of battleships were cast on the rearview mirror. And it wasn't just one or two either. At a bare minimum, there were dozens of spaceships giving us chase while scattering ether particles. Shin Yusung asked me, "Aren't they from a nebula? Why are they attacking us?" I couldn't be sure, but those things looked like fable weapons belonging to great nebulas such as Vedas or Papyrus. Ijihai frowned deeply and spoke up. "Should I just summon my Geobuxian?" "No, don't. We don't have the time to fight them. Step on it, Han Suyong." We didn't have too much to go until our destination. Anyway, in the blink of an eye, the Z-grade Ferragini shot forward and crossed the dimensional road in a shiver-inducing speed. And soon afterwards, a new message popped up in the air. "You've arrived in the coordinate OZ 1900. Along with the loud screech, the vehicle came to stop in midair. The place we arrived in was actually a train station of sorts. And that station was a small wooden house. I shouted out, "Everyone get out quickly and enter that house." Almost at the same time as everyone filed into this house, the Z-grade Ferragini exploded into bits. God damn it, I hadn't even driven it that many times, too. I confirmed that everyone was inside and closed the front door shut. Right after that, a powerful tornado was stirred up around the wooden house. The structure rose up in the air before moving at a breakneck pace. I shouted again, "Shut the windows and lock them." "You think closing the windows will actually help?" Han Suyong threw out a tackle, but she still diligently closed the windows. I spotted the Mystery Nebula reloading their weapons in the far-off distance. It was indeed an impressive spectacle to witness dozens upon dozens of battleships charging their photon cannons at once. An attack of that magnitude could probably blow up the Korean peninsula in one go. Ijihai urgently shouted out, "Ajusi, even if it's now. Don't worry, we're safe here." Suddenly, the entire house went through a geometric transformation. Its interior expanded rapidly, and accompanied by loud metallic noises, steel pipes suddenly began growing throughout the house. What the heck? Wasn't this a wooden house? Docking procedure will now commence. The house floating in the air was secured to something as the loud docking noises resounded out. And at the same time, the burst of gunfire rained down on us. The firepower on display here was enough to blow away a continent to oblivion. But then, an unimaginably humongous steel barrier suddenly grew around the entirety of the planet as noisy exhaust sounds resounded out. Streams of gunfire flying in crashed into that barrier and were extinguished without a trace. My companions carried this rather scared, silly look on their faces from the sheer scale of the barrier as they all turned to look at me. The exterior of the planet we arrived at could be seen through the windows. It was a city glimmering in a silvery hue. The giant planet that reminded one of a contracting heart. "Welcome to the Heart of Steel, Oz." The Heart of Steel, Oz. This was the planet where the strongest metal found in the star stream grew. Episode 87. The Heart of Steel 1. Finn. Chapter 460. The Heart of Steel 2. The ship's hull will now enter the stabilization process. Please be on standby. While listening to the system messages, my companions dazedly looked out of the windows. The house that got swept away by a tornado and entering a brand new world. Surely, some of them should have realized what exactly was going on here. "Ajusi, this is that, right? That Wizard of Oz?" Rather unexpectedly, the one to ask me first was Ijihai. "You heard about it? An old friend of mine used to love a musical related to it." Ijihai was bragging a bit, but then her expression suddenly became gloomy. Zhang Hui-1 noticed that and quickly took over from there. "By the way, isn't The Wizard of Oz a relatively modern literary work? If I remember correctly, it was created in the year 1900, I believe," said Yusanga. "As expected of Sanga Yoni. You really do know everything." Ijihai raised her thumb up. Zhang Hui-1 carried on. "But that doesn't make sense, does it? This world is only around 100 years old, but I heard from Heinz-Yongsai that the Master of Steel is a far older constellation than that." "You're correct, Hui-Wansi." She was asking a valid question. All fables would go on to construct existences sooner or later. Yet the age of the fable in question that could have constructed an existence was too short, so it was only natural that questions would be raised. "What do you think about the journey to the west?" "Pardon? Do you believe that the journey came about first, or the great sage was around way before that? That brought about the moment of realization to my companions. Does that mean the Master of Steel existed before that story? It might or might not. What the heck? It was as I said. The ages of those beings that became fables would gradually get harder to distinguish as time went on. A constellation would start from a source fable, but even such a fable would minutely change as time elapsed. The ship stabilization process has concluded. Exit will now open. Well, we'll find out once we get there, said Han Suyong, as she lightly leaped out first. E.G. Hai and the two kids, looking clearly excited, quickly followed after her. Let's get going as well, said I. The remaining companions nodded their heads and exited from this ship. If my memory was correct, the scenario of Oz mirrored the original novel's adventure. The house flown away by the tornado would arrive in another world called Oz, and the unfortunate one that gets squashed flat would be the Wicked Witch. What the hell is this? And that's when I heard E.G. Hai's yell. Yup, she must have discovered the witch below the house, then. However, hey, it's a fake? Something was indeed crushed under the house. However, it wasn't an actual witch but a doll mocked up to look like one. Its state was so filthy and neglected that it would be hard to argue this thing was once a witch. Han Suyong picked up the broken leg of the mannequin and asked me, "What is this?" I quietly studied the leg. The progression has changed from the original. The planet Oz from the Ways of Survival was a type of theme park. The visitors would follow the route of the original Wizard of Oz, which went along the lines of encounter the Munchkins first, then after receiving different roles to play, travel towards the Emerald Castle. However, something was wrong here. The dwarves, Munchkins, are nowhere to be found. Yu Jung Hyuk muttered quietly. Somewhat different from what my master told me. I agreed with him. What was up with this view? The Silver City, with bleak winds blowing through it, was showing almost no sign of life. Something feels really dreary. Isn't this world supposed to be a fairy tale? Even I, a man who read The Ways of Survival inside out, didn't possess a whole lot of info related to Oz. It was introduced properly only once during the original novel during Yu Jung Hyuk's 999th regression turn. In the latter half of The Ways of Survival, the scene skips happened far more frequently, and stuff related to Oz got relegated to simple lines such as, "They went to Oz to get fable metal that could strengthen their weapons." It's a sad place, isn't it? It'd have been nicer for a happier story to permeate in this place. Yi Hyan Song from the 999th turn said that. It still remained vividly in my head even now. This was where he awakened his powers and ended up inheriting the status and the will of the Master of Steel. But no matter how hard I looked, our current view was completely different from the original novel. Why? Was it because we changed a lot of the original storyline? This was none other than Oz. It was not one of the planets strongly influenced by the changes Kim Dokja Company caused. Shouldn't those fairy-like creatures gather around us to sing and dance while taking us somewhere? Forget about fairies, I can't even see a single fly, said Han Suyong. The theme park's broken notice board was found discarded on the ground. It was as if we were looking at a closed-down amusement park. Still, the kids seemed to be really excited regardless. They stuck close to my sides and began muttering away. It's almost like a haunted house. We decided to follow the yellow road marked on the ground for the time being. According to the original, the Emerald Castle should be waiting for us at the end of this road. And sure enough, we did spot a tall green tower after walking for a bit. And a small city was built around that tower. An aged castle has been constructed at the place where all journeys come to an end. So, we wish for you to willingly pay us a visit and remember our story. Somewhat poignant words were written on the entrance to the city. It was around then that Yu Jung Hyuk suddenly spoke up. I shall act on my own from here. What? Why? There is an excellent blacksmith living among the dwarves in this place. I recalled a certain sentence after hearing him. The ounce's metal is permeated with the most ancient type of magic, so, indeed, Oz was the place of origin for the metal permeated with the oldest fable in the Starstream. Even Yu Jung Hyuk's weapon from the original was reinforced with the steel from this place. The greatest supreme sword reborn as the star relic after the ounce's metal and Yu Jung Hyuk's fable were intertwined. That was the star relic he used in the latter half of the novel, Heaven-Shaking Sword. Of course, that was the story from the original, and the one to get reinforced this time around would be the dark heavenly demon sword, but still, ounce's steel is the strongest in the Starstream. Securing suitable weapons is an utmost priority. After declaring such, Yu Jung Hyuk didn't even wait for our permission and simply went on his way. Companions looked at me, silently asking if this was okay, and I replied with a simple shrug of my shoulders. Since I had multiple reasons for coming to Oz anyway, there was a need to split the group here. Also, the whole group wasn't really necessary to save Yi Hyan Song. I spoke to E.G. Hai and her brilliantly sparkling eyes. You should go after him, too. Don't you want to upgrade your battleship? Hell yes. The clearly happy E.G. Hai quickly trotted away. Next up, I looked at Yu Sanga. Usangasi, can you tail them for the time being? I'm kind of worried about sending those two alone. And also, the kids. I'm sure there are lots of things to sightsee around here. Let's go. Please hurry. The children held onto both hands of Usanga and they soon disappeared towards the high street. Now that the noisy group had been split up like this, I felt a bit hollow for some reason. The remaining people were Zhang Huiwen, Han Suyong and me. Han Suyong muttered out. So only Dorothy, the smart scarecrow, and the cowardly lion remain. There were 4 members in the Wizard of Ounce's main group. They were the protagonists Dorothy, Tin Woodman, the scarecrow, and the cowardly lion. I spoke up. Since you went ahead and said the smart scarecrow, I'm guessing that's you. Bingo. I want to ask you about the other 2. You're the cowardly lion, obviously. Thanks. While chatting and giggling away, we entered the center of the city. If this place remained as a theme park, such a composition could have been rather fun. Zhang Huiwen shook her head while looking at us and strode forward without hesitation. A handful of monkeys hidden in the nooks and crannies of the city were glancing at us. It certainly didn't feel like a welcoming atmosphere. This world didn't welcome us or even bother to greet us. Forget about a fairy tale, the overall vibe suited a horror novel far better. Not too long afterwards, we arrived before the Emerald Tower. Han Suyong was the first to speak up. It looks like a magic tower. Well, an actual wizard is living here, so... Although I couldn't be sure if he was still alive even now. We approached the entrance and knocked on the door, only to be greeted by a stiff, curt voice of a man. State your business. We seek an audience with the Master of Steel. No reply came back. The door remained resolutely shut. It seemed that I made a slip of tongue somewhere. I quickly recalled the ways of survival. What did they say in the 999th turn again? While I remained engrossed in my thoughts, Zhang Huiwen suddenly unsheathed her sword and spoke up. Return Haiyanxiang's soul before I split this damn tower in half. The status of an archangel exploded out from her entire figure. And just as the intense flames of hellfire started burning on the steel sword's blade, the door hesitantly opened up. The Emerald Castle is welcoming all of you. I wondered if this was fine, but since we didn't have a lot of time, I figured might as well. Han Suyong had found an ideal opportunity here, so she muttered in an impressed voice. As expected of our Dorothy. Shut up. I didn't come here to fool around. Han Suyong sneaked closer to my side and whispered through the midday tryst. Super scary. Is that the power of love? Zhang Huiwen was marching forward while her steel sword drew arcs in the air. She was originally a spirited person to begin with, but seeing her like this, I couldn't help but admit that her current aura was indeed astonishing. I guess so. The interior of the tower was rather plain and boring. There weren't any eye-catching decorations to speak of, and only the most necessary items were placed here and there. It was like the inside of Yi Hyansong's military backpack. We walked for another 5 minutes or so before a room resembling an audience chamber made its appearance. We opened its doors and entered immediately. Colorful spotlights came to life and a giant, silver-colored mask floated up in the middle of the chamber. A pair of hollow eyes were now looking at us. The Kim Dokja Company, is it? The Steel's true voice reverberated within the audience chamber. I immediately realized that this guy was the Master of Steel, the Fable-grade constellation and Yi Hyansong's backer. This mask was probably a symbolic item. That's correct. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm guessing that you're the Demon King of Salvation. I nodded my head. The silver mask looked at me as if this whole thing was rather annoying. What is the purpose of your visit here? Going straight to the topic, is it? I thought that this was for the better. Please return Yi Hyansong's soul to us. We know that you have the ownership over it. That's impossible. Why not? His soul is required to maintain this planet. That was completely unexpected. I glanced to my side, only to discover Zhang Huiwen glaring daggers in my direction. I quickly followed up. I'm well aware that sponsorship contracts are usually like this, but regardless of what, Haiyanxiangsai is our comrade. I was under the impression that you liked our story so far? Besides, doesn't Oz possess more than enough great fables? Surely, there isn't a reason to use Haiyanxiang's soul as the power source? The fable of Wizard of Oz was famous enough to be well known back on Earth, too. Sure, the fame had cooled down a little in recent times, but this story managed to generate a shocking level of popularity throughout the planet once upon a time. It was that famous on Earth, so how popular would it have been in the star stream? So, the lack of a power source simply didn't make any sense at all. Even then, the Master of Steel remained resolutely stubborn. Go back. I can't return his soul. Episode 87. The Heart of Steel 2 Finn. Chapter 461, The Heart of Steel 3. If you really require a power source, then why don't we exchange fables? We can supply you with fables that can serve as useful replacements. I told you to go back. As I thought, something was off here. If it was simply about using Yi Hyunsong as a power source, then there shouldn't be a reason to say no to my offer. I'm sorry, but we must take his soul back with us. The final scenario will soon begin. Meaning, this is no time for us to worry about your well-being. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has begun its storytelling. I unleashed my status, causing the Master of Steel to speak in a bit of a fluster. You dare to oppose me inside Oz? Accompanied by its such-a-chuch-it noise, sparks exploded inside the audience chamber. The Master of Steel was a fable-grade constellation, but when in Oz, his status would. I've been generous by receiving you lot, yet you. Be almost on the same level as a myth-grade constellation. Kadoo-doo-doo-doo. The whole planet seemingly writhed about violently like a heart repeating the actions of contracting and relaxing. Han Suyong stared at me with a pale complexion. Are you insane, Kim Dokja? Why are you trying to fight in C? I began unleashing the fables next. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, has begun its storytelling. The main great fables started their storytelling and the audience chamber quaked as if it collapsed at any given moment. I stepped across the violently rocking floor and walked forward. The Master of Steel shouted out, "Step back. If you don't, I shall." Yup, thought as much. There were plenty of opportunities to subdue me. Yet this Master of Steel only issued warnings repeatedly without actually doing anything. It was like dealing with the cowardly lion. I walked straight through the mask and advanced forward to reach the rearmost wall of the audience chamber. The Master of Steel was shouting something at me, but I ignored it all and simply punched the wall. Hard. In the next moment, the silver mask floating around like a hologram disappeared. Listen here, monkey. And I could see a monkey through the wide open hole in the wall, shivering away in pure fear. Where is the real Master of Steel? A short while later, we managed to get some useful info from the monkey. Han Suyong spoke first. Okay, so, the Master of Steel isn't here. If you do this, the Master of Steel will switch off the true voice now. It doesn't even sound like a proper true voice. Anyway, probably forgive you, said the now dejected monkey. It was likely that this monkey was a henchman of the real Master of Steel. I wasn't sure why, but this little guy was acting like a constellation in this place for some reason. Hang on, was it you who sent all those indirect messages until now, then? Guys, that's right. However, I was accurately conveying the Master of Steelnim's intentions. You were conveying his intentions? My question prompted the monkey's gaze to shift towards a corner of the audience chamber. That was where we could see an altar with a steel sword stabbed into its surface to resemble a cross. I took an especially closer look at the exterior of the sword. Now normally, I can hear the Master's intentions through that altar. But lately, messages from him have stopped arriving, and I reached out to the steel sword. I felt a certain flinching jolt when I touched it. Although very faint, it was the same sensation I felt back when I came in contact with a different world line, which meant that the Master of Steel was in existence from another world line. But that was not possible. As far as I knew, the Master of Steel was Tin Woodman from the Wizard of Oz. Could it be that someone else had appropriated that constellation modifier? While I was stewing inside my thoughts, Han Suyong asked the monkey, "Does the wretched state of your planet have something to do with that?" Well, some part of it, yes. But neglecting maintenance also contributed to the issue as well. Every fable is bound to stagnate, after all. It has been a really long time since magic has disappeared from Oz, you see. Do you actually know how old the fable of this place is? Don't know. Tourists don't come to Oz anymore. It's already been over 3 years since the last time the monthly average visitor numbers reached double digits. The monkey's eyes were dyed in the light of vague reminiscence, as if he was recalling the glory days of yore or something. Once upon a time, Oz was the #1 theme park in the Star Stream. Zhang Hui-Wen frowned deeply. I don't want to hear about stuff like that. So, are you going to return Hyeon-seong's soul or not? Well, that is a bit. Why not? The whole reason why we managed to maintain double-digit attendance numbers is due to Yi Hyunsong. That's why. What are you talking about? The monkey hesitated greatly before answering her. Have you heard the news that lately the powers of all great fables are in decline? Powers of the great fables are declining. It's not just Oz. Many fables that constitute great fables have all entered the path of stagnation similar to Ounce's situation. But why? A certain fable that has appeared in recent times has begun eating into the percentages of other fables, you see. The monkey raised its head and with eyes full of resentment, began glaring at me. I'm talking about you people's fable. In conclusion, we did get something out from the visit to the Emerald Castle. The monkey told us this. You can take Yi Hyunsong away. In return, please help us with advertising Oz. We asked how we could do that, and he replied like this. You'll find out when you get to where Yi Hyunsong currently is. And that was the reason why this trio, were standing in this particular place. At some distance away, we could see a Ferris wheel that no longer functioned as well as an ancient, decrepit carousel. It was the stereotypical site of a rundown, bankrupt theme park. There is no wizard in Oz. It seemed that was the name of this theme park. In a way, it sounded rather cool. My problem was with what was written below it. However, we have Lee Hyun-sung. Lee Hyun-sung Memory Experience Center now open. Find Lee Hyun-sung's soul hidden somewhere in the Experience Center to win a cool, pre-selected prize. What the hell was the meaning of this? We headed to the ticket booth to find a list of prices waiting for us. Entrance ticket 4,000 coins. Free pass, 50% discount, 3,000 coins. This was basically telling us to buy the free pass. The ticket booth employee asked us, how many? 3,000 coins per incarnation. 60,000 for a constellation. Did I hear him wrong just now? I became dazed after being on the receiving end of such cruel discrimination for the first time in my life. But then, Jong Hui-won suddenly extended her hand in my direction. This counts as company expenses, right? We're on the clock after all. Of course. Give me one for incarnation. She unhesitantly swiped with the company expenses card and entered the Memory Experience Center right away. I remained dazed, while Han Soo-young stepped past me. Excuse me, one more in car. Hang on. What is it now? There is a special discount category. I pointed at the small notice attached next to the price list. Constellation X Incarnation Couple Discount Coupon, now available. This is a special couples discount coupon designed for those sponsors visiting along with their incarnations. Make beautiful new memories with your incarnation and enjoy sweet, relaxing time together. Han Soo-young finished reading the notice and turned to look at me. I nodded my head, which prompted her to ask a question. Have you finally lost it? Even if we have enough coins, I don't have enough to spend in this place. She glared at me with seething eyes, and as if calculating something in her head, she counted with her fingers for a bit, and finally alternated her gaze between the price list and me. Eventually, she sighed grandly and asked, fine, what will you give me in return? What are you two doing? Jong Hui-won discovered Han Soo-young and I, and said that in dismay. But that was understandable, because both of us were sporting an identical pair of wolf ear headbands right now. Applicable item can't be taken off while inside the Memory Experience Center. Please show off the close bond you share with your incarnation to other constellations. Han Soo-young replied to her in a shameless voice. I'm working part-time in the dating industry. Let's search for Hyun-seong first. Shall we? According to the monkey, Lee Hyun-sung's soul should be wandering around somewhere in this Memory Experience Center. Not sure why he was roaming around in this place, but we had a little bit of time on our hands, so we walked around the Memory Experience Center with calm minds. I was wondering what exactly this place was, and we soon got to find out. Lee Hyun-sung, born as a healthy and big baby weighing in at 5.4 kilograms. Lee Hyun-sung, 5 years old, rescues a friend from bullies. This was where we would get to experience his life. Only those holding the free pass can enter. The chamber's experience will begin once you enter. Will you enter? Does this mean we will get to experience the feelings of a newborn? Who the heck would want to pay money to experience something like that? This theme park seemed to be similar in nature to a generalized amusement park. We could enter individual experience centers to experience Lee Hyun-sung's life through either his eyes or someone near him. Jong Hui-won spoke up. I guess we really have become famous lately. Someone even came up with a thing like this, too. I'm kinda curious about that one over there. We became totally entranced and studied the various parts of Lee Hyun-sung's life. It felt as if I had really become a constellation. Hang on, I really was a constellation, wasn't I? Lee Hyun-sung, 17 years old, fails in his quest for his first love. Jong Hui-won stared at this particular center without saying anything. So I naturally had to ask, are you planning to go in? No. We continued to search for Lee Hyun-sung. His soul gave off a unique fable reaction. And we could definitely sense that particular reaction nearby, but Lee Hyun-sung, encountering the judge that destroys evil. After walking about for a while, we discovered several experience centers related to the Kim Dokja company. Pure Steel Lee Hyun-sung. With judge that destroys evil, he... Jong Hui-won's steps gradually gained pace. We diligently followed after her. However, we still couldn't sense Lee Hyun-sung's presence. We looked through a row of the experience centers and turned around to leave, but found someone unexpected behind us. It wasn't the guy we were looking for, though. A Juicy? It was E.G. Hai wearing a fox-ear headband. And why are you here? E.G. Hai provided a short explanation after I asked her. The first part of the tale was about Yu Young Hyuk, Yu Sang-ah, the kids, and her heading to the blacksmith only to be told that the supply of fable metal had run out. The second part was about how they walked around disappointed only to coincidentally discover this place. And finally, the last part regarding how they just couldn't win against the kids pestering them, so they bought a family discount to enter. Family discount? What are you fools doing here? I looked back and sure enough, Yu Jung Hyuk and his fox ears were standing there. He alternated his gaze between me and Han Suyong before throwing out a question. Have you regained Yi Hyun-song's soul yet? We came here to find it. Besides, what are you doing here instead of searching for the Fable metal? The blacksmith was temporarily closed. Apparently, their supply of Fable metal had run out. I could guess why something like that had happened. Perhaps it was related to the weakening of Ounce's great fable. I saw Yu Sang-ah waving her hand from afar. I also spotted Shin Yu-sung and Yi Gil-yong wearing headbands that reminded me of a dragonfly's wings. Yoni, let's go inside that one next. That one. Oh my, that one's for over 18s, you know. Somehow, the whole gang had assembled once more. I figured this was for the best. Since it had come to this, searching for Yi Hyun-song together could save us from further trouble. It was then that Zhang Huiwan's voice came from a bit of distance away. Everyone, please come over here. We hurriedly went over to her side. And that's where we discovered a certain experience center with an especially high number of warning signs posted outside compared to the others we've seen so far. This experience center can only be entered by persons older than 18 years of age. After experiencing the possession, you might suffer from mental anguish due to the severe, harsh treatment. Caution should be exercised if South Korean male incarnations wish to use this center. I looked up at the title card for the Memory Experience Center and spoke to the others. Looks like we found him. There was no doubt about it. The dull and slow-moving fable unique to Yi Hyun-song could definitely be felt from this particular experience center. He was inside this thing. I reconfirmed the name of this experience center one more time. I lost a shell by mistake. Episode 87. The Heart of Steel 3, Fin. Chapter 462, The Heart of Steel 4. Hyun-sanji will do it right. Hey, it's still not too late. Tie the pet bottles to your legs and jump from the 3rd floor. Others eventually all serve, anyway. So it's fine. Come back after becoming a man. Those were pretty common advice given to someone about to be drafted, just like his life. A life too busy chasing after what everyone else was doing. Just like everyone else, he had to sing Private's letter, and without a best friend nor a girlfriend to bid him goodbye, walked into the recruit training center. 53rd trainee. 53rd trainee Yi Hyun-song here. Yi Hyun-song's early military life wasn't so bad. Thanks to his naturally tall height and well-built muscles, he even got recommended to become a commander in training too. He would have even graduated the training course with citations were it not for messing up the commander's pledge repeatedly. Trainee, do you think the words of your training supervisor are a joke? He realized it from an early age that he was rather slow-witted. Didn't matter what it was, he learned it later than everyone else, and he was also rather slow in analyzing his situations too. Even then, he managed to live on relatively fine all because there were some people who appreciated his relaxed and honest personality. Unfortunately, there were no such people to be found in the army. Just why do I have to be paired with him in the buddy system? A big freaking body and nothing much besides. Yi Hyun-song endured the trainee life even as he was subjected to various insults and ridicules. By the time he completed the training course, he became someone who could finish showering in 5 minutes or pack his sleeping gear in less than 1 minute. Not too long afterwards, the moment he'd be dispatched to a base had arrived. This was the moment he had been waiting forever since he got drafted. Giving away sweet tips to those about to join the army. Follow these instructions after you get to a base. Hot. 812. From the shoe inserts to use during prolonged marching, to being loved by his seniors after he got assigned to a base, the so-called sweet tips on the internet he diligently studied the day before joining the military was his only hope. His fellow trainees left one by one. He was the last one remaining. And the person to come fetch him was a person named Sergeant First Class Jong. A steel hat deeply pressed on this person's head obscured their face. You come with me. While he rode on the noisy military truck headed to somewhere, Yi Hyun-song thought about his life one more time. He thought about the next couple of years ahead, as well as the trials and tribulations waiting for him. His new army base was in the middle of a small mountain. And so, this would be where his army life would begin proper. He finished the simple registration process for a new recruit with the aid of a manager and headed off to the barracks. And the moment he opened the building's door wide, you must definitely do this. Yi Hyun-song did exactly what the internet tip said he should do. Except you're newbie. If this was a regular army, his army life would have come to an end right there. That was if this was the regular army base. As his duffel bag was flung in the air, everything around him slowed down to a crawl, like a slow-motion video. The bag slowly came undone midair. Unwashed army-issue underwears, toilet papers, and soap he used back in the boot camp very slowly scattered in the air. Also, Yi Hyun-song's own triumphant, confident face, filled with the hope of his upcoming army life. As this scene resembling a tragedy-filled movie played out, someone suddenly asked a question. What should we do? That elicited a reply from someone else. Nothing much. This is who Hien Seongsai is. In any case, let's accept this reality. The hardcore treatment last time didn't work, so this time, let's go with the promised progressive army concept. Stop being noisy and get it started already, Kim Dokja. Well then, let's start over again. And then, the scene began moving forward again. Splat. His duffel bag shooting forward seemingly out of a cannon crashed on the floor like a real cannon shell. The atmosphere became icy in an instant as if someone poured cold water. And the glares of his seniors belatedly stabbed into Lee Hyun-song. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Could it be that he made a mistake? Right next moment. Sergeant First Class Jong grinned brightly and clapped hands. Begin your smile exercise now. Ha ha ha. Wow, now that was funny. My first time seeing such a refreshing debut. That prompted the seniors in the barracks to give him a standing ovation as if they were waiting for this moment. Rukyanim, really well done. Wonderful job. As the sounds of hands clapping resounded out, Lee Hyun-song grew even more puzzled. But still, his triumphant air returned. The sweet tip had been right. Sergeant First Class Jong spoke towards the soldiers. Young Hyeki, you're his direct senior, so take good care of this guy. Understood. The noisy atmosphere continued on. In the meantime, Lee Hyun-song discovered a senior tidying up his scattered belongings on the floor for him. His uniform was perfectly straight, the light in his eyes sharp and fierce, and his face was like a fine sculpture. His chest was home to the Army service ribbon of Private First Class, and the name tag of Yu Jung-hyuk. So this person is my direct senior. It was then, this senior's scary eyes landed on Lee Hyun-song. I am Private Second Class Lee Hyun-song. Your spot is this way. His stuff had been gathered up in the blink of an eye and was placed in the locker. Other seniors looked impressed as if they were expecting it. Newbie, watch and learn from him. Young Hyeki is our base's ace, you see? Just from looking at the atmosphere of his seniors, he could already tell what kind of a being his direct senior was. That perfectly set beret, that perfectly set bedding, it was as if everywhere this person touched sparkled brightly. If he could carry on his army life just like this senior. What's this? We have a newbie? It was at this moment that a cheerful voice came from the entrance. A man's face caked in sweat as if he was returning from a hard day's work was there. Lee Hyun-song confirmed the rank of sergeant as the man brushed past him, and he quickly performed a military salute. Loyalty. Don't be so tense. It's fine. The sergeant studied Lee Hyun-song's face before breaking out in a grin. He then shifted his gaze towards Private First Class Yu Jung-hyuk. Looks like our Jung Hyeki's military life is about to get a whole lot easier now. He's already got himself a direct junior and all. The complexion of the man snickering away was far too pale for a soldier. But why was this? The moment he saw this man, Lee Hyun-song felt the sensation of the deepest corner of his heart ache a little. Soldiers confirmed the face of the man and shouted out, Sergeant Kim Dokjanam. Good to see you back from your hard day's work. Alright, men. By the way, why isn't Jung Hyeki greeting me? Wel, come back. Private First Class Yu Jung-hyuk trembled visibly, his complexion ashen white. It felt as his scowl didn't form out of fear, but more like out of sheer rage instead. Sergeant Kim Dokja shrugged his shoulders after observing his reaction, then spoke up. Welcome to our squad, Lee Hyun-song. In Private Second Class, Lee Hyun-song. Sir. This was the first meeting between Lee Hyun-song and the squad leader Kim Dokja. As far as the former's memories were concerned, that was. About 2 weeks went by since he was shipped out. During that time, Lee Hyun-song got to learn various things about this base. For instance, about Sergeant Kim Dokja, the de facto authority in the squad he belonged to. Got it? If that fool Yu Jung-hyuk does something out of line, you must tell me right away. Private Second Class, Lee Hyun-song. There's no such thing. Nope, listen. Such a thing will happen. You already suffered plenty of times, you see. I think I misheard you, sir? And then Private First Class Yu Jung-hyuk, who always stayed by his side and led by example, and also glared at Sergeant Kim Dokja every single chance he got. Polish your military boots this way. Private Second Class Lee Hyun-song. He'll work hard. Working hard has no meaning. The important thing is doing it right. Also, Medical Officer Lieutenant Yu, who periodically showed up to do health checkups. You have a bruising on your leg. Should I just have you discharged for health reasons? Private Second Class Lee Hyun-song. You'll be fine. Then, should I stitch you up? I'm pretty good with needles. Then, Sergeant First Class Jong, who seemed to be disinterested yet also meticulous, and sometimes looking at Lee Hyun-song with a saddened expression. How is it? You good? Private Second Class, Lee Hyun-song. I'll do my utmost best. It's fine if you don't. You always try your best anyway. Everyone here, they all had something weird about them. for the sake of establishing the culture of progressive army environment. However, if he were to pick the strangest person out of them all, then all soldiers must read web novels during their downtime. Reading web novels is the alpha and omega of a productive downtime. It was none other than the squad commander, Captain Han. That's enough. It's your downtime now. All of you read web novels. Lo, Yalti. That's how Hyeonsung's dreamlike soldier life began. However, he had no idea. Currently, Kim Dokja Company is challenging the memory experience centers. I lost a shell by mistake. Applicable experience center's difficulty is rated hardest. Number of attempts to clear it is currently 3. He had no idea that this soldier life wasn't his first time. It didn't really need to be explained, but the total number of people participating in this scenario was 5. Yu Young Hyuk, Yu Sang-ah, Jong Hui-won, Han Soo-young, and myself. On a side note, the hidden scenario we got was this. Plus, hidden scenario I lost a shell by mistake. Type, hidden. Difficulty? Clear condition. Incarnation Hyeonsung is trapped in his own memories. Resolve his trauma and rescue him from his memories. Time limit? Reward, Hyeonsung's return. Possibility of acquiring main prize item related to strengthening of Ounce's profile. Failure. Acceleration of Ounce's destruction. Plus, what a nonsensical scenario it was. The time limit shown as question marks already put us in a bit of spot, yet the clear condition and the failure penalty were even more disconcerting. Sergeant First Class Jong Hui-won. No, hang on, just Jong Hui-won asked a question. Sergeant Kim Dokja. Yes? Let's forget about the rest for now. But this, why would us be destroyed if we fail? There are 2 possible theories. 1, that's how low the Ounce's profile has fallen, and 2, it could mean some kind of physical danger. Along with a boom, a slender ripple-like thing spread from the far side of the skies. I recalled the nebulas that chased us to this place. It was possible that they had begun their invasion in earnest. If that was the case, then we didn't have all that much time. Maybe he heard the rippling noise. Hyeonsung and his pale white complexion quickly ran towards us from afar. Sergeant Kim. Yeah, Hyeonseonga. Looks like North Korea is attacking us. Nah, it's all right. Go take a break. Loyalty. Hyeonsung seemed lost as to what to do next, but eventually headed off to the corner of the base and began practicing national military gymnastics exercise he hadn't mastered yet. Jong Hui-won watched him and muttered to me, "Can Hyeonseong-sai really return to us? I'm not sure, but we must try." This was already our 3rd attempt. The first try was a failure as many of my companions didn't know much about the army. I was the only person who served among our group, actually, and the second try ended up as another failure, all thanks to Yu Young Hyuk's hardcore treatment. Yu Young Hyuk, forming a scowl next to us, piped up. Frustrating. Hyeonsung must be put through his paces so that he can wake up faster. Have you forgotten about the events of Kaiksenix? We already tried that during our 2nd try. I can do better given another chance. You should know better than anyone that's not true. You know that saving someone else is never that easy. This Yu Young Hyuk had gone through the 3rd regression turn, or possibly even the 1864th turn. So he should know it even if I didn't bring it up. Hyeonsung, the order of your exercise is wrong. Or it's possible that he didn't know. Yu Young Hyuk strode towards the frightened Hyeonsung in big steps. I watched the 2 of them doing the military gymnastics exercise side by side and murmured to Jong Hui-won. I think staying here for too long will be bad for us. Even Yu Young Hyuk's acting strange. He's never served in the army, yet he's adapting to it just too well. I watched Yu Young Hyuk perform the gymnastics exercise with near religious zeal. There was an event during the 144th regression turn where he wrongly received a transfusion of Hyeonsung's military fable and went insane. If more time went by inside here and yet another fable like Mad Soldier Yu Young Hyuk was created in the process, then Jong Hui-won replied, "Isn't it a good thing that he's adapting really well?" Yes, he's adapting well, but the problem is with how poorly he's treating me, his senior in rank. The military nowadays have become really soft, I have to say. Back when I was in the army, Dokja-si, you're just sour that Young Hyuk never served, right? I mean, he was exempted, wasn't he? I replied to her in a calm manner. In any case, the situation isn't so bad if we exclude that part. Just by us being here, the planet Ounce's profile is rising up, after all. Currently, a large number of constellations are paying attention to the applicable scenario. Maybe the rumor of Kim Dokja Company creating yet another bizarre fable had made rounds out there because visitors to Bayou's channel had increased. I couldn't be sure, but those nebulas targeting us right outside the planet were probably watching us right now. If they couldn't attack us immediately, then taking advantage of the situation would be a smart thing to do. Many constellations have entered the applicable channel. Planet Ounce's fame is spreading far and wide. Brand new fable related to Incarnation Hyeonsung is germinating. The The strange thing was, the newly entering constellations weren't the people that I knew of. Uriel, the great sage, the abyssal black flame dragon, Gareo's first sword. As if they were the tidewater receding away, all the modifiers I was glad to see were nowhere to be found. An ominous foreboding crept up in my mind. Did something happen to them? Portion of constellations are eagerly waiting for Incarnation E Hyensong's return. I need to conclude this scenario quickly so that I may get to find out what's going on. But, is there really a need to clear it, though? Pardon? Zhang Huiwen didn't reply and stared in E Hyensong's direction. While under the guidance of Yu Yonghyuk, he was continuing to perform the exercise routine as sweat trickled down his face. Maybe he got the order right this time because Yu Yonghyuk could be seen nodding his head. E Hyensong looked elated. Character E Hyensong is feeling happy, because he always harped on about manual this and manual that. I thought that Hyenseongsai was a natural-born soldier. I agreed with her assessment, so I ended up nodding along. E Hyensong's backstory wasn't discussed in depth within the ways of survival. The man named E Hyensong, who lived and died by the rules of the field manual. But such a man was in reality, as far removed from those manuals than anything else out there. This world was where E Hyensong's manual had come to life. Character E Hyensong likes this place. Zhang Huiwen smiled powerlessly and spoke in a sorrowful voice. In a way, taking him away from here could be us being greedy. Certainly, E Hyensong might be happier by remaining in Oz. Instead of wandering inside the hellish scenarios, spending simple, comfortable time within his memories could be a better life for him. Kugugugu. It was then, we heard yet another deafening boom. Just as I was about to exchange glances with Zhang Huiwen, several channel messages floated up one after the other. Constellation. Demon-like Judge of Fire has entered the channel. Constellation. Abyssal Black Flame Dragon has entered the channel. Constellation. Gareo's first sword has entered the channel. All those vanished constellations had returned to the channel at once. Just before I could ask what happened, though. Constellation. Demon-like Judge of Fire is trying to warn you of. Such a chuch it. All indirect messaging within the channel has been restricted. The indirect message was cut off. I raised my head to discover Bu forming a surprised expression. Obviously, this wasn't her doing, so, in that case, who? Another boom spread out from the skies. Accompanying the noise akin to a giant drum being torn apart, the heavens far away began cracking up. Krayak. Dokjasi. Something was going wrong here. Episode 87. The Heart of Steel for Finn. Chapter 463 Myth Grade Constellation 1. Uriel's mood wasn't so good. Where are you, RBU? The previous fables of Kim Dokja Company were currently on the Starstream's broadcasts, yet she couldn't pay attention to them. That couldn't be helped, though. The thoughts of previous Lilyback Uriel had become rather complicated what with everything that happened recently. The deciding factor was her running into the version of herself from the 999th world line and receiving a portion of her memories. I'm your only ally, Yu Yonghyuk. I shall definitely end the scenarios and avenge you. She knew that versions of herself existed in other world lines. But she didn't expect the experiences of knowing it and meeting one would be this different. The 999th regression turns world line. Just what exactly did she do in that world? Ugh, so irritating. I'm not curious about the stories of another world line. Trying to follow the stories of my kids alone is plenty hard enough already. Uriel grumbled while hugging her head. Besides, the Starstream's atmosphere seemed rather unsettled lately. As the final scenario approached, this vague, strange sense of tension circulated among all the constellations. So much so that a groundless rumor of the Bureau abandoning this world line was doing the rounds, too. Bureau has summoned the constellation, demon-like Judge of Firenim. Will you answer the summon? Uriel's head shot up after hearing that sudden message. Why with such a timing? She pondered for a moment, before tapping on the confirm button. When she did, she was transported to another location along with blinding rays of light. Transmission is complete. The place she arrived in was an unfamiliar empty field. Besides her, other constellations had arrived there before her. What's this, Gabriel? You're also here. The Bureau will spam you with messages if you refuse their call, after all. She looked around and spotted several dozen constellations gathering here. Just like her, many seemed to be curious about why they had been summoned. Even if the Bureau was a bunch of thugs, they wouldn't summon them here without a reason. Not only that, she recognized a few familiar faces, too, such as a short height with bandages tightly wrapped around in one arm. Oh my gosh, isn't this our little flame dragon? Uriel dashed towards the figure of the abyssal black flame dragon and performed a headlock. Cook. An enemy's sneak attack. It's me, your Archangel Nunim. Release me at once. Abyssal dragon freaked out and struggled inside Uriel's embrace. While watching that spectacle unfold, Gabriel muttered out. Comma. Uriel, that guy is an absolute evil, you know. Who cares? Eden is destroyed. Anyway, we should be friends with one another. The nebula Eden was almost completely wiped out at the end of the prior Great War of Saints and Demons. Most of the once powerful Archangel army was decimated, and the only archangels that could move were Uriel and Gabriel. The former stopped thinking about the bitter matters and scanned her vicinity. Hey, that's the Gorios' first sword. Isn't he? Not only him, but also the Korean Peninsula's constellations that included Bald General of Justice, First Sorcerer of Joseon, and even last hero of Wangsanbeal nebulas such as Olympus, plus a host of constellations, and even Surya could be seen. Uriel's eyes moved about even more urgently than before. The more she spotted familiar constellations, the greater the foreboding grew. Every constellation gathered here, they all had one thing in common. The abyssal dragon finally managed to extract himself from her grasp and muttered loudly. Comma. Everyone here is from Kim Dokja's channel. He was right, everyone gathered here, they... Pachachut. Right then, Uriel's perception picked up on the movement of a threatening status. Beings were surrounding this empty field. Each and every one of them possessed more than enough status to almost rival a Fable-grade constellation. Uriel and her quick wits immediately saw through their identity. Comma. Papyrus, Vedas, and even Emperor. What is the meaning of this? To think that you lot with plenty of bad blood between you would unite like this. Uriel spoke up, feeling slightly tense. Even if it was her, fighting off against this many Fable-grade constellations was asking for too much. Not only that, even a bum-heavy geezer, too. What brings an existence from the final scenario here? She was sure of it, the goosebumps rising up on her arms were proof of the incredibly powerful being's existence hiding nearby. Even if Starstream was vast, there were only a handful of beings possessing this level of status. She glanced to the side and noticed that even the abyssal dragon was making a visibly hardened expression. There was no doubt this creature, it was... Is everyone here? A true myth-grade constellation. Such a chuchachit. The moment that true voice rang out, the surrounding air suddenly changed. It felt as if the oxygen floating around was ignited instantly. The sensation was so strong that the constellations near her wobbled unsteadily, while even Uriel, renowned for her high resistance to fire, couldn't help but frown deeply for a moment there. Why was a myth-grade constellation here? With the very rare exceptions like the King of the Underworld, Metatron, or the Great Sage, the majority of myth-grade constellations didn't interfere with the matters of lower-ranked scenarios, because they were beings that had already completed their conclusion and placed their names on the candidate list for the one single fable. They had already reached the final scenario, and their fables had been guaranteed. Looks like the Monkey Bastard and the King of the Underworld are the only absentees. However, it's not possible to delay any further, so I shall start with the explanation. Hold up. Constellation, Midday Sun is looking at demon-like Judge of Fire. The moment she met that gaze, Uriel realized who the owner of that true voice was. There were many suns to be found within the star stream. However, suns that occupied the center of the universe were extremely rare even among them. Especially so, if it was an existence that occupied the midday smackbang in the middle of time itself. God of the Sun, Ra. Did you summon us here? He was none other than Ra, the top constellation of the Great Nebula, Papyrus. Correct. How odd. I thought that the Bureau called us here? Ra didn't reply to her. Actually, Uriel could sense a presence of great Dakibi among all the others surrounding her. She decided to calmly respond for now. If that side really chose to align themselves with the Bureau even at the exorbitant loss of their probability, then this situation couldn't be described as good at all. Okay, so, shall we hear what's so important that you're even willing to expose your cozy relationship with the Bureau? I've summoned you here because of the final scenario. Soon, the one single fable will be chosen. Meaning, the story that will represent this world line will be decided. The one single fable. There was not one constellation present that didn't know what that was. Even the Kim Dokja company they had been watching until now was a nebula creating their own one single fable, after all. Okay? What's that got to do with us? Most of you have not earned the right of the final scenario. However, it'll be a different story if you side with me. I shall take you to the final scenario. Meaning, I shall give you an opportunity to place your modifiers on the one single fable. That proposition caused the eyes of a few constellations to rock visibly. Most of them were unaffiliated historical figure grades. Uriel observed Ra for a moment there before breaking out in a smirk. What the hell, that's it. It wasn't anything important, so if you're done talking, I'm leaving. She turned around, but couldn't take another step. An incredibly powerful status had rooted her to the spot. Comma. What's the meaning of this? I haven't finished talking yet. But I can already guess what you're about to say without hearing it. Uriel's true voice carried a sharp edge. Only the constellations from the channel BY 9158 and not any others were brought here. And the one who gathered them was none other than the top constellation of Papyrus. You're about to propose that we attack the Kim Dokja company, right? For a very short moment there, silence dominated the proceedings. Why do you think that? Because they earned the qualification of the final scenario, that's why. And eliminating them naturally would lead to one of the strongest candidates for the one single fable exiting the picture. Visible turmoil spread among the constellations. Uriel sensed the statuses of the constellations surrounding them get agitated as well. She snorted derisively. Really now, you lot-called constellations just don't change even until the end, no? And also, RA, you have already reached the final scenario, so interfering in the lower scenario like this is really petty, you know? Zeus and even you, Are you by any chance worried about your kids? You angry that your offsprings that inherited your fable couldn't win against fledgling Nebula and failed to become the candidates of the one final fable, and there was an incredible explosion, and Uriel's figure was buried deep into the ground. As she spat out a slew of expletives, Rast's true voice entered her ears. Foo, what the hell? Indeed, you're correct. This is the rage of a parent who didn't educate his children properly. This is the righteous rage of a parent who couldn't sit still and watch his children's future go astray because of pathetic losers who gave up on their conclusions, and a little Nebula not even a decade old. As if she was already expecting that, Uriel shouted back. And you finally reveal your true colors. Sorry, but there are no constellations here who will side with your kids. Looks like you don't know whose channel we're subscribers of. The Abyssal Dragon and Gabriel reached out and helped Uriel out of the crater. Behind them, the Korean Peninsula's constellations, including Goryeo's First Sword and Ball General, were nodding their heads. Uriel felt this inexplicable sense of contentment after meeting their gazes. Right now, here in this place, folks that cheered on someone's fable in one heart had gathered. From the start of the first scenario, the proof of credentials, all the way to the final scenario where the fate of the world line was to be decided. Uriel couldn't be certain that everyone here thought the same as her. However, without a doubt, someone among these people must have loved Kim Dokja Company's fable more than their own. Just like she did. And that is why you're all losers. What? Have you all lost yourselves to voyeurism and forgotten that you are also a part of the scenario? In the next moment, a powerful storm of probabilities aftermath whipped about and a certain figure made an entrance. Such a chuchit. It was a doll with an exterior of steel. A fable-grade constellation riddled with wounds was bound by the sturdy ring of light. This fool had been supporting a stupid fable just like you have. Uriel dazedly stared at this constellation. She had never met this guy before, yet the moment he appeared, she could tell who he might be. Not only that, she had exchanged several indirect messages with him in the past, too. Constellation, Master of Steel, is shrinking back from pain. The Master of Steel. He was the incarnation Hyeonsong's sponsor. Rast's laughter could be heard next. He would have been safe if he remained quietly back in Oz. Yet this fool got in touch with an existence from another world line, hoping to aid that stupid fable. Just what the hell are you? You all do not have a choice. Either you help us put an end to Kim Dokja Company's fable or... Along with those words, the rings of light binding the Master of Steel's body began tightening. He thrashed in pain but still stared straight at Uriel. Constellation, Master of Steel, says that his death today has no meaning. Constellation, Master of Steel, announces that his fable and modifier have been succeeded by someone else. The ring was getting tighter and tighter. Uriel hurriedly moved. And then, Constellation, Master of Steel, asks you not to give up on that story. Squeeze. The Master of Steel's body got crushed without any resistance whatsoever, and fables exploded out from his body. It was truly a meaningless death of a fable-grade constellation. Everyone from the same channel watched that spectacle as if they were frozen to the spot. In front of a planet's death, RA continued to speak. Or, die like this one. Along with a madness-filled roar, Uriel unleashed her status in full. Episode 88. Myth-Grade Constellation 1. Finn. Chapter 464 Myth-Grade Constellation 2. Chapter 464. Episode 88 Myth-Grade Constellation 2. Kugugugugu. Like a breaking glass, the sky above cracked apart with black lines running through it. Hyeonsong stared at the heavens filling up with rifts and asked me, Sergeant Kim Dokjanam, are we really going to be all right? I too had to look up after listening to him. The world seemed to be crumbling down. The reason for that was clear: someone was attacking Oz from the outside. Not just anyone, but incredibly powerful beings, no less. I turned back and discovered my companions looking at me. Yu Jung Hyuk, Han Suyong, Yu Sanga, Zhang Hui Won. I didn't have to say it, but we already knew what our choice would be. ITLL be fine. Do you think him a sergeant just for a show? Don't worry about a thing. The sky was breaking down. Yet, how could he say it was all fine? Lee Hyun-sung couldn't quite understand it. Was the military originally like this? Kim Dokja simply smiled quietly. A calm, collected smile floated upon his face. Sergeant Kim Dokja would only say this. Even the squad leader will tell you it's fine. Indeed, the squad leader really did gather the soldiers in the training ground a short while later and began her speech. She might be small-statured, but still was overflowing with charisma. With an unreadable expression on her face, she scanned the rest of the troops and opened her mouth. Your squad leader, me, is really disappointed in you. That unexpected opening caused the soldiers to tense up. You have not read web novels during your downtime. Lee Hyun-sung inwardly flinched. It was true. Even yesterday, he didn't read web novels during his break but practiced the military gymnastics routine with Yoo Jung-hyuk. And so, this squad leader is planning to leave this base. Lee Hyun-sung became stupefied by that unexpected declaration. She was leaving? Hushed murmurs could be heard coming from here and there. And Lee Hyun-sung, when he regained his wits, she was already beside him, her hand resting on his shoulder. Private Second Class Lee Hyun-sung, ma'am. This would be his first time seeing her up close. Her name and rank could be seen on top of her neatly arranged uniform. Captain Han Soo-young, that was her rank, and her name. How long are you planning to stay dazed? You better start moving. You wish to see Kim Dokja kicking the bucket. Why was this? For a moment there, a stinging pain accompanied a set of strange memories brushing past his mind. What was that just now? Look, you're stupefied again. Private Second Class Lee Hyun-sung. The squad leader stared at him with unreadable eyes before lightly patted him on his cheek. You better read more books, okay? You're slow, so you simply have to read lots more books. You'll survive for longer that way. Squad leader Han Soo-young left behind indecipherable words and left the base. 2 days after Captain Han Soo-young left, the cracks in the skies were growing larger. It was like seeing the first signs of a world coming to an end. Lee Hyun-sung, have you memorized the exercise routine yet? He looked behind to discover Private First Class Yoo Jung-hyuk. Private Second Class Lee Hyun-sung, I've memorized everything. You've filled up the army issue canteen, too? I filled it up with exactly 2 liters. Lee Hyun-sung felt a bit scared by that pair of sharp, angry eyes. He hadn't made any mistakes, yet they remained critical. What about the barracks code of conduct? Private Second Class Lee Hyun-sung, that I haven't. The moment he said that, he inwardly went, oops, he'll get scolded again. He swallowed nervously, and just as he tried to squeeze his eyes shut, heard Yoo Jung-hyuk's voice. You should be able to memorize it soon. It's not that long, anyway. Pardon? You must have heard me wrong. No, I have not. What on earth was going on here? He made 2 consecutive mistakes just now, yet Yoo Jung-hyuk didn't criticize him. Not only that, those scary eyes were no longer angry when looking back at Lee Hyun-sung. I will be shipping out tomorrow. I don't quite follow, senior? Lee Hyun-sung, you can't refer to the field manual on everything. You won't find a senior willing to aid you every single time. Why was this? Why did Private First Class Yoo Jung-hyuk's back turning around to leave feel so familiar to him? There will come a time when you must make a choice not found within the manual. Those were the last words left behind by the Private First Class Yoo Jung-hyuk. Members of the squad began disappearing one by one. First, it was Captain Han Soo-young, Private First Class Yoo Jung-hyuk, followed by Lieutenant Yoo Sang-ah. When he regained his wits, the non-commissioned officer, Sergeant First Class Jong Hui-won, had become the squad's top presiding commander. Even though the situation made no sense, Lee Hyun-sung told himself it couldn't be helped because it was emergency. Lee Hyun-sung's daily tasks after performing the morning and evening roll call were to check the base's infrastructure or accompany Sergeant Kim Dokja to the barracks library. The military nowadays even stock wuxia novels? Wow, this is a really old book too. Kim Dokja loved books. Actually, it went beyond a simple love affair. He was the kind of a man who spent the whole day reading books. Lee Hyun-sung would sit next to him and quietly observe him excitedly flip the pages. Don't you want to read, too? No, I am. Before Lee Hyun-sung could reply, yet another boom spread out from the sky. Kim Dokja's expression faintly hardened. When the boom was heard for the first time 4 days ago, Captain Han Soo-young went away, and after the second boom 2 days ago, Private First Class Yoo Jung-hyuk disappeared next. Lee Hyun-sung grew restless. Kim Dokja, Sergeant Nim. By any chance, are you also leaving, sir? People were leaving him behind. He was continuously losing something. Kim Dokja smirked softly. Probably. I'm a sergeant already. I gotta get discharged soon. I'm definitely not planning to make a career out of this place. I see. You also want to get out of here as soon as possible, right? Lee Hyun-sung was about to reply with, yes, I do. But then, his eyes suddenly caught the sight of barbed wire fences outside the windows. They looked so sturdy and intimidating. Why did he feel this, though? He felt fearful of going outside those fences. If he carelessly went beyond the fences, he'd definitely get hurt. However, they would become barriers protecting him as long as he stayed inside. When he thought like that, he felt his heart calm down. The skies were falling. There was an unknown world outside where code of conduct for living in barracks or the military gymnastics exercise held no meaning. He shifted his gaze back to discover Kim Dokja staring at him. The sergeant's lips bobbed up and down as if he wanted to say something. But then, a sly grin suddenly formed on his lips. Hey, if you wish to leave, you better read more books, man. Will reading lots of books reduce the period of active service? Kim Dokja's lips twitched after hearing that question. Reading a book and writing a report on it might be enough to get you a vacation. A book report? See, there will be a book report contest being held within our division. Read that and apply for it. If yours get picked, you'll get time off as a prize. The notice board Kim Dokja pointed at had a poster advertising the Army's book report contest. Lee Hyun-sung learned for the first time that such a thing existed. So it was true, this book report thing. If he wrote that, he'd be able to earn some time off the base. When you're finished, you gotta let me read it. Okay? It was after the following morning's roll call that Sergeant Kim Dokja had vanished. It's only us two remaining. So who cares about daily tasks? Sergeant First Class Jong Hui-won grumbled loudly. Lee Hyun-sung smiled sheepishly and pulled out weeds growing near the base. Well, we don't know what might happen, ma'am. The squad leader might suddenly return and… Jong Hui-won sat on a bench and while resting her chins on her hands, watched Lee Hyun-sung as if he was a mysterious new life form. Do you like this place? The usual Sergeant First Class wouldn't have used such a tone of voice. However, her voice still managed to elicit this inexplicable sense of longing in him. Maybe it was that longing allowing him to reply honestly right away. It's neither like or dislike, ma'am. A place that he neither liked or disliked. That was exactly what Lee Hyun-sung's impression on the military was. Except that I don't have to think about anything while I'm here. That's right, that was the reason why he chose the army. While he was here, he could forget about the outside world. But then, I've been thinking lately that I kind of like it here. What did he exactly like about this place, anyway? He couldn't describe it properly. I like you. And why did his heart ache so much? Sergeant First Class Jong Hui-won looking straight at him suddenly spoke up. In that case, you stay here, Lee Hyun-sung. Wait for us until we come back. He couldn't reply with I didn't quite catch you, because he simply couldn't mishear what she was saying. Well, protect your world. The moment he wanted to say something, blinding rays of light poured down from the sky, and the Sergeant First Class Jong Hui-won disappeared from his view. Kadoo-doo-doo. Before anyone had noticed it, the cracks in the skies had already swallowed up half of the heavens. And so, Lee Hyun-sung became alone. Just what am I doing? Is this place really an army base? The army that I knew is… Lee Hyun-sung repeated his daily tasks and continued to protect the base with no one in it. He woke up at the fixed time, did his roll call and did the military gymnastics routine. After that, he finished disciplining his mind and began his daily tasks. However, he had no more things to do now. He even finished pulling out all the weeds found in the base yesterday. The book report. He belatedly recalled Kim Dokja's words. He was told to write a report. To read a book and write his report on it. Lee Hyun-sung went up to the barracks library. As if to let the world know that Kim Dokja used to be here, there was a pile of books gathered up on that spot. He reached out to the book on top of that pile, all the while sensing the strange feeling. The book itself was a familiar one. The Wizard of Oz. Ver. 999. Even he had heard of this book's name from somewhere. However, he had never read it before. Lee Hyun-sung flipped the cover open and began reading the first sentence. The tin soldier was scared of having a heart. A tin soldier, was it? It must have been the Wizard of Ounce's protagonist. He continued to flip through the pages. The first comrade the tin soldier met was a really scary man. The tin soldier called him Captain. The moment he read that line, his head pulsed in pain. Captain? The tin soldier then became comrades with a beautiful angel. When that angel became angry, she'd often morph into a devil. For some reason, his heart ached when he read those lines. The tin soldier became comrades with a warrior wearing thick armor. The warrior used his own sword to test out the tin soldier's strength now and then. Why did it feel like this description would come to life right before his eyes at any second? The tin soldier became comrades with a dragon spitting out fearsome flames. The dragon sometimes acted like a nuisance, too. But I've never met an existence like that before. And then, a demon king coming from another world stole away what was most precious to them. Every time he read a sentence, all sorts of chaotic scenes and screams flitted in and out of his vision. He was unfamiliar with those spectacles. Even then, Lee Hyun-sung's entire body shivered. He couldn't understand it. He didn't get what this story was about. He simply didn't get what the author was trying to convey. Worse still, he couldn't understand why tears were welling up in his eyes. And at the end of this story, the tin soldier realized what the aching in his heart was. That aching eventually became his heart. As soon as he read that line, Hyeonsong recalled it. I too once had comrades like them. I'd love to hear your story, Hyeonsong. When all these tragedies come to an end and our stories are no longer treated as scenarios. The first comrade was a polite and warm person. Everyone followed his lead. Until then, everyone being safe is the utmost priority. The second comrade was a kind person. Everyone believed her words to be correct. No, hang on. It's more important that everyone survives, even at the cost of one person. Of course, that one person must be Kim Dokja. That fool knows how to come back from being dead. Anyway. The third comrade was a wise person. Everyone thought that the strategies she cooked up will succeed. No one will die. Leave this place to me and go. The fourth comrade was a powerful person. Everyone could entrust their backs to him. Mr. Hyeonsong, if I ever forget about you, then. And the fifth comrade was, then please kill me. His memories were coming back to him. Slowly, so very slowly, his heart began beating. So slowly, yet with a distinctive feeling, each beat did its very best to emphasize that they were hurting this way, that this was where such ache existed. How could he have ever forgotten about them? Hyeonsong clenched his fists, his body shivering away. He shouldn't be in this place. He looked up at the skies outside the windows. The cracks of the skies had covered the entirety of the heavens by now. It became rather clear where his companions had gone off to. They went away to protect this world he was stuck in. All the while facing off against the calamities that measly North Korea couldn't even compare to. Hyeonsong thought to himself, do I possess such powers? Constellation, Master of Steel, is looking at you. His sponsor was now looking at him. Such it. However, something felt different from before. It must have been his sponsor. Yet there was a slight, vague difference in the gaze he sensed. Constellation, Master of Steel asks if you're hurting. Hyeonsong nodded his head. This emotion, this heart, I wish to protect it. He was scared. Scared of forgetting this moment again. Scared of his heart stop beating again. Scared of everything freezing up within the cold silvery light. It was then his sponsor spoke to him. You can protect it. His voice resembled forged steel, tempered for tens of thousands of years. However, you may end up in agony for all eternity as the consequences of failing to protect it. Even then, it's fine. It's better than not even having a chance to protect them. He was only familiar with the things he had lost already. The important part was about not losing them again. Your name is the Emperor of Steel Sword. He saw the barbed wire fences in the distance crumble away. The world of manuals he had been protecting was disappearing. Hyeonsong stepped forward, towards his own story. Dokjasi. We were currently protecting the crumbling Oz. With the decline of the fables of the Master of Steel, and the Wizard of Oz, Ounce's anti-air defense system was crumbling down. I could see hundreds of battleships surrounding Oz. We shared our strength and protected the planet with a hole in it from that armada. Even then, we were reaching our limit. The other side relied mainly on the long-range attacks from their ships. The only methods we had of defending against that effectively were E.G. Hai's Turtle Dragon and Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon. The problem here was that neither E.G. Hai's vessel and Shin Yusung's dragon had fully recovered from the damages incurred during the Great War of Saints and Demons. We originally came here to address that issue, but the anti-air defense will be rendered powerless soon. We got ready for the final showdown. Zhang Hui-1 asked, still can't contact any other constellations? Something bad must have happened. It was likely that these guys attacking us were involved in that. Han Suyong grumbled loudly. You really aren't going to regret this. Should we really be doing this? I nodded my head. Hyeonsong always fought for us in the front lines. It's our turn to repay that debt. My companions agreed with me. Yu Young-hyuk was currently on top of the tallest building on the planet, while Zhang Hui-1 was emitting powerful status that didn't lose out to anyone. Her resolve firm, unwavering. Well, believe in Hyeonsong. I wasn't sure exactly how much time we could buy here. Just that I could only pray it was enough for Hyeonsong. Incoming. Kaboom. Hundreds of battleships in the distance spat out flames simultaneously. Magical shells, their numbers more than enough to utterly decimate a planet in its entirety. Rained down. We unleashed all of our statuses. We needed to withstand this wave of attack no matter what. After gathering all of our magical, right next moment, a vast silvery light suddenly enveloped the whole world. The enormous protective barrier made out of fable metal spread out among the heavens. Through the semi-transparent barrier, I saw the shells of the battleships powerlessly explode on the outside. Being left alone in a place like that was not a happy experience, you know? This was not the fable of the Wizard of Oz. No, it was a new type of fable with a somewhat different origin. In that world, he was referred to as the Emperor of Steelsword. Quack 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 quack. Chills ran down my spine. Steam covered the entire planet. Metals spreading out like a giant tree's branches began blanketing the surface of the planet itself. This was the hardest material found in Starstream, the only fable metal capable of dealing with the myth-grade constellation's frightening weapons. A large number of constellations are astonished by the scale of this fable, and here it was, the stigma powerful enough to completely envelop a planet with that metal. That was the anti-air defense system that the planet Oz proudly boasted, the Last Steel. Captain E. Hyunsong from the Giant Monster Special Command, reporting. The man I was familiar with, blessed a height taller than Yu Jung Hyok's, and boasting the sturdiest body. I have been discharged from the active service today. Stars of the skies could be seen staggering back now. Constellations from Nebula Papyrus are astonished by the revival of the Master of Steel. And now it was the time for the counterattack. Episode 88. Myth-Grade Constellation 2, Finn. Chapter 465, Myth-Grade Constellation 3. Chapter 465. Episode 88, Myth-Grade Constellation 3. You have become a Great Dakibi. You can now participate in the Great Dakibi's final ballot. Bai Hyung looked at the messages and slowly blinked. His appearance had changed a lot since meeting the Dakibi King. He was now in a complete humanoid figure like Baram, with the white tiger leather draped over his shoulders and 3 yellow horns emanating the powers of fable on his head. He had now become a Fulin Great Dakibi. I shall be on my way now, Baramnam. Are you planning to go to them? Bai Hyung didn't reply, but Baram continued on, anyway. All Dakibis must select their own final stories when the end of times draws near, even if they could die telling that particular story. The story you're about to select has very low odds of victory. I'm aware. Not only that, they have made enemies of the Bureau and quite a number of other great Dakibis, too. I'm also aware of that. There was no Dakibi alive who didn't know what it meant to become enemies with the Bureau in Starstream. Even still, I'd like to see the end of this world with that story. Bai Hyung had chosen his last fable. Dokjasi, have you come out to enjoy your vacation? Don't be like that. I told you it's not a vacation but a discharge. A real discharge, then? Yes. Yi Hyunsong smiled brightly. I won't be a soldier anymore. I observed the silvery fable leaking out from his entire figure. When reading the opening sentences of some novels, you get a certain sense of what they are like, and fables were similar in that regard. That resolute silver hue, the unwavering will, tempered through a lengthy period of time. Back in the Isle of Reincarnators, the one invincible fist Yu Hosong said this: in order to rule over certain fables, you needed to understand it first. However, just like how it was impossible to fully understand another human being, it was also impossible to fully understand a fable. What we can do instead is to come up with an interpretation of our own. In that case, this was the answer Yi Hyunsong had come up with. Fable, Ruler of Steel, has begun its storytelling. That was the core fable possessed by the Master of Steel. The fact that he could finally wield it meant that Yi Hyunsong had reached the last phase in the steel transformation. I didn't get to write a report, but I still understood why you asked me to read that book, Dokjasi, said Yi Hyunsong before reverting to a more cautious voice. Was that perhaps the story from the 999th regression turn world line? I was somewhat surprised. Didn't expect that head think that far ahead. I believe that might be the case. But then, why was that story transformed into the Wizard of Oz? From my own knowledge base, Ounce's founding fable was the Wizard of Oz. However, the fable forming its foundation had been altered. Not only that, to a story from the 999th turn, no less. I wasn't sure what all this meant yet, but still, I could think of something. The meaning of altering the basis of a fable was quite clear, after all. Sponsor of Incarnation Yi Hyunsong is now looking at you. I might have not noticed the faintly altered gaze if it was in the past. It was not the same aura of the Master of Steel I knew of. I shifted my gaze towards the Emerald Tower where that altar was located at, and then recalled the large steel sword I saw in the audience chamber. Hyunsong Ajusi. Our companions preparing for the enemy's attacks below the tower rushed towards us. Hyunsong Ajusi. Are you all right? Shin Yu-sung and Yi Gilyong jumping around grasped the tall, sturdy man's hands tightly. Yu Jung Hyok, arriving a step later, muttered out. Looks like you were safely discharged. Both Yu Sang-ah and Han Suyong decided to chime in too. Congratulations on your discharge. If you need your squad leader again, just give me a shout. The last person to rush in was Zhang Hui-1, who was getting ready to fend off the enemy's attacks in the farthest location. She stopped about a dozen meters or so away, and while her lips twitched, she kept staring in this direction. Yi Hyunsong smiled at her. Hui Wansi. I began wondering if I should make my exit from here about now. But the person who solved that dilemma was a completely unexpected person. Hey you lot, do your emotional reunion later. It's not over yet, you know. Ijihai shouted out as she summoned the turtle dragon in the air. She was right. The nebulas outside the planet hadn't withdrawn their battle line yet. No, rather than retreating, an even higher number of battleships were actually showing up now. Among them were dreadnoughts exclusively designed for destroying planets and internebula warfare. Do not worry. I won't leave them alone, said our trustworthy Hyansong as he stepped forward. For sure, they were still bombarding us on the outside, but Ounce's barrier was holding firm. Like I said before, the strength of Master of Steel's fable inside Oz would almost match a myth-grade constellation's. Chaik, a rather ominous-sounding noise could be heard coming from somewhere. A foul smell akin to something burning wafted out. I raised my head to discover that a side of the opaque barrier was being ignited in the shower of blinding sparks as if it was being welded open. Something was melting down Hyansong's forged steel. Constellation Midday Sun is staring at the planet Oz. Right then, I sensed Hyansong's body stiffen up greatly. He had covered the whole planet for us, so no doubt he was currently fully exposed to the status of that gaze. Even if he was almost on the level of a myth-grade constellation, that still didn't mean he was equal to one. I placed my hand on his shoulder. His trembling lessened a little after receiving a share of the nebula's probability. One shouldn't fight alone just because he had gotten a little bit stronger. Because we were a nebula just like them. Looks like a real big shot has personally made an entrance. I knew of the modifier of Midday Sun. Now normally, that guy should never be able to come here. It was the top constellation of the nebula Papyrus. And the meaning of him coming here personally could only be, Constellation Midday Sun has revealed its intention to Starstream. That he no longer wished to hide their true intentions. Nebula Papyrus has revealed their animosity towards Nebula Kim Dokja Company. Two nebulas recorded as the candidates for one single fable are clashing. The expressions of the companions hardened after receiving that never-before-seen message. Something was about to get underway. Nebula Papyrus has declared internebula warfare against Nebula Kim Dokja Company. It was exceedingly rare in Starstream for a great nebula to officially declare war against another. Because internebula warfare would never lead to a good result for all sides involved. There must have been a reason for them declaring one right now even though they knew the truth. Conditions to activate the restricted main scenario has been satisfied. Applicable scenario will be issued only to the nebulas recorded as the candidates of one single fable. Plus, main scenario number 98 candidate selection war. Restricted. Type main. Difficulty? Clear condition. All nebulas recorded in the one single fable can now freely engage in internebula warfare. It's possible to declare war without any penalties, and alliances and request for support between other nebulas are now fully allowed. Emerging victorious in the candidate selection war will ensure that you receive Starstream's attention, and your odds of being selected as the one single fable will improve. Time limit. Reward. Increase in the nebula's profile. Acquisition of myth-grade fable related to internebula warfare. Failure reduction in the nebula's profile. Qualification for the final scenario rescinded. Plus. I knew it. Currently, your nebula is in war with Papyrus. Please defeat the enemy camp's leader. You will be accredited with victory points if you win the applicable warfare. Visibly tense companions quickly gathered around me. Hostility incomparably heavier than any other we felt in the past was enveloping the whole planet. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation is glaring at Nebula Papyrus. We had fought large nebulas a couple of times in the past. Back in Gigantomachia we fought against Olympus, and during the journey to the West remake against Emperor. However, the story this time was completely different. The restrictions on the probability during Gigantomachia were so great that constellations couldn't really exercise their full powers, while during Journey to the West remake, the Great Sage Heaven's Equal and the members of Judging Panel lent us their powers and their probability. So what about now? Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has begun its storytelling. Was there any nebula that might help us now? Great Fable, Demon World Spring has begun its storytelling. Companions were now looking at me. They all looked to have made up their minds. Their eyes were proof that they knew what was about to happen and where our new battlefield was. Let's go. No one would come to help us. I looked up at the sky and spoke. We're not weaklings anymore. Please open the sky, Hyanseongsai. Hyansong nodded his head. Incarnation Zhang Huiwen is requesting the activation of Hour of Judgment. Zhang Huiwen unsheathed her sword first. The judge's sword was enveloped in the auras of God slaying. Incarnation, Hyansong, has agreed with the judgment. Hyansong's forged steel was placed on top of the companion's equipment. This was the world's toughest oath to protect his precious comrades. Incarnation, E.G. Hai has agreed with the judgment. The silver-colored fable metal settled down on E.G. Hai's turtle dragon. Incarnation, Shin Yusung, has agreed with the judgment. Incarnation, E. Gilyong, has agreed with the judgment. The Chimera Dragon 2 was dyed in the silvery hue. The monster roared out and carried the two kids into flight. Incarnation, Yu Sang-a, has agreed with the judgment. Lotus pedestals, also reinforced by silver-colored steel, began rotating all around Yu Sang-a. Incarnation, Han Suyong, has agreed with the judgment. Han Suyong had unwrapped the bandages off her arm before anyone noticed it, and tied her hair with the very same bandages. Incarnation, Yu Yung Hyok, has agreed with the judgment. Yu Yung Hyok's dark, heavenly demon sword, carrying the status of a transcender, began emitting cold sword light next. And Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, has agreed with the judgment. And I unsheathed the unbreakable faith. Hour of Judgment will now activate. The moment the pitch-black night sky opened up, we all boarded E.G. Hai's vessel and leapt towards the heavens above. The enemy's armada grew closer. We grasped our individual weapons as we faced off against an armada at least 600 ships strong. This was the spectacle that Kim Dokja had been longing to see for a very long time. Zhang Hui-1 was the first to dash out, and her sword attack rained down. The strongest swordswoman of chaos that I know of was Zhang Hui-1, the judge of apocalypse. Kugugugugu. A dreadnought was penetrated cleanly through from its cockpit right down to its engine bay, and explosion noises resounded out. Soon, explosions both large and small erupted out from all over its hull as cracks spreading all over it. We got to see the constellations riding on it hurriedly make their escape. Not missing that opening, E.G. Hai's turtle dragon began its violent assault. Boom! Our vessel broke through the explosions, emerging unscathed. E. Hyunsong's fable metal had protected everyone. E.G. Hai stepped forward. She was the greatest incarnation there was when it came to large-scale warfare, capable of destroying 100+ enemy ships with only one vessel. The Naval Admiral E.G. Hai ordered the shelling to commence. Ajusi were going too. Following on the cannon fires, Shin Yusung's Chimera Dragon also took flight as well. The leader had to be brought down first to end this warfare. So, as we had a small number of participants, there was only one choice we could make, really an all-out blitzkrieg. Shin Yusung, the Beast Lord, and E. Gilyong, the Insect King. Two of the most complete tamers that I knew of carved out a path for us. Chimera Dragon under Shin Yusung's control fired the breath to accurately strike down mid-sized enemy ships, while E. Gilyong's insects crawled through any open gaps found to deal with dozens of smaller vessels trying to rush in at us. Stop right there. Insects crawled into the engines of smaller vessels and caused a series of huge explosions, thrusting the battlefield into pure chaos instantly. Perhaps thinking that this couldn't go on anymore, Fable-grade constellations began crawling out from the battleships one by one. Incarnation, Yu Sang-a, is unleashing her status. Fable, Hour of Mandala is activating. The moment Yu Sang-a activated her fable, the movements of the enemy constellations slowed down visibly. That shocked me. I was already aware of her inheriting a portion of Sakyamana's powers, but didn't expect her to wield this much of an authority over it. An ability to control the flow of time itself? I can't continue this for long, said Yu Sang-a. It won't take that long. Taking advantage of the time she bought for us, Yu Yung Hyok, Han Suyong and I ran on the night sky. Great Fable, Demon World Spring is continuing on with its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth has begun its storytelling. The two great fables that protected Kim Dokja Company until now, we had been using these two as our main attack power so far. The aura of the fables stretched on like the tail of a meteor. The space we flew past was engraved with sparkling stars. We had already broken past countless battleships, yet hundreds of constellations were still blocking our path. If we cowered even for a moment here, their status would force us back and crush us to death with sheer pressure. Nebula Papyrus is unleashing the Great Fable's status. And so, this was the fight between two nebulas. It's my turn now. Originally, the Demon of Delusions Kim Namwon should have been where Han Suyong was now. However, not only had she performed that guy's role admirably, she had become an existence far surpassing him. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness has begun its storytelling. Finally, our third great fable began telling its story as well. The distant cry of the apocalypse dragon could be heard like an auditory hallucination. We saw the papyrus constellations that participated in the great war of saints and demons tremble in fear. This is the heavens split into two, one in light and the other in darkness, as stage transformation was activated. Han Suyong's figure soared higher as she stepped on the blurred boundary between the light and darkness. The wings of abyssal black flame dragon spread out wide behind her back. Just like back when she swooped in to rescue me, purple-colored, black flames were raging on both of her fists. Qua, we rode on the storm of the fable and advanced forward. This was the overwhelming splendor of a great fable that not even the fable-grade constellations could contend with. We advanced forward like the apocalypse dragon's shockwave. But then, a gigantic sun stepped in to block us. Constellation, Midday Sun, is staring at Kim Dokja Company. A lone pitch-black figure stood in the center of the blinding ball of light. That was the sun god Ra's true body. You shall all die here today. Yu Jung Hyok's dark, heavenly demon sword roared on with a vicious howl. Every fable we possessed also howled and roared on. Even if it was just us two fighting together, facing off against a true myth-grade constellation was still asking a lot. After all, we were only in the third turn, so… Hang on, third turn? Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity has begun its storytelling. It was like that once upon a time. Reading together has begun. After images of pages flipping past entered my eyes. As the hellish landscape filled up the surroundings, my story began. On the road created out of countless letters Yu Jung Hyok ran on his lengthy lifetime. The 41st turns Yu Jung Hyok through a spear, and the 362nd turns Yu Jung Hyok extended his scepter. The 999th turns Yu Jung Hyok wielded his demon sword. Such a chuchit. Violent sparks began digging into my body. Your status can't handle your reading comprehension. For a brief moment during the journey to the west, I managed to read up to the 1863rd turn. But that was only possible because the great sage and outer gods lent me their probability. This is the true myth. Even after taking on Yu Jung Hyok's falling, breaking the sky swordsmanship, RA didn't even budge. You cannot surpass the true myth. The minimum regression turn of Yu Jung Hyok needed to bring down a myth-grade constellation was 1700th. I lacked power and lacked in status. However, I didn't back down. No, we can surpass it. Because we still had one more fable up our sleeve. The fourth great fable we earned by clearing the Journey to the West remake. Great Fable, Liberator of the Forgotten Ones, has begun its storytelling. In the next moment, an abundant amount of a fable's probability permeated into my entire being. The fable that the great sage and outer gods worked together to create was now roiling about over the contexts of my Star and Kim Dokja Company. Starstream is greatly surprised by your status. Starstream is currently reassessing your status. Stinging bloody odor stabbed into my nose. The Tongtian River dyed in red from the corpses of outer gods appeared around us. The sparks trying to drown me gradually lessened. The pages of the Hell's Cape began flipping past once more. Point 1321 ST turn. Point 1582 ND turn. And eventually 1701st turn. Yu Jung Hyok moved. His dark heavenly demon sword now loaded with the power from the 1701st regression turn. The Yu Jung Hyok from then that cut the oceans apart, destroyed the sun, and carved out the myth-grade constellation Poseidon's heart, was now opening his eyes. And this is the sight Kim Dokja longed to see for a very long time. We could see RA freak out and belatedly unleash his own great fable. I stared straight into Ra's eyes. That bastard's lips were mouthing. But, how? I laughed. What do you mean, how? In order to kill a myth-grade constellation, you needed a power that equaled one. The myth-grade constellation existences that started their one single story and had earned their conclusion, or compiled their own incredible great fables and reached the cusps of their conclusion that way. Absolute majority of constellations are greatly shocked by your status. Your status has caused the constellations from great nebulas to, just like me right now, in other words, Starstream has announced your new status. Your status is myth-grade. A stupendous boom resounded out as Yu Jung Hyok's dark, heavenly demon sword cut Ra's sun down. Episode 88. Myth-grade constellation 3, Finn. Chapter 466 Myth-grade constellation 4. A large number of nebulas are freaking out at your status. Portion of nebulas are freaking out at the sudden appearance of a new myth-grade constellation. Portion of constellations are requesting the probability suitability evaluation to the Bureau. Such a chuchit. Requests for the probability suitability evaluation have been denied. Bureau cannot interfere at will during the applicable scenario. The spectacle of the blinding sunlight crumbling down, I couldn't even breathe properly as I focused solely on the battle itself. Ra's torso, cut by dark heavenly demon sword, began emitting bright light. Kugugugugu. Accompanied by an intense storm of heat, our vision was clouded by thick steam. Ploy to buy time, no doubt. Yu Jung Hyok, don't stop. I shouted out and desperately continued to read the fable. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, is continuing on with its storytelling. Fable, Comrade of Life and Death, is amplifying the effects of other fables. I recalled the 1701st regression turn of Yu Jung Hyok that I read in the past. Yu Jung Hyok had fought against Poseidon one-on-one in that turn. On the border where the ocean's boundaries meet, Iron Blood conquering king unsheathed his sword. Poseidon. Today you shall die. A life that carried on for 1700 lifetimes. The swordsmanship born out of this life now shone brilliantly. Yu Jung Hyok's blade moved as if to recreate that very battle. His sword gradually became faster and faster to utterly destroy Ra's sun. Constellation, midday sun, is enraged from the pain. Quagagagaga. Yu Jung Hyok's blade continued to dance on the stage. I read into reality. An incredible storm of probabilities aftermath tried to crush me, but 4 great fables responded to each other and allowed me to endure the aftereffects. I still tasted iron in my mouth, though. My incarnation body was failing to cope with the sudden, abrupt increase in my status. Nebula Vedas is observing your battlefield. Nebula Tamna is observing your battlefield. Nebula Olympus is observing your battlefield. Nebula Asgard is observing your battlefield. Look all you want. This battle was meant for all of you to see anyway. Channel's indirect message restriction has been lifted. Even now, many constellations would still be dismissive of our strength. They were probably thinking that we reached this far because of our luck and perhaps due to other constellations lending their aid to us. A large number of additional constellations are entering the channel. Absolute majority of constellations are observing your battle. However, this was now time to prove ourselves. Great fable, season of light and darkness, roaring out. Time to prove that Kim Dokja Company was not some poor sobs needing your sponsorships but your actual competitors, and that we were a nebula capable of bringing down a large nebula with our own powers. Quadududuk. Yu Jung Hyok's sword slashes continued to corner Ra. The sunlight falling away made noises similar to actual flesh being ripped apart. It was then I sensed a sharp glare coming from the empty air. Great Dakibi Noxu is glaring at you. Great Dakibi Noxu, not even a mid or low grade, but a great Dakibi. For someone like that, making the scenario rather inconvenient for us wouldn't be that difficult. However, even they couldn't intervene carelessly in the 98th scenario. Such a chuchit. Because the scenarios from now on would be of utmost importance to the Great Dakibis as well. Great Dakibi and the Nebula are participating in the applicable scenario together. All Dakibis can select the candidate and its story they wish to tell. Great Dakibi Noxu has currently selected Papyrus. I recalled the moment when Great Dakibis Hyoju and Heech came to see us just before the climax of the Great War of Saints and Demons got underway. Back then, those Dakibis said this: "You must decide now. Die in this place, or head off to the final scenario with us." Those words were suggestions meant for this very moment. Great Dakibis facing the end times must risk their reputation, their insight, and their own fables to select the candidates for the one final fable. And that bastard named Noxu must have chosen Papyrus as its candidate. According to the legend, there are 3 sons in Papyrus. I spoke in true voice as Yu Jung Hyok's incarnation body moved again. With the speed faster than anyone in this universe, he swung his sword filled with the Eternity's curse. Sharp strikes from the dark, heavenly demon sword dug deeply into Ra's skin. The deity's temperature, reputed to be capable of melting any metal, was being ably resisted by Yi Hyunsong's fable metal. With a loud rupture, Ra's heart spewed out a fable. That noble and lofty myth-grade constellation was being destroyed by our hands. If you were really planning to cut us down, then you should have descended with all of yourselves first. The myth-grade constellation, Ra. A constellation who had reached his own conclusion and had been hibernating within the final scenario stage for a very long time. You think that someone like you, stuck inside a freezer until now, can win against us with just a single sun. Constellation, midday sun, is screaming in pain. Constellation, midday sun, is urgently scanning his vicinity. Just how long will you sit back and watch? Ra's shouting caused the stars of the sky to sparkle. Vedas, Olympus, did you not all agree to participate together? What? At the end of those words, ominous auras began rushing in from the distance. The skies thrashed about and the sounds of crashing waves could be heard. The middle of pitch-black sky split up and an enormous current of water flooded out. We quickly moved out of the way and dodged the waves of that status. Someone has announced his support to the nebula, Papyrus. Someone is incarnating into the scenario. It was a possessor of a status powerful enough to send shivers down my spine. Someone who could equal Ra before us was now descending into this world. How pathetic, Ra. Did you not declare that you alone would be sufficient for this matter? A voice reminding me of violent tidal waves resounded out. Quite surprisingly, the existence that descended to this place was the very enemy Yu Jung Hyok of the 1701st turn fought off desperately. Constellation, the spear that draws the boundaries of the oceans, is incarnating to this scenario. Accompanying Poseidon's entrance were the stars of the heavens rushing in like storm clouds. They were fable-grade constellations from Vedas and Locapula. To make matters worse, Among them were individuals known to be almost on the level of myth-grade constellations as well. Nebula, Tamna, is condemning Vetus intervention. Nebula, Hongik, is condemning Olympus intervention. Condemnation rained down. Completely not caring about that, Poseidon simply pointed his trident, Triana, in our direction. How dare measly beings such as yourselves try to witness the end of this star stream? The end of Starstream, the epilogue that determined the conclusion of all the worlds. Right, I had been waiting for a long time to witness it. That was true. I don't simply wish to see the end, actually. In all honesty, what I really wanted to see was a juicy. My comrades had gathered around me even before I had noticed it. Zhang Hui-1, Yu Sang-a, Yi Ji-hai, Yi Hyen-song, Yi Gil-yong, and Shin Yu-sung. The fables we had created together were shining brightly in the empty night sky. I saw the trajectory of the fables we've used beyond the galaxy in the far distance. No matter how wide and expansive this universe was, I was confident of locating that very set of constellations regardless of where I was. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, is shining brightly. Fable, King of Kingless World, is shining brightly. Great Fable, Torch that swallowed the myth, is shining brightly. I hid all signs of emotions welling up in my heart and looked at my companions. That was where the fable he longed for could be found. Poseidon, emitting powerful status, extended his hand towards us. What a noisy little full stop you are. Now disappear. Vetus' army rushed in. My companions tensed up and gathered around me. I addressed them. I love the fable I managed to create with all of you. Although we encountered many painful, sad things, even then, I loved this story so much so that I wished for it to continue on forever. That's not your final wish now, is it? Zhang Hui-1 asked after seeing my expression. She probably sensed something ominous from it. I simply smiled back at her before staring at the empty skies beyond the nebula's army rushing in at us. My mother once told me this. A person who watched a certain story for a long time would eventually grow to resemble that story. Perhaps that logic also applied to these stars too. Just before the tsunami wave of Vetus' army pounced on us. Though, Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is incarnating into the scenario. The night sky split up and the waterfall made out of hellish flames flooded out. A lone constellation riding on the fiery waves started massacring other constellations with her sword burning in flames. The archangel that I liked the best was right there. CKU. You king bastards. The true voices of constellations freaking out could be heard over that torrent of expletives. But how? You were definitely, CK man. Immoriel. You think you can kill me with such measly little numbers? Right after her, purple-colored intense flames burned the heavens. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is incarnating into the scenario. Kakik, to think you'd make me use both of my hands. You did well, Papyrus. The wings of a massive flying dragon tore and crushed through the constellations. Vetus battleships took aim at the black flame dragon and got ready to fire. And in the following moment, dozens of vessels began exploding one after another along with loud booms. One could spy the golden-colored Rui Jingu Bang flitting in between the explosions. You're really making it so annoying, aren't you? Once the smoke cleared, a platinum-haired man could be seen standing there, digging his ear as if he was quite bored right now. Constellation, most ancient liberator, is incarnating into the scenario. Uriel, black flame dragon, and the great sage, heaven's equal. These three's entrance caused unrest to spread out. Great sage. What is the meaning of this? This is internebula warfare. Do you understand what you're trying to do? Even before the enraged true voices of the constellations could finish, someone else announced their support to our cause. Just like you, we also have a fable we wish to support, that's all. I knew whose voice that was. Pitch black yet gentle darkness wrapped around us, and a loving hand touched my shoulder. Constellation, queen of the darkest spring, is incarnating into the scenario. And if she was here, then that meant Constellation, father of the rich night, is incarnating into the scenario. The king of underworld's cold eyes scanned the battlefield. Here he was, the grim reaper of death capable of making all the stars shiver in fear. First, it was the great sage, and now, the king of underworld. The constant appearances of myth-grade constellations caused the enemy constellations to hesitate and retreat. Nebula Underworld is supporting Kim Dokja Company. The two camps emitted powerful statuses and confronted each other as if to goad the other side to attack first. I could see the crumpled expressions of Poseidon and RA in the distance. And how long went by like this? Constellations from one camp began retreating without saying anything. Constellation, spear that draws the boundaries of the oceans, is exiting from this scenario. The enemy constellations began disappearing one by one. Their rate of exit grew faster now that a myth-grade constellation they placed so much faith in had left the scene. The panicking papyrus constellations looked around in confusion, all the while cautiously studying Ra's reaction. And eventually, Nebula Papyrus has announced the withdrawal of its constellations. Not too long after, only the half-crushed sun remained. Ra gritted its teeth noisily and glared at us. But before long, the sounds of a star scattering away could be heard. Constellation, Midday Sun, is exiting from the scenario. The glow of setting sun filled the sky and the bright ball of fire disappeared below the horizon. Finally, this scenario's victors had been decided. And this is the sight Kim Dokja longed to see for a very long time. Within the sunset's soft glow, I looked back to my companions. Some things didn't work out as he had been hoping. While staring at the disappearing sunlight, Yu Young Hyok was still gripping the dark, heavenly demon sword tightly. Meanwhile, some things went better than he expected. Han Suyong, her lips twitching slightly, hurriedly wrapped the bandages around her arm while going, ouch, ouch, ouch. There were moments where they got lucky irrelevant of their intentions. Yu Sang-ah sighed gently and smiled back at me. However, all those events came together to create this very moment in time. Nebula Kim Dokja Company has won the Internebula Warfare. Reward payout is being prepared. Both the companions and I didn't say anything. This wasn't our first victory, but in a certain sense, it was indeed our first victory. For a long time there, we didn't say a word and stared at each other's faces. We won. We really emerged victorious against another nebula. Great Dakibi Hyoju is gasping after seeing your fable. Great Dakibi Garong wishes to vote for your fable. Great Dakibi Haesol wishes to... Only the system messages floated up in the empty air now. Great Dakibi Baihyung has voted for your fable. Mid-rank Dakibi Biu likes your story very much. I watched the shadows of two Dakibis cast by the setting sun and began thinking to myself. We were almost there. I turned my head towards the companions once more. I wanted to say something to them while looking at them. But they all carried expressions of already knowing what I wanted to say. Zhang Hui-wan spoke up instead of me. Let's go and witness the conclusion of this world. Together. I nodded my head. Episode 88. Myth-grade Constellation, 4. Finn. Chapter 467 Great Apocalypse, 1. Yours is getting nearer. The system message whispered in my ear. It had been repeating itself over and over again for the past few days. It seems that it won't be long now. Yes. My mother and I were sitting face to face over a table, drinking tea together. We were watching the display panel installed in the industrial complex's reception room. The American continent, annihilated. What's the next target for these outer gods? Emergency evacuation order issued in Northeast Asia. Nebulas have abandoned Earth. There is no place left to run. The last place the news program showed was the Korean peninsula. Refugees streaming in from all over the world ensured that the whole peninsula was bucking raucously even now. I was well aware of what they were hoping for by coming here. Next great apocalypse scenario location is Northeast Asia. 6 days, 8 hours and 24 minutes remaining until the start of the great apocalypse scenario. My mother inside the panel was making an announcement in my stead as the representative of the industrial complex. The industrial complex won't stop accepting new citizens. However, my mother smiled bitterly and spoke. It's quite embarrassing to watch, isn't it? But it suits you well. You're like the president, actually. In all honesty, it was fine to think of my mother as the current master of the industrial complex. Not me. The citizens of this place would rather listen to her more than me, at any rate. You should show your face to Seoul's residents at least once before leaving, son. Even a simple greeting from you will become a great source of strength to them. For sure. I could hear the reporters using megaphones to shout their questions from outside the industrial complex. Demon King of Salvationum. Is it true that you have returned? Demon King of Salvationum. Please tell us your plan to stop the apocalypse. My plan is it. I smiled bitterly just like my mother. If that's the duty of the mascot, then well. We quietly sipped the tea. The skies were dark and gloomy. So gloomy. In fact, it'd not be strange to see a thunderbolt fall from the sky out of the blue and shatter the peninsula in half. It's so peacefully. Isn't it? I guess so, mother. Even so, we said those things. The tea leaf inside the cup gently trembled. To think, I'd enjoy such a leisurely tea time. This would be the first time in our 30-something years of relationship as a mother and son. The event I so wanted to experience only came knocking on my doorstep as the apocalypse of everything approached us. My mother, she didn't ask me anything. Not a thing about what I would do from now on, what I would gain at the end of the story, nothing. I knew that was how she operated, though. Well, it'll be on my way now. The heavenly wind god was searching for you. Before you embark, please do make sure to speak to him first. Pungbeak? Why was he looking for me this time? I couldn't help but recall that unpleasant incident back in the Great War of Saints and Demons. Was he thinking of doing something uncouth again just before the final scenario? I lightly nodded my head and exited the room. There was someone waiting for me there. And here we are. You somehow managed to get this far? Kim Dokja. It was none other than Baihyung, looking so much better than before after becoming a great dakibi. The long coat fashioned out of a white tiger's fur really suited him well. I spoke in a sarcastic tone of voice. You were actually waiting for me? The reunion of you and your mother is a pretty popular fable among your subscribers. So, I just couldn't bear to interrupt the flow. Baihyung shrugged his shoulders and spoke up. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is dabbing her eyes away. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is grumbling while handing over a handkerchief. This damn guy sending that out as another broadcast. And so, the final scenario is literally just around the corner. I know. How reliable you are. I'm sure you already know this, but the final scenario is... Baihyung. My quiet call stopped the dakibi from talking anymore. He stared at me. Why did you select us? A faint ripple spread within Baihyung's eyes. I already knew what was written on the scenario window that popped up before his eyes. Plus, main scenario number 98 candidate ballot. Type main. Difficulty? Clear condition. Please choose the final candidate for the one single fable. Time limit. Reward? Failure, death. Plus, Starstream scenarios didn't only apply to constellations and incarnations, but to the storytellers like Dakabais too. And the candidate ballot that would decide the end of all scenarios was an incredibly important scenario for all dakibis. It was a scenario where they had to bet their own existence. And in such a scenario, Baihyung had chosen us. Great dakibi Baihyung has currently cast his vote with Kim Dokja Company. When I first met this guy, he was no bigger than a soccer ball. He was a true dakibi who indiscriminately massacred people for the sake of increasing the number of subscribers in the channel, and he mass-produced horrifying scenarios on the fly. That very dakibi who grew up by devouring the fables we created had eventually morphed into a human-like being. He was as tall as a human, he wore clothes like a human, and he was making expressions of a human too. That very dakibi, he was looking at me on a similar eye level as he spoke up. Sign the contract with me. I shall make you the next dakibi king. That's what you said to me inside that fish dragon's mouth. Indeed, I did say something like that in the past. Hang on, could it be that you selected us while believing in that rubbish? There are very low odds of us winning, you know. It's not like that anymore. I see that you still have no idea how big of a deal what you did was. Baihyung shifted his gaze outside the window. The plaza of the industrial complex was filled with the constellations that fought with us in the battle against Papyrus. The black flame dragon got subdued by Uriel and was currently acting as her cushion. Persephone and Hades were quietly sipping tea on a prepared table. The great sage, meanwhile, had borrowed a pipe-like cigarette from the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and was busy puffing away. They were watching the Starstream broadcasts unfolding in real time. A brand new list naming 12 nebulas are making rounds among the gossipers of Starstream. A portion of Fable-grade Constellations estimate that Kim Dokja Company could very well be the third strongest. Third strongest, was it? It seemed that the ripples from the last battle were larger than I thought. I was thankful for the generous assessment, but it was still too early to let our guard down. Because the war for the candidate ballot hadn't ended yet. However, Baihyung's thoughts seemed to be a bit different from mine. I think it'll be fine for a little while. It's been 2 days since you defeated Papyrus. Did any other nebula request Kim Dokja Company for internebula warfare since then? No. No one. A nebula that achieves a big win during the candidate ballot battles will enjoy much higher odds of being selected as the one single fable. Just like how one battle helped climb up to the third strongest position, other nebulas could also participate in the internebula warfare and alter the rankings. So, messages of declarations of war or announcements of one soon to take place should be raining down on us by now. However, forget about a declaration, not a single nebula tried to provoke us. The planet Earth was surprisingly peaceful. But why? It's not as if our fable is that shocking, now was it? That's because you're going to be annihilated even if they leave you alone. That's why. I felt my heart cool down in an instant. I could see the footage playing on the Constellations panels. Constellations know that you simply can't forsake Earth. Separate from the candidate ballot battles, Earth had entered the Great Apocalypse sequence. The North American continent was already no more, and next up was Northeast Asia. Back in the original story's final scenario, outer gods and the rulers of other worlds also began invading this world. The ascension of the Forgotten Islands are still ongoing. At the end of the world line, the corrosion of the forgotten beings will begin. According to the original storyline, nebulas and I should have been fighting together here. But now they had made a different decision. They gave up on Earth and to eliminate Kim Dokja Company. That was the decision made by the nebulas facing the final scenario. Those sons of bitches. A portion of nebulas are mocking your decision. You could say that this was the worst possible situation. To make matters worse, the outer gods flooding into this world were different from the ones that I knew of from the original storyline. I recalled Uriel from the 999th regression turn I met in the Nice Forest some time ago. Once the Great Apocalypse scenario begins, the attacks from the kings will commence. If my predictions were correct, then the kings showing up for the Great Apocalypse soon to get underway should be the existences that witnessed the conclusion during the 999th regression turn. And Kim Dokja Company needed to fight against them. Who summoned the kings? Was it your people from the Bureau? I can't reveal any information to you, except that... Bai Hyung formed an expression showing his firm resolve and finished what he wanted to say. Until the moment I breathe my last, I shall tell my story with you. If you don't wish to participate, it's fine to leave now. Funnily enough, this was the first thing I said to my companions. The next scenario is incomparably horrifying than any other battles we've been through so far. It's not too late. If any of you wish to leave the nebula, then... A couple of them began yawning as if they were listening to a boring Sunday mass. But that was obvious. These people right before my eyes had survived dozens of life-threatening events together to get this far. To them, there was no difference to dying in this or that event. If they want to leave, they would have done so already. I too knew this. Even then, the reason why I had to ask the obvious question was, excuse me, because there was someone who did want to leave for real. I'd like to sit out this one. And it was none other than Han Myung-oh. It wasn't as if I didn't expect this. He carried on. I'm not saying I'll completely leave the nebula. However, there is a place I wish to visit for one last time. Iji next to him retorted unhappily. You, Ajusi, why don't you just leave? You aren't much of a help, anyway. You'll just run away like your ass is on fire once the fighting starts, right? I might be like this, but back in my heyday when I was a count in the demon world. Originally, the words demon world and count in that sentence should have been replaced by Minosoft director. Watching them go back and forth brought about a wry grin on my face. Actually, I knew where Han Myung-oh wished to go. Are you thinking of going to where the Isle of Reincarnators used to be? My question caused Han Myung-oh's expression to harden visibly. It carried on. Even if the area's been sealed, the aftereffects of the apocalypse dragon and indescribable distance still linger there. That place will still be considerably dangerous. Even then, I'd like to go and take a look. The Isle of Reincarnators, where the great war of saints and demons took place. Even now, corpses of dead stars and outer gods should be floating around aimlessly near the vicinity of the dark dimension. Those beings that failed to get on the ark and got killed in the process. Perhaps the demon king Asmodeus was among them. That child is everything I've earned in this world. The light of determination shone within Han Myung-oh's eyes. Post-Great War, he diligently participated in the main scenarios with us. He was working incomparably harder than back when he used to steal certain projects away from his subordinates for the sake of advancing his career. And he got to taste the fruit of his labor, too. Although small, he still earned a share of a great fable, and even acquired several useful star relics in the process too. All of that was to help him search for his daughter. The current him might be able to withstand the chaos aftereffects lingering around Isle of Reincarnator for a few days. Please be careful out there. Han Myung-oh nodded his head, finished his preparations, and stood up. Looked to me he had already made up his mind before coming here. Companions all bade him good luck. Not receiving the one single fable scenario didn't automatically mean there would be no one single fable. It existed for everyone. Just like how anyone could embark on a journey to search for their own. I watched him tremble in fear as he stepped foot inside the portal and began thinking about something. Yours getting nearer. It wasn't Starstream that decided where your conclusion might be. I looked back to discover that my companions were waiting for me. I shall continue with the meeting. 11 hours and 8 minutes until the start of the Great Apocalypse scenario. Only about half a day remained before the Great Apocalypse. If we managed to withstand this apocalyptic event, we'd be able to enter the final scenario. In the meantime, I went through all the information in the original story and requested for the acquisition of every useful remaining star relic and skill found not just in the Korean peninsula, but the rest of the planet as well. Companions easily okayed my request. Han Suyong asked, "And what will you do?" Of course, I too had something to do. For instance, thinking up of a new sure kill technique with this uptight dude. You fool must surely know this by now. There is only one way for us to fight against the Great Apocalypse, said Yu Jung Hyok, while polishing the edges of the dark heavenly demon sword. Uriel, the black flame dragon, the great sage and other constellations promised to lend us their aid, but we couldn't rely on them all the time. Even after excluding the secretive plotter, there were 4 more king-level outer gods still to appear. If all of them decided to attack simultaneously, then we wouldn't be able to win even if the myth-grade constellations such as the Great Sage and the King of Underworld were with us. However, we did have one method we could use to fight back. The Hellscape of Eternity. The reward of the 1863rd regression turn, the myth-grade fable I earned through the secretive plotter. With this fable, I could recreate Yu Jung Hyok's memories, and he could rouse up the powers of the 1863rd turn and use it by sharing that stage of memories with me. The only problem was, reading has failed. The highest Yu Jung Hyok's regression turn you can read currently is 978th. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, is looking at you with criticizing eyes. Something had gone wrong with my reading ability. Reading has failed. The highest Yu Jung Hyok's regression turn you can read currently is 778th. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, is wondering if you have dyslexia. And now, even the fable was beginning to mock me. This thing continued on for several days now, and Yu Jung Hyok, unable to hold it back anymore, finally blew his top. How pathetic. Did you not say you've been reading books for all your life? It's not all my life, you know. In any case, this is a different sort of problem. I also had no idea. Why was this happening only now? If this problem persists, you better hand over the fable to me. It'll be simpler if I use it myself. I'd have given you already if only I could. I had already asked the secretive plotter about it. He simply ignored me, though. In that case, use that possession skill from the last time. Use that, then activate the fable. The rate of assimilation goes higher if you do. He must have been talking about the omniscient reader's viewpoint here. I'd like not to rely on that if I can. For sure, activating omniscient reader's viewpoint would make using the fable so much simpler. That skill's effect was similar to a sponsor taking over the control of an incarnation. However, using that skill leaves my incarnation body defenseless. So, it's for the best to win without resorting to it if possible. How laughable. This is the result of neglecting your training every day. Do you honestly think everyone can train to a ridiculous degree like you? Yu Jung Hyok glared at me for a short while before focusing on the fable once more without saying anything else. He probably already knew the truth that the reason for my unwillingness to rely on omniscient reader's viewpoint was actually something else. For a while now, omniscient reader's viewpoint stopped listening to Kim Dokja's commands. Not only that, the skill would activate when I least wanted it to and start reading people's minds. I wasn't sure why such a thing was happening. It was possible that I got too used to looking inside someone's head. I had gotten too used to reading nicely laid out sentences of their inner thoughts rather than listening to their actual words. Reading has failed. Maybe, me suddenly developing an inability to read was an obvious consequence. Focus properly, Kim Dokja. I reactivated the fable after hearing Yu Jung Hyok's rebuke. I slowed down my breathing and collected my thoughts. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. I should forget about all the info I knew on Yu Jung Hyok. I knew nothing about him. This guy, he was a complete stranger to me. Yu Jung Hyok was not some crazed psychopath. Nor was he an impregnable stubborn idiot. Either. When I thought like that, it felt as if the inside of my head was clearing up just a little. Right, I should start from there. Just like back at that moment when I read The Ways of Survival for the first time. Such a chuch it. It was right then that something strange occurred. A problem has occurred during your reading attempt. Suddenly, Yu Jung Hyok's complexion paled greatly. Kim Dokja. You fool, what have you? Those were his last words, as the light disappeared from within his eyes. I was taken by surprise and hurriedly asked him, "Hey, are you all right?" There was no answer. Character Yu Jung Hyok's egos are colliding. Egos were colliding? Growing even more urgent now, I tried to confirm his current status, but then, character list has failed to activate. The text that appeared afterwards was a sentence that I heard quite a long time ago. Applicable individual is not a character. Episode 89. Great Apocalypse 1. Fin. Chapter 468 Great Apocalypse 2. The unconscious Yu Jung Hyok didn't want to wake up even after 4 hours passed by. Hey, you crazy idiot. Wake up. Han Suyong and I took turns slapping his cheeks. Unfortunately, he still showed no signs of waking up at all. Slap, 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 slap. Also, his damn cheeks were so hard that even the concerted slapping from both of us failed to puff them up. Our palms went numb from pain instead. Han Suyong spoke in a genuinely impressed tone of voice. You know, this is kind of fun. This is no time to crack jokes like that. 5 hours and 12 minutes remaining until the start of the Great Apocalypse scenario. We really didn't have much time left. Soon, the Great Apocalypse will commence, and the outer gods would start invading us due to the expanding probability. But now, Yu Jung Hyok was in this state. I couldn't even begin to guess what went wrong where. Was this related to my omniscient reader's viewpoint somehow? Character list has failed to activate. Applicable individual is not a character. I tried using character list one more time, but the resulting message was the same. There were a lot of Yu Jung Hyaks in this universe, but that message only ever appeared with just one. That Yu Jung Hyak of the 1863rd regression turn, disappearing towards his own story. When I got that far, I began thinking of something. But could it really be? Isiolwa, watching on from the side, asked a question. Should we feed him the life and death pill? Not too long ago, she finally managed to perfect the ultimate recovery medicine, the life and death pill. This elixir could apparently cure any and all fatal wounds when ingested. Have you already reached the level of mass-producing it? No, not yet. I was only able to concoct a few. Didn't have enough ingredients. I could only sigh. Since we didn't know what might happen, we couldn't afford to carelessly waste the life and death pill. Character Yu Jung Hyak's egos are colliding. On top of that, we weren't sure if the problem of one's ego could be solved by the life and death pill, either. It was then. A slight vibration reverberated throughout the industrial complex. Dokja, see, we've detected movement. Yi Hyun-song opened the sick bay's door and hurriedly entered. Han Suyong and I looked at each other at the same time. I urgently switched the display panel on and the Pacific Ocean situation soon filled it up. Kugugugugu. The wave that swallowed up the American continent revealed itself once more. Transparent dome walls had stopped the wave, and it was steadily increasing its water level instead. The probability was still restricting it, that was why. Such a chuchachit. However, that probability's wall was being pushed back bit by bit. The border that crossed the vast Pacific was gradually widening its diameter. We could also see the outer gods wiggling about in between the rising waves. In 5 hours' time, that border would reach the Korean peninsula, and this land would disappear from the face of this earth. Kim Dokja. A plan? I do have one, said I, before glancing at the unconscious Yu Jung Hyak and adding something else. Although, it looks like you'll have modify it a bit now. Stop making me worried. Alright? How did that thing get stopped back in the original storyline? Nebulas all desperately fought together. Most of the constellations were ground down to fine dust trying to stop that. Where are those Osamighty constellations, then? What do you mean, where? Many constellations are watching your judgment. Most likely, they were busy spectating on our apocalypse. Constellation, demon-like judge of fire, is criticizing other constellations, asking them if the ideals of righteousness in Starstream have all withered away. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is crossing his arms and shaking his head. Constellation, most ancient liberator, finds the constellations of the large nebulas quite pathetic. Even though constellations from our side provoked them, they remained composed in their replies. A portion of constellations argue that all of this was brought upon by Kim Dokja Company themselves. Some of them even began arguing that it was our fault, too. A small number of constellations argues that it's Kim Dokja Company that stole away their shares first. Now normally, such an argument was utter drivel with no leg to stand on. But for some reason, my mind remained calm even after hearing them, because I roughly knew why they were acting like this. Back when we went to visit Oz, the monkey told me this. Many fables that constitute great fables have all entered the path of stagnation similar to Ounce's situation. A certain fable that has appeared in recent times have begun eating into the percentages of other fables, you see. I'm talking about you people's fable. Originally, the main actors leading this stage should have been the nebulas that had been compiling their myths for a long time. However, several of them either lost the important fables to us or got destroyed in the process. In the midst of all this, Starstream even decided to grandly label us as the third strongest nebula. So the sense of deprivation the existing stars felt must have been indescribable. Of course, it didn't mean that what these stars were doing right now was correct or justified. Han Suyong, chewing on her nails, asked, "Isn't it better to give up on Earth? How about we come up with the way to reach the final scenario with everyone instead?" You know that's not going to happen. Only the ones permitted could reach the final scenario. Even if everyone on Earth was inducted into Kim Dokja Company, the aftermath of the probability storm caused by the nonsensical scenario jump would ensure our complete destruction. God damn it. I could sense predictive plagiarism spinning its gears vigorously inside her head. You said that these outer god kings are beings from the 999th turn. How many are there, anyway? From what I know, there are 4 excluding the secretive plotter. Are we going to fight all 4 of them at the same time? I shook my head and recalled the list of the outer god kings I memorized back then. The living flame that rises up from the east. The master of the sunken island, the calamity of the world in the west. The monarch of the great abyss, the ruler of the northern universe. The king of Silverlight Heart, the ruler of the interstellar space in the south. The beings that became the outer god kings after witnessing the conclusion of the 999th regression turn. However, even if this was the bureau we were talking about, I wasn't convinced that they'd insert every king into this scenario. They didn't really like the scenarios that they couldn't control, after all. Which meant, One has appeared in the Pacific Ocean. And when all of our forces start moving, one more should show up. That would make 2 kings. Okay, so one is the Pacific Ocean bastard, and the other will be Uriel from the 999th turn? Correct. How strong are they? I only saw for a brief moment back then. Well, Uriel from the 999th turn is responsible for leaving the secretive plotter in that state, so yeah. Son of a bitch. And something like that is going to show up with underlings, too? Han Suyong clearly witnessed the power of secretive plotter during the battle against the Apocalypse Dragon. So her reaction couldn't be seen as over the top. Constellations of our channel will definitely help us, right? Even if they help us, there is no guarantee of our victory. Most importantly, we won't be at our full combat strength with Yu Yonghyuk missing. My original plan was to split the companions in 2 to divide and conquer the Outer God Kings. However, if the main combatant Yu Yonghyuk were to go missing from the picture, then we won't be able to rely on the 1863rd turn's power to survive. Quack. We saw the wave gradually widening its area of influence through the display panel. It'd be too late if we started defending ourselves when the boundaries of the Great Apocalypse reached the Korean Peninsula. I quickly came to a new decision. Let's get moving. He'll tell you what you must do. 5 hours remained. We needed to finish our preparation within this time frame. While Han Suyong was busy conveying my new plan to our companions, I went to talk to Lee Gil-yong. After hearing my summons, the boy quickly rushed into the reception room with a bright expression. "Young, you called for me? What's up?" I nodded my head. "Please sit over here." He quickly sat down on the couch and looked up at me with his sparkling eyes as if he couldn't wait to hear what I had to say. I stared deeply into his eyes. The child who used to think of this world as a game. Even now, the memories of the moments I first met Lee Gil-yong remained fresh in my head. It was a nightmare filled with the flickering overhead lights of the subway and grasshoppers all leaping up into the air simultaneously. If Lee Gil-yong hadn't caught any insects that day, the one to die would have been me. The insect-collecting boy without a mother was now old enough to be a middle school student. I didn't save his mother that day. What would have happened if I made a different choice back then? For instance, what if my disgust towards humans was less intense? What if I didn't notice the injuries on the boy's arm while grabbing the grasshoppers? What if I didn't have a habit of hastily guessing a person's history with just a few circumstantial evidence? What if I hadn't read The Ways of Survival? What if I wasn't Kim Dokja? Sorry. I'm sorry, Hyung. Lee Gil-yong had his head lowered, his shoulders trembling from trepidation like a child about to be handed down a scary punishment. Was it because I looked scary? Or was it because of some other reason? Lee Gil-yong continued on. But, I didn't have a choice. If I hadn't signed the contract, Shin Yusung might have. Only then did I realize what he was trying to say. And this boy signed the contract with the devil in order to protect his precious something. A certain moment from the journey to the west brushed past my view. Right, I witnessed it clearly. Didn't I? The yellowish storm erupting out from the boy's figure while being surrounded by the 9 stars. Lee Gil-yong was talking about that time. I do remember you telling me to never use my sponsor's powers. I swear, I didn't deliberately break our promise. I really, as the boy spoke incoherently, I placed my hand on his head. You did well. The boy's eyes grew wider, so I spoke with more conviction in my voice. You did well. Without you would have all died back then. I was aware of how tough it had been for this boy, because I also knew only too well the sorrow of watching your companions die before your eyes and unable to do anything about it. Lee Gil-yong must felt the same. However, doing it again is going to be troublesome. You know this, don't you? With your powers. I don't want to. What's that? If the same things happen again, he'll make the same choice. He'll rely on that power again. He'll protect Shin Yusung and my companions. But, Gil-yonga. He hesitated slightly before avoiding my hand. He raised his head, and I saw several complicated emotions swirling within his eyes. It seemed that I wasn't the only one who had made up his mind. I know you called me here to scold me, but I came here to tell you this too. I'm not a little kid anymore, Hyung. I'm also qualified, you know. Just like everyone else, I reached this far by beating back all the scenarios. I inwardly swallowed back my gasps. I knew this already. I did, but... The fourth Wallace voice could be heard next, sounding thoroughly unimpressed by my thoughts. Don't tray at him like a kid, you are mo real like a kid. Gilyanji is still a kid. Youcant fig hty thout hi m and ua. Kim dokja. Ac tingel like a nic person do esn't suit you. I knew that, but still that didn't mean. Don't wa rry. My fr yend will he lp. Your friend? It was then. A transparent wall like something wavered around Gil-yong, accompanied by such a chut noise. The fourth wall is responding to its friend. I cautiously reached out towards the empty air. Something was there. This sensation of touching a wall, I was familiar with it. However, this wall was still incomplete. I finally understood several things just then. So that's how it was. That wall was now with this child. Hyung, even if you say no, He must felt scared by my hand reaching out to the empty air, because he started shouting in a shaky voice. I quickly lowered my hand and held his. I remained still while holding his hands tightly, until his shivering gradually calmed down. You're right, Gilyanga. Hyung? We can't see the conclusion without your help. We need you during the scenario we are about to enter. I slowly blinked my eyes. Couldn't help it now. I had to acknowledge our current situation where I had no choice but to rely on a hurting child. I had to treat preciously the boy's heart that had to mature far too quickly for his age, and his courage he had to display first. And to reward that courage, I too had to become honest here. Even if that's true, I won't let you fight all alone. This is my desire, and I won't ever back down from this. Can you understand that, Gilyanga? Gilyang slowly nodded his head. He wiped his tears and smiled happily. My heart ached thinking about how I had to go to war with this child in tow. Unfortunately, it was now time to cross that bridge. I want to speak to your sponsor. My words caused Gilyang's eyes to quake quite noticeably. But, Hyung, that guy, Don't worry. The reason why I didn't want to use his sponsor was because that guy was simply too dangerous. Will you truly not come with me? You'll become stronger much faster if you stick with me instead of him. Even then, you wish to stay behind. Young Hyuk must have known this too, and that's why he tried to take Gilyang away. What a fox-like sly bastard. I gently grasped the shoulders of worried Gilyang and spoke. Your Hyung is now a myth-grade constellation, you know. If it was a few days ago, I'd have avoided making this choice if at all possible. But the story was different now. I lightly sucked in my breath, and while looking up, spoke in my true voice. I know you're watching, so come out. The moment the tone of my voice changed, a heavy reverberation spread out around us. Sparks completely inundated the reception room, and Gilyang's expression changed. As his brows furrowed in pain, his eyes became white next. I realized what was happening here, so I quickly broke past the probability storm and tightly grasped the boy's shoulder. I don't remember telling you to descend. Such a chuch it. The aftereffects from the probability storm lessened significantly, and all sorts of pain rushed into my arm. But I ably endured it. If I didn't go with this much showmanship, then I'd not be able to negotiate properly with this guy. Your status is suppressing the aftereffects of a localized probability storm. Gilyang's expression regained its calm rapidly. And right in the next instance, sounds akin to the beatings of insect wings came out from his mouth, currently looking as if empty darkness had taken over. I'm familiar with waiting, yet you have taken far too long. This voice sounded as if millions of locusts were crashing in at the same time. Episode 89. Great Apocalypse 2. Fin. Chapter 469 Great Apocalypse 3. It had become dark outside the windows. I wondered if the sun had set already. But when I took a closer look, I realized that insects were sticking to the glasses. Locusts were glaring at me while scurrying around, their antennae swaying threateningly about. I glanced at the plague of locusts and spoke up. Compared to how long you had to endure, your waiting this time wouldn't have been all that much. So stop exaggerating. What do you know about waiting? The creature's words kept being cut off. Its true voice sounded like an echo spreading out from beneath the emptiness that I couldn't even fathom. The surrounding air was bubbling with pitch-black status. I adjusted my own aura and continued to speak. I know that you are the forgotten evil, at least. It was here that the brows above Gilyang's white eyes quivered just a little. It felt as if bitterly cold air suddenly was blanketing us. I endured it and spoke again. The evil that all the other stars have forgotten after too much time has passed by. The evil that was even ostracized by other evil, and was sealed away within the demon world's deepest underground. Quite often, it was told that the deepest part of hell was the dwelling of the apocalypse dragon. The reason why the great war of saints and demons was so famous was because of the Harmageddon burning in the flames of this terrifying dragon. The truth was, though, the apocalypse dragon wasn't the only calamity found in the early days of the great war of saints and demons. The calamity of the stars that swept across the worlds with yellow-colored storm clouds of insects amongst all the names that had disappeared, there definitely existed a calamity with this title. Oh, the king of locusts, the ruler of the deepest pit. My words prompted a vicious storm to whip about in the air as a new message revealed itself. Character Gilyang's sponsor has revealed its modifier. Constellation, ruler of the deepest pit, is now looking at you. The ruler of the deepest pit, Abaddon. Just like the other main characters of the Great War of Saints and Demons, it too was in existence on the level of myth grade. However, the masters of the wall dividing good and evil didn't acknowledge it as evil for the sake of their own battles. And to make matters worse, didn't even let it enter the ranks of the 72 demon kings of the demon world. And so, this being was more like an outer god now. Even though it was the great evil that dyed the galaxy with locust plague once upon a time, this being had to spend tens of thousands of years locked away within the prison of forgotten memories. This being was even betrayed by its own kins, the demons, while believing in the empty promise of others waking it up during the age of calamities. That was until one human used grasshoppers as the method to clear the scenario one day. Fable, Grasshopper Catcher has begun its storytelling. Gilyong's fable that sprouted from our scenario had managed to awaken the ancient demon from its slumber. State your reason for summoning me, oh the arrogant Constellation. I could easily sense this demon's hidden pain from its voice filled with boundless hatred. It was ignored by its enemy, the good, while it was betrayed by its supposed ally, the evil. What do you think? I called you here to make you stop exploiting a little kid after you forced him into signing a contract with you. If you want to sign a contract with someone, then do it with me instead. Wouldn't that be fairer? I only forgive your insolence because you wrecked the great war of saints and demons. Gilyong's lips twisted ever so slightly to form a grin. This guy, it possessed the qualification of great evil, yet it decided not to participate in the great war of saints and demons right till its conclusion. Hell, it even acted as if it didn't exist in the first place. I kind of understood why, though. That particular great fable was no longer a festival meant for this creature. The Apocalypse Dragon and Eden, the demon world, watching them being destroyed was gratifying. Is that so? But is it over with only that? Over? Abaddon, you're still evil. My words caused Gilyong's brows to quiver. The great war of saints and demons is already over. Yeah, it has ended. But it'll start again in the future. And the scenario where you're the calamity might get created during then. Where everyone remembers your modifier. Where everyone trembles from fear in front of your name. Why? Are you saying such things? Abaddon smiled as if it heard rather sweet-sounding remarks. I went straight to the topic. Let me not beat around the bush. You've saved up enough of your strength. Now, lend us your aid. And why should I? Because even you would be annihilated if you don't. You already know very well that other constellations will never give you the time of day after we're all gone. I am the ancient evil. The constellations on the side of absolute evil will never acknowledge you as the most ancient evil. No one will stand on your side. And I guess you must have forgotten it, but there is that monster Ball waiting in the final scenario too. Ball? Abaddon's voice trembled as if it was having a seizure. Ball the Demon King ranked number 1 in the pecking order. The sole existence from the demon world that had entered the final scenario's area, and also the Demon King who had imprisoned Abaddon in the deepest pit as well. You help us and stop the great apocalypse. Then we shall grant you an opportunity to take your revenge on that guy. The surrounding air was trembling viciously. I continued to withstand the status tumbling within the air current and spoke up. Oh, the ruler of the deepest pit. Become the most ancient evil in the world we wish to create. When choosing to get in bed with the devil, you need to offer up a bait of this scale at the least. I definitely needed Abaddon's powers in order to stop this calamity. 1 hour and 5 minutes remaining until the start of the great apocalypse. Finally, all the preparations were complete. I looked at my companions waiting on the side of the plaza and asked them, "Has Yu Jung Hyok woken up yet?" No, not yet, Isilwa replied, and I nodded my head. If he hadn't woken up yet, then we had to go with Plan B. He'll believe in you, everyone. We have no other choice now. The Plan B was actually the same with a split into 2 groups and each fight an Outer God King. The only thing different would be the composition of each group. The Outer God the first team will fight is the Living Flame. The Living Flame, the god name of Uriel who lived during the 999th turn. The one appearing in the Pacific Ocean is the master of the sunken island. But once the great apocalypse begins, the Living Flame will definitely make her appearance. She's targeting the secretive plotter after all. I glanced at the sleeping secretive plotter still trapped within the ceiling sphere and continued on. For the time being, this is the list of the participants. Companions stared at me with tense eyes. Zhang Hui-1, Gilyong, Shin Yusung, Seol-Hwa, Gong Pildu, Yu Sang-a, Han Suyang. The main damage dealer of this group was Zhang Hui-1. The one possessing the strongest space-restricting power was Yu Sang-a, while no one even came close to Han Suyang's ability to conduct the battles. These 3 were going to form the mains of the team. Of course, that wasn't the end. Uriel, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, the Great Sage. Sparks began dancing wildly in the air as soon as I said that. Constellation, demon-like Judge of Fire, is nodding her head. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, grumbles that it doesn't wish to be ordered around. Constellation, Most Ancient Liberator, is guessing your intentions. Since our opponent was going to be Uriel from the 999th turn, we definitely had to send out our own Uriel. If luck was on our side, we might be able to see the disconnected film theory S effects once more. The Black Flame Dragon would no doubt be a great help here, and there was no need to even mention the Great Sage now that he had become a myth-grade constellation himself. ID like breaking the Sky Sword Saint Kyrios, Zhang Haiyang, and the rest of the Transcenders to be their backup, please. Leave it to us. The clearly excited Zhang Haiyang shouted out after she finally got a proper mission of her own. However, her enthusiasm should take a turn for the worse once she gets there. Both the Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios nodded their heads, so I continued on. Finally, Hades, Persephone, ID like you two to accompany the first team, please. Constellation, father of the rich knight, is silently nodding his head. Constellation, queen of the darkest spring, is looking at you worriedly. The expressions of my companions quietly listening until then finally began changing somewhat. The first one to open her lips was Zhang Hui-1. Hang on a minute. Is there a need to focus all the combat personnel on the first team? Basically, everyone is in the first team, isn't it? Who will be in the second team? E.g. Hai, Yi-Hai and Xiangsai, and I will form the second team. What about other constellations? I didn't reply to her, prompting her eyes to narrow to a slit. Yet another nice-sounding suicidal plan. I spied Yu Sang-ah next to her smiling gently just then. Right, if it's her, then she might side with me on this one. Someone is reciting the Constrictive Sutra. Her gentle lips began reciting something truly terrifying. I then spotted Han Suyong in the distance with her hand massaging her temples while shaking her head. I told you it's not going to work. I urgently shouted out. Hang on. It's not a suicidal plan. It really is a proper plan. That's why I'm bringing along both Ji-Hai and Haiyan Xiangsai. I'm a myth-grade constellation now. You all saw how strong I've become earlier, didn't you? Sure. We saw you hiding behind Jung Hyoxi and cheering him on. Please trust me. You all know what kind of an existence a myth-grade constellation is. It's none other than a myth-grade. Poseidon, Zeus, the great sage, heaven's equal, the demon king of salvation. Sounds like something weird is mixed up in there, though. My companions seem to have fallen into the trap of uncertainty after I repeated the myth grade several more times. Indeed, the best brainwashing method was to repeat yourself. It was then a thunderclap exploded in the sky. Constellation, most ancient liberator, is glaring at you. The great sage spent his own probability to materialize his incarnation body and made his grand entrance along with the flashy lightning show. His majestic platinum-hued hair danced above the somersault cloud. Magne, have you lost your mind? It's fine to send an indirect message, you know. You need to conserve your probability. Not all myth grades are equal myths. You're just a hatchling who has stepped into this domain only recently. This was my first time seeing the great sage come out this forcefully, and that flustered me somewhat. I deliberated on my options, before sighing out grandly and told everyone the truth. I too don't believe the combined strengths of the second team will be enough to kill a king. Then what were you planning to do? The core of our plan this time is Blitzkrieg. Currently, we didn't have Jung Hyok, the core of the second team, with us. If we couldn't borrow the powers of the 1863rd regression turn, then didn't matter how the teams were split up, we still didn't have any guarantee of victory. Just one mistake, then forget about dividing and conquering our enemies would get conquered instead. In that case, there was only one way remaining to ensure everyone's survival. The survival of the second team is dependent on the first. You must defeat the living flame as speedily as possible and head to the Pacific Ocean. The goal of my team, Ji-Hai, Haiyan Xiangsai, and I is to endure until all of you come and join us. This was the first stage in the plan that I came up with. 30 minutes later, Ji-Hai, Haiyan Song, and myself disembarked to the Pacific Ocean. Right up until our departure, my companions were trying to change my mind, but I simply shook my head at them. The master of the sunken island managed to destroy the American continent simply by rising up. If we waited for that guy to get closer to the Korean peninsula, then every single nearby island would be destroyed even before the battle got underway. Going out to face our enemy Hedon was the right call even when considering the accompanying risk. Constellation, maritime war god, is reading the water route with a deeply meaningful stare. Both Ji-Hai and Haiyan Song looked quite tense. Especially the latter, as he was returning to scenarios after a period of absence. His expression was far more solemn than before. Constellation, bald general of justice, is busy polishing his head. Constellation, King Hungmu, is saddened by the fate of the Korean peninsula. The turtle dragon scythed past the ocean waves to go past the islands of Ulleung-do and Dokdo. Perhaps the sights of the latter left an impression on him, because Haiyan Song suddenly placed his hand on his chest and shouted out, "We shall protect our motherland." Constellation, last hero of Wangsanbeil, is nodding his head. I found it a bit hard to watch such a serious declaration, so I promptly went for a tackle. Hyunsong SSI, you said you quit being a soldier, didn't you? It's not just soldiers that protect our nation, you know? He muttered his reply and looked down at his dog tags with sorrowful eyes. Before we parted ways from the rest of the companions, Zhang Huiwen fidgeted around with those tags for a long time before letting him go. Hyunsong, now with the face of an innocent little bull, looked up into the sky and nodded his head. Jihai watched the spectacle unfold and whispered something in my ear. Juicy, why does this feel like our death flag? Well, be fine. If anyone's dying today, it'll be Hyunsong only. By the way, we'll just us two, me and Hyunsong Juicy. Really be alright? I spread out a sheet on the ship's deck while explaining myself. This sheet was a DIY item I bought just now from the Dakibi bundle. My new goal was to complete this thing before we encounter our new enemy. I don't get it, though. Sure, I get why with Hyunsong Juicy. But me? Is it because we're on the sea? Something like that. But my sponsor is a historical, no, a fable grade. But you clearly said that even a myth grade can't stop the guy about to show up, didn't you? For sure, what she said was correct. The maritime war god was an excellent constellation, sure, but he was a long way off from being referred to as Starstream's greatest constellation. It's not the general, but you that I believe in. Eh? The constellation being a fable grade doesn't mean his incarnation is also a fable grade, you see. Jihai blinked her eyes as if she didn't really get it, but eventually, a smirk formed on her lips. What are you on about? I'm not even a constellation, you know. Well, true, you aren't one now. Jihai had no idea of her own potential. She had no clue just how far she reached back in the original story. Constellation, maritime war god, nods his head after hearing your words. Perhaps the general was already well aware of it. Hyunsong finished shooting the solo performance of Romeo and Juliet and approached us. By the way, Dokjasi, what have you been making until now? This? I showed him the item I'd been making. Its explanation immediately popped up when I did. Item information. Name, the white flag of complete surrender. Grade, SSS. Explanation. It's a surprising item that allows the enemy to see your surrender from very far away. Be careful to not let your allies discover you using it. Hyunsong formed a disbelieving expression, as if he had seen something weird, and rubbed his eyes a few times before he looked at me. I grinned back. I told you I'm not planning to die this time. But this isn't this. The moment you see them, we must surrender. Then we try to talk to them. Understand? Fighting won't buy us any time whatsoever. As soon as they show up, Juicy, something's coming. Almost at the same time with Jihai's cry, we all spotted a ginormous wall approaching us from the horizon. It was a wall of waves reaching hundreds of meters high. That wall was steadily encroaching upon us. You have entered the Great Apocalypse scenario area prematurely. You're recommended to exit the scenario area immediately. If you fail to exit, the Great Apocalypse scenario will begin. Of course, I wasn't planning to leave. Hidden scenario Great Apocalypse has begun. The invasion of outer gods has commenced. Please survive this calamity. The moment the scenario explanation ended, the gigantic waves of status crashed into us. This status was so great that all the hair on my body was standing up real high, even though I was supposed to be a myth-grade constellation now. The calamity that not even stars can't survive. This is the Great Apocalypse. The march of the outer gods, for the annihilation of a world. Fable, Demon King of Salvation, has begun its storytelling. I unleashed the appropriate fable to protect my companions and looked up at the wall of waves. The howl of the outer god resounded out from somewhere. The outer gods were piled up like layers in between the waves, and a lone battleship rode on top of this wall as if to reign over it. The vessel was an intimately familiar shape. The dragon-shaped figurehead spat out a violent lick of flames. The turtle dragon. That was definitely the turtle dragon. If one wanted to point out the obvious difference between that one and our own turtle dragon, then the enemy's was at least 20 times larger. Juicy. The frightened Jihai was now staring at me, her expression asking me if I knew this already. I nodded my head. I wasn't 100% sure, but did expect this to happen. I knew the list of survivors from the 999th turn better than anyone, after all. The calamity of the Western world, the master of the sunken island. Beyond the waves splitting up, we could hear the voice of a certain girl who had witnessed the 999th turn's conclusion. Load the cannons. Episode 89. Great Apocalypse 3. Fin. Chapter 470 Great Apocalypse. For the moment the shelling began, I grabbed Jihai. It felt as if the entire world had us in its crosshairs. Our ship quickly turned its heading. I could only pray that she wasn't too late. Fire. Qua. The ear-rending cacophony of cannon-firing noises filled up the entire great ocean. Foams around us evaporated into steam. With almost no room left, the turtle dragon managed to turn around in time. Even then, we couldn't dodge everything. Hein Xiangsai. As the acrid burning smell filled up our noses, the fable metal quickly branched out and covered up the entirety of the deck. Soon, it covered the entire hull and started glowing in white-hot heat. So hot, in fact, one's skin would be cooked instantly. As the impact force on the outer layer of the metal decreased, Yi Hyansong undid the steel transformation. When we saw the sky again, we realized that our ship was falling to the bottom as if the ground beneath had disappeared. I quickly activated Demon King transformation, spread out my wings, and shouted out, "Ijihai." She hurriedly grabbed the helm and controlled the movement of the ship. Flames lit up below the hull and the turtle dragon began flying. Only after securing our balance were we able to take stock of our surroundings. Just what the hell happened here? And then, Kim Dokja couldn't close his slack jaw. A ship in the middle of the ocean suddenly fell to the ground, meaning the water supporting that ship had disappeared. Kugugugugu. The great ocean had been split in half and its deep, dark bottom was now fully exposed. Aquatic creatures were flapping around painfully down there, and we could see the horde of outer gods gleefully tearing into those helpless creatures. Gaiaha! The swarm of outer gods were running on the bottom of the ocean, their bodies wriggling like worms. From either side of the now dry ocean, the huge tsunami waves were flooding in. "Move! Hurry!" I shouted out, and Ijihai urgently turned the ship around again. "Load the cannons." It was then that we heard the noises of cannons being loaded for the second time. Just hearing that true voice alone instilled fear deep into the very marrows of our bones. I raised my head and saw Yi Hyansong sweating buckets as well. Even if it was the fable metal, it wouldn't be able to withstand attacks of such caliber too many times. A juicy. Do something. I was planning to act, anyway. I finished my crappy construction effort on the white flag of complete surrender and raised it up high. Item: the white flag of complete surrender is activating. Now your enemies should be able to spot your complete surrender from even afar. A portion of constellations are shocked by your action. A small number of constellations are pointing accusatory fingers at your cowardice. Cowardice, my foot. You haven't even bothered to show up here. I used all of my strength to wave this white flag around. Ijihai, over here. I called out, yet no reply came back my way. No, the one to tackle me down figuratively was our own Ijihai instead. A juicy. Have you gone insane? It might not look it, but this item is an SS grade. There's no guarantee of us surviving just because we surrendered, you know. Well, Ijihai on that side could be a kind girl. Let's believe in that. How can you crack jokes in this kind of situation? Unfortunately, I wasn't joking. The cannons finished reloading, and just as they began emitting light, I diligently waved my white flag and shouted out my prepared speech. Aye, Ijihai. Did your master teach you to attack the opponents waving white flags? Kogu. And then that side stopped moving for the first time ever. The fully loaded cannons had stopped just before they could fire. The thick, gray steam dissipated to reveal a lone figure standing on the deck. It was the outer god, the master of the sunken island. Ijihai from the 999th turn was standing there, her long hair dancing in the wind. Even though she had lived an unaccountable amount of time, her looks were still in the 20s. It was as if her time had frozen still in the moments of the 999th regression turn's conclusion. As if she wanted to count the emptiness of that time, her lips began parting slowly. A flag. That's right, this flag. You remember it? Old pages were flipping past within me. Scenes from the 999th turn were being replayed, the intense stench of blood, the eerie darkness of the subway. Exclusive skill, reading comprehension, is activating. Attribute, scenario interpreter, is activating. Your words have awoken the ancient fable within your opponent. Within that darkness stood Yu Jung Hyok. Sparks burst out from the shattered, broken headlights of the train, the light flickering intermittently illuminated Yu Jung Hyok's sword, slaughtering the monsters. On that day, the wounded sword demon met the conquering king. The sword demon shuddered after seeing his sword easily rip through the enemies she had so much trouble fighting until then. Ijihai shouted out, her eyes chasing after the sword's trajectory that seemed to disappear in pure disinterest. If I follow after you, can I become stronger, too? Then, will I be able to survive in this stinking world? Such a chuchachit. Sparks danced violently before my eyes. The vicious storm of probabilities aftermath was so powerful that I couldn't even see my front properly. The incoming aquatic creatures and outer gods targeting us got sucked into the sparks and writhed in pain. What's this? Outer gods turned to look at their king. However, their king was no longer standing there. As if she was lost within the distant memories, The 999th turn's EG High was reaching out towards the empty air. Mas. Tur? Duh. As I thought. I got this impression the first time I met the secretive plotter as well as 999th turn's Uriel, that these people, they were clearly out of their minds. Character, master of the sunken island, is painfully baring her teeth. When an existence became an outer god, normally this being would end up as a completely different existence. It'd lose the memories of the life it lived and be reborn as a brand new creature. However, that was the story reserved for the regular outer gods kings played by different rules. They retained the memories and emotions of their previous lives. The secretive plotter divided his fable into different regression turns and stored them that way, while the living flame shoved her own sense of self into her vengeful obsession. Was she able to remember who she used to be? E.g. Hi. Please remember who you once were. I wasn't sure why the 999th turn's E.g. High became an outer god. However, I could think of one possibility. Don't destroy this world line, please. This place is the same as the world you used to live in. Yu Yung Hyok is here, so is E Hyensong, and so are you, E.g. High. Such a chuchachit. Starstream is closely observing your actions. A portion of great Dakibis are frowning at your actions. Fables from the 999th turn began flowing in front of my eyes. Don't close your eyes. Make sure you see who you're about to kill. Don't close your eyes. Make sure to remember who your sword is about to kill. Yu Yung Hyok, as how the 999th turn's E.g. High remembered him, stood there, the man who taught her the ways of the sword and how to survive. The struggle for the flag began, and after taking over the Chungmuro station, he said this to her. Remember the deaths of those you've killed. This might hurt you, but that way you'll avoid becoming a sword demon. Yu Yung Hyok's flag, still white and untainted, slowly wavered in that place. It became red, then black later. E.g. High looked at the flag proudly gleaming on that man's back and thought to herself, I wish to become someone like him. That was something I also thought about often. Character, master of the sunken island's fable, is violently shaking. I didn't miss this opening and continued to fire my salvo like a machine gun. I spat out the events of the 999th turn that I remembered without a shred of hesitation. Have you forgotten everything that Yu Yung Hyok taught you back then? Let the ones surrendering early go. Those who scheme behind your back are usually the smart ones. We're short on manpower, so we need to utilize even such people, too. E.g. High's jaw fell as she watched me from the side. She must have had no clue that I'd come out and persuade our enemy in this manner. Didn't really matter if they slagged me off for being a coward, as I simply had no choice. I had to resort to stimulating the memories from the original novel since buying time was the utmost priority for us. I didn't have any guarantee that this method would work. Anyway. Fire. God damn it, so that little wasn't enough, huh? Qua. The second shelling commenced. Although the firepower this time was weaker, the destructive power behind the attack was still too much for us to meet it heed-in. The only saving grace was that, rather than one big shot, the attack was in the form of scattered rounds instead. I watched the shells cross the vast ocean and bit my lips, hard. Hein Siongsai. I'm not finished with my preparations. Was it because he had to lend the fable metal to our companions, too? E Hyensong's magical energy recovery rate was extremely slow. The forged steel covering the vessel was only about half compared to before. Meaning, we need to withstand this turn without the help from the steel transformation. The turtle dragon began retreating with every ounce of energy in order to dodge the scattered shells. However, E.g. High moved in contrast to the ship's direction and stood in front to protect both E Hyensong and me. Ajussies, stand behind me. I'll do whatever I can about this. Her unexpected words made me take another look at her. With an unfamiliar light in her eyes, she was studying the front line. This fight is my fight. I didn't know what made her move, but one thing's for certain, E.g. High had chosen her battlefield. I don't know what the hell this 999th turn is nor what happened in that place. However, if there is another me trying to destroy this world with the pretext of tragedy from another regression turn. Ghostly flames burned fiercely within her eyes after she had made up her mind. I will never forgive another me. Constellation, maritime war god, is unleashing his status. I quietly stared at her. The oceans were the most optimal battlefield for her. The only things I could trust right now were E.g. High and her battleship. Nebula Kim Dokja Company's probability is permeating within the incarnation, E.g. High. The great fables I possessed poured in all of their status into her. Blinding golden aura enveloped her body. She opened her eyes wide, before smiling refreshingly at me. Thanks, Ajusi. E.g. High's battleship dashed forward. The turtle dragon evaded the arcs of the incoming scattered shells and spat out flames from its figurehead. All troops, advance. Great fable, torch that swallowed the myth, has begun talking a big game. The flames spat out by the small dragon figurehead collided with the shell fired from the other side and evaporated. The history we lived together became the fable and was colliding against the 999th turn's fable. Great fable, Demon World Spring, is aiding the incarnation e.g. High. Great fable, Season of Light and Darkness, has begun its storytelling. If one looked at the destructive power of great fables alone, then our side shouldn't get pushed around by your run-off-the-mill nebulas. Constellation, Maritime War God, has ceded his command to his incarnation. Character e.g. High is activating Ghost Fleet LV? Her speciality, the Ghost Fleet, finally revealed themselves above the great ocean's waters. Each of these vessels had grown past the size of a cruiser and were now almost reaching that of an aircraft carrier. They escorted the Turtle Dragon and spat out flames in sync with each other. Load the cannons. E.g. High's Ghost Fleet started their speedy forward march. Unfortunately, that side started firing first. Waves of flames rushed in over the vast expanse of the ocean. The fleet headed straight into the wave. The gigantic wall of water blocked our front, but her eyes were focused only on a single point: fire. The concentrated firing caused one side of the wave to explode. The fleet dug into that small opening and continued to advance. Her fleet, now in the straight-line formation, then opened fire in all directions. Outer gods struck down by the cannons cried out in pain. E.g. High trampled on those screams and continued to advance forward again and again. She even vomited out blood after using an excessive amount of magical energy. Yet she never let go of the helm. Even if it's just one shot. E.g. High's eyes, emitting chilling glow, were still fixed on one point. On a certain battleship waiting beyond the thick wall of waves. Load the cannons. Load the cannons. Constellation, Bald General of Justice, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. Constellation, King Hungmu, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. Constellation, Josian's First Sorcerer, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. Constellation, Last Hero of Wangsenbeal, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. Constellation, One-Eyed Mithraea, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. Constellation, COAE Single Stroke of Brush, is cheering on the incarnation e.g. High. The Korean Peninsula's constellations were now looking at her. While watching her pierce her way through this overwhelmingly disadvantageous combat situation, I began recalling a certain page from the now ancient original novel. Character e.g. High's attribute evolution is imminent. Her final attribute evolution, something she also experienced during the original, was about to occur right before my eyes. Such a thing was possible only because of the current situation. The probabilities lent to her by the Korean Peninsula's constellations, her own fable that she had accumulated with abnormal speed, and finally, E.G. High's determination to even risk death all combined to create this miracle. Constellation, Maritime War God, is looking at his incarnation. From the distant skies, E.G. High's sponsor, the Maritime War God, was looking down at her. He was the constellation that protected and advised her for the longest time. I knew what he was thinking right now. I could sense it because I was also a star like him. He was currently experiencing an event that only the smallest number of constellations would ever encounter. The event of an incarnation exceeding the status of her sponsor. This should be what the Maritime War God must realize, that the time had come for him to acknowledge the truth that now was the time to let go of his own incarnation from his embrace. And so the oceans desired one monarch to rule over the violent storms. The Maritime War God recited the fable as if he was sending the congratulatory message to a young bird taking to the skies for the first time. Therefore, there is no need for two monarchs in this great ocean. Character E.G. High's attribute is evolving. Character E.G. High has acquired the legendary grade attribute. Finally, the wounded sword demon was advancing towards her own ocean. Character E.G. High's attribute has evolved to the monarch of the great sea. Fire! Fire! As the ear-deafening cannon firing resounded out, everything before our eyes was enveloped by the blinding flash of light. Episode 89. Great Apocalypse. 4. Finn. Chapter 471. Great Apocalypse. 5. Mari, Time War. God. The 999th turn's E.G. High showed some reaction as if she had finally remembered her sponsor. During the 999th regression turn, the Maritime War God sacrificed himself to save E.G. High. Perhaps to deny everything that happened during this turn, the powerful naval bombardment continued on. However, our own E.G. High also responded in kind. All of the Korean Peninsula's constellations were with E.G. High. The monarch of the Great Sea, the realm E.G. High reached only during the extreme latter part of the ways of survival, well past the 1800th regression turns. She reached the highest position that a human could ever reach and leapfrogged her own sponsor to eventually become a god of the oceans. At least when on water, she was confident of not being pushed around by any myth-grade constellations. She actually said those words, and they even became reality later, too. During the original storyline, she fought the myth-grade constellation Poseidon on an equal footing, at least when they were on the sea. Fire. Attribute Monarch of the Great Seas effects are activating. The storm whipped up from behind E.G. High. Waves split up and firestorm raged on the path she scythed through. It was as if these violent winds were trying to escort her ship. She stood at the forefront of these winds and carried on with the shelling. Exclusive skill, Ghost Fleet LV, is continuing to fight back. And then the giant wall of waves gradually split up. Monarch of the GRE at sea. Tutwatwatwatwo. Even the outer gods following that side look to be flustered now. The monarch of the great sea will never be defeated on water. That was the accepted rule within the ways of survival. I believed in those words and that allowed us to come this far. However, Cook. Along with Pushashuk noise, streams of blood shot out from E.G. High's nose and mouth. Her excessively boiling magical energy had begun flowing backwards. Not only that, attribute Monarch of the Great Seas effects are activating. That message wasn't caused by the status from our side. I thought something was rushing in at us. And in the blink of an eye, powerful headwinds completely flipped our vision. The Ghost Fleet and Turtle Dragon were sucked into the humongous wave and flailed about within the rising foams. Jihaya. E.G. High was flung away like a kite with its strings cut. I reached out and grasped her wrist. My magical energy helped her to regain her consciousness, and she somersaulted in the air before landing back on the deck. She gritted her teeth and while grabbing the helm, shouted out, "I told you to run away. I can't do that." For the current E.G. High alone, this was asking for too much. Even if she had become the monarch of the Great Sea, our opponent had already attained the status of that very title a long time ago and now was even an outer god as well. Such a chuchachit. Due to the blessings from the Great Apocalypse scenario, this calamity had exceeded even the myth-grade constellations. That was precisely who we were confronting right now. Great Fable Demon World Spring is crying out as if in pain. Great Fable Torch that swallowed the myth is resisting against the myth. Great Fable Season of Light and Darkness is revealing itself. Three Great Fables began telling their stories at the same time. Since a portion of the Great Fable shares was being used by the first team, we couldn't utilize their full powers here. However, we still had enough to provoke our opponent. Was my goal of using the white flag to stimulate her memories finally paying off? Certain aspects of emotions carried within her true voice were different from before. Such a chuchachit. Character, Master of the Sunken Island, is staring at the Great Fable. Disconnected film theory is activating. Finally, the moments I was waiting for had come. Fables built up by two different E.G. Highs collided and the disconnected film threads began connecting to each other. If everything goes well, we should be able to buy ourselves a bit of time through this phenomenon. It was then that the scenery before us suddenly changed. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. This is the fable of Dokja, only son. Please survive. Ajusi. Don't. Stop it. I said stop. These were the memories from when we fought off the indescribable distance for the first time. As if simply recalling them was too painful for her, E.G. High quickly averted her gaze. So she made such an expression back then. I too could vividly recall those memories. In order to transport the entirety of the industrial complex, I made a deal with the secretive plotter and fought against that calamity. However, the expression of the 999th turns E.G. High was crumpling as well. Another fable unfolded itself before our eyes next. Great Fable, Wanderer of the Eternal Horizon, has begun its storytelling. That was the fable belonging to the 999th turns E.G. High. The scenery of Soul, destroyed by nebulous sneak attacking it, appeared before us. Next up was the unconscious companions, and finally, the crumbling outer wall of the castle. On top of this wall, the one-eyed Yu Hyuk and his lone arm were staring at the battlefield. This is the only way. The jet-black aura of chaos began rising up from his figure. Master. Stop. I said, stop. I knew exactly which scene this was. This was where 999th turns Yu Hyuk died. His soul, now in tatters after the Outer World pledge he signed with the Outer God was repeatedly invoked, was making his very last trade. Soul was now sinking into the deepest bowels of the ocean. Yu Hyuk spoke. You must survive. And then, the 999th turn's memories were scattering away beyond the misty, gray foams. From the two eyes of the expression girl, the master of the sunken island, something began trickling down. Certain fables wouldn't disappear even when subjected to the untold amount of time. Such a fable made her come this far. Ajusi, isn't that? I looked to my side and saw our E.G. High also crying. Isn't it? Too similar. Two great fables are responding to each other. Of course, the stories had to be similar. Kim Dokja believed that the most perfect regression turn was the 999th. And, And I took that turn as my motif after all. That regression turn was the closest out of all the others that came close to the correct conclusion. It was the only regression turn where everyone survived and got to witness the conclusion. Such a chuch it. As the storm of aftermath raged on, the 999th turn's EG high was approaching us. The distance closed in with each step taken. I was getting a bad vibe from this. A juicy hurry and fall back. Our EG high also sensed the incoming danger and unsheathed the twin dragon's sword before dashing forward. The instant kill, it was the best anti-human combat skill she possessed. Unfortunately, the streak of sword light slicing forward was deflected away in the empty air as the harsh, screeching noise resounded out. And our EG high was flung away across the deck, arcs of her blood scattering about. Jihaya. Hyun Song on standby quickly caught her. Just as I sighed in relief, the 999th turn's EG high stopped right before my nose. Even before I could unshackle my fable and unleash my status, her pale yet strong right hand grabbed hold of my collars. Hey you! Who are you? Yup, like master, like disciple. I could only smile wryly. In any case, the fact that we could now converse wasn't such a bad development. My name is Kim Dokja, your master's best friend. Best friend? The 999th turn's EG high now formed a confused expression. She then began staring at the fable circling around me. Before you start fighting them, you must search the left side wall. Then, you'll immediately realize what I'm trying to say to you. I'm telling you this now so that you can fight against the Sasquatch during the 28th scenario. My fable was now left wide open for her to read. But, how did you. I'm Yu Jung Hyok. Master? She must have been beset with confusion, as she used her left hand to massage her temples. Her eyes were burning with ominous aura. Kadoo-doo-doo. Her grip on my collars was getting stronger. Ripples of her status tightened around my body and I began having trouble breathing. Hang on second. Why don't you let me go and… Master. Outer gods flooding parroted her words. With the most sorrowful language known to man, they cried out instead of the 999th turn's EG high. They sounded as if their vocal cords were tearing apart, as if their whole existence was crumbling away. Exclusive skill, Omniscient Reader's Viewpoint, is activating. All of your fables are sympathizing with the applicable individual. Your degree of understanding on the applicable individual is increasing rapidly. Her eyes now reflected the moments we had lived in the past. From the Demon King selection battle to Gigantomachia, from the Great War of Saints and Demons to the journey to the West. And then, Fable Square Circle has begun its storytelling. You can talk to me anytime. If you don't want to talk to me, then ITLL be fine with someone else too. But you don't have to huddle in a corner and let it fester inside you. I now could see the face of the 999th turn's EG high distorting in great sorrow. Why did that remind me of the secretive plotter? Why is it not me, but you? To the 999th turn's EG high, the master of the sunken island, what did this story mean to her? Would she also hate me? To the lives of this world line, built upon the history of her and her companions that I read. I'm envious. What? Such a chuch it. As if she was looking at something she had been longing for all eternity. The 999th turn's EG high slowly reached out and placed her palm on my cheek. Even if it was the same story, the impression one got after reading it would be different from people to people. Some might despair after seeing the story he had failed to achieve, while someone else might feel consoled having seen the sorrow that closely resembled hers. The only issue here would be with where that consolation effort might go next. I want to have it. Her eyes, soaked in ancient sorrow, suddenly were filled with streaks of madness. The 999th turn's EG high slowly turned her head. Her gaze was now locked firmly on the unconscious EG high. I too want to live this kind of life. Only then did I realize what this girl was thinking of in her head. The disconnected film theory was writhing violently. The 999th turn's EG high reached out, and the vicious air current flew out to envelop our unconscious EG high. This was dangerous. The fables of two beings are starting to resonate. Accompanied by the Ugeogeek noise, the 999th turn's fable began moving. That fable was now devouring the fable from our world line. I freaked out and hurriedly unleashed my status. I needed to stop this. No matter what, I must never let the 999th turn's EG high devour. Quadadoo-doo-doo. Forged steel broke out from the ship's deck and extended in the blink to protect both me and our EG high. It was Hyun Song's doing. However, I sensed that something was different about the fable's aura coming from the steel barrier. I shifted my gaze towards him. Hyun Song was there, but it was not him. Someone had borrowed his body to unleash his powers. Incarnation Hyun Song's sponsor is protecting you. This status was strong enough to evenly match the master of the sunken island. The steel wall was ripped apart with loud tearing noises, and the 999th turns E.G. High poked her head through. As if she had been doused by cold water, her expression was hardened to a frightening degree. The first one to open his lips was E. Hyunsong's sponsor. Dahaya. Our story had come to an end a long time ago already. That was the true voice of an outer god. And I realized whose it was instantly. At the same time, Han Myung-oh, having purchased another's grade Faragini, with coins he borrowed from Kim Dokja, was hurriedly driving on the dimensional road. His destination was the sealed-off Isle of Reincarnators. Doriuma, if you can hear my voice, please answer me. Doriuma. Han Dorium, that was the name he had given to his daughter. He continued to wander around all corners of the dark stratum and called out that name. Doriuma. And eventually, he discovered a familiar hand poking out from in between the distorted darkness. He could not recognize that hand. He had never let go of that hand, right up until she was snatched away by the Demon King. Han Myung-oh held it tightly, and then he began extracting his daughter's body from the layers of darkness. It wasn't an easy job, but he couldn't give up on it. Great Fable, Liberator of the Forgotten Ones, has begun its storytelling. The Kim Dokja Company's fable he borrowed in order to find his daughter began to tell its story, and he managed to extract her body bit by bit from the layer. Fortunately, her incarnation body was intact. Not so fortunately, though, her heart wasn't beating. However, he had in his possession a single life and death pill he got from Isiolwa. Doriuma, please wake up. It's your dad. Your dad's here for you. Han Myung-oh called out while crying. And so how long passed by like this? Finally, Han Dorium opened her eyes. Reddish light leaked out from her irises, however. You did well, my dependent. What opened its eyes wasn't Han Dorium. The guidance of the end almost came to an end itself during the Great War of Saints and Demons. The ominous status of a Demon King could be felt now. Asmodeus formed a crazed smile, causing Han Myung-oh to fall on his butt. Give my daughter back to me. My daughter. Daughter? My apologies, but that will be too difficult. I definitely need this incarnation body, you see. However, allow me to gift you with a nice present. Instead, Asmodeus spoke up to there and pulled out a pitch-black eye patch from its inner pocket. The qualification to watch the end of this world line with me, that is. This was an ancient item that had been passed down among the guiders of the end. An item that could be used only when the final scenario was just around the corner. Item, Relic of the Abyss, is activating. The otherworld incantation meant to summon the outer god died in the abyss, the demon of 999. Asmodeus exploded in a fit of maniacal laughter as it watched the dimension distort visibly. Metatron, Agar's, Demon King of Salvation. This story won't end the way you think it will. This story, it will. What the hell is this? Since when did this happen? There was a man standing behind Asmodeus. He was enveloped in the jet-black aura, while bandages were wrapped around in one of his arms. Han Myung-oh, watching this scene unfold 6 steps away, began trembling uncontrollably. He recognized the face of this unknown man. This mysterious man met his gaze and smiled. Kamadato, so you have summoned me? What's this? There's a Demon King here, too? I get it. This Demon King was busy bullying you, and you summoned me to save you, right? Oh, the end. That's not true. It is I, Asmodeus, that have summoned you to... Swish. The man's translucent hand reached out and grabbed the back of Asmodeus' neck. And a second later, the Demon King's soul form was captured by the man. Hiak. I don't trust the words of those hiding in other people's bodies. Asmodeus' soul was then torn to shreds along with the loud puahak noise. The attack didn't even give the Demon King a chance to resist. The man licked the tattered fable of a demon and grinned brightly. I hate Demon Kings the most. They always try to imitate me. I mean, look. This bastard. He even had the eye patch that I misplaced somewhere. You know? The man muttered to himself and pulled the eye patch off Asmodeus' former incarnation body before putting it on himself. He grinned brightly as if he was satisfied by his own appearance now. Meanwhile, the trembling Han Myung-oh hurriedly hugged the fallen body of his daughter and looked up at this man. Don't worry, man. I may look a bit scary, but once you get to know me better, you'll learn that I'm actually a nice guy inside. The man vigorously tapped. Well then, shall I go and find my Jihai now? Episode 89. Great Apocalypse. 5. Finn. Chapter 472. One Person. 1. The forged steel expanded and protected both me and Jihai. Constellation. Master of Steel is revealing his status. Hyunsong's sponsor was the original Master of Steel. However, he was killed off during the Oz incident the last time. Before that, though, he managed to successfully hand his modifier over to someone else. King of Silverlight Heart. The King of Silverlight Heart, that was the new Master of Steel. He was yet another existence who witnessed the 999th turn's conclusion, alongside the Master of the Sunken Island. And it was none other than Yi Hyunsong from the 999th turn. Stop with your ridiculous charade as a sponsor. What do you think you're doing? Was it because she was facing another king like her? The 999th turn's Yi Jihai was rapidly regaining her reasoning. You kept silent when we were calling for you, so why are you appearing like this now? The Master of the Sunken Island continued on. It was you who suggested that we follow the rules. We promised to find our stories again, even if that meant we'd become the apocalypse of another world. To get our scenarios back from the star stream, that's what you suggested, right? The fables flowing near them helped me to guess what their lives had been like. Jihaya, we must stick to the rules. Even if we become the outer gods, do not forget that rule. Only that rule will protect you when the world tries to inflict you with pain. ITLL speak up for you that you are not wrong. Just like how E.G. highs from different regression turns were still E.G. high, E. Hyunsongs found in the same turns were also undoubtedly E. Hyunsong. Even after he became an outer god, his original nature didn't change. The King of Silverlight Heart stared at me next. I couldn't decipher the emotions contained within his gaze. This is my rule, Jihaya. To prevent the reenactment of the 999th turn's tragedy. What rubbish are you talking about? Is rule something you can easily change on a whim, like flipping your hand around? I've heard several stories from my sponsor who used to live this world line. In some ways, this world line could very well be the one we've been searching for. The King of Silverlight Heart was glowing coldly as he spoke. The world line where the end of everything could be witnessed. Those words caused the 999th turn's E.G. High to hesitate. Such a world line can't exist. Besides, this world line is about to end. Anyway, even if you interfere, even if I stop. It seemed that the King of Silverlight Heart chose not to become the calamity of the great apocalypse. I expected something like that, though. If he really was thinking of harming us, then he'd have done so back in the Oz. And since I knew that, I decided to bring our Yi Hyunsong here, as a final hidden card prepared for that one-off chance. These people aren't that weak. Uriel alone won't make it. The King of Silverlight Heart ended his words there. The Master of the Sunken Island then replied, her empty, wandering eyes staring at the distant horizon. But then, life returned to her eyes right next moment, with an expression of someone who saw something quite unpleasant. What if she's not alone? And then, pitch-black darkness blanketed the world beyond the horizon. Something we failed to foresee was revealing itself over yonder. The rest of Kim Dokja Company's companions were camping out near Dokdo Island, waiting for something to show up. A short while after Kim Dokja had disappeared towards the Pacific Ocean, they started hearing the drumbeat-like noises bellowing out from there every so often. They flinched every time they heard those noises. No one said anything about their intermittent flinching movement, but they all knew what it meant. Anyway, I want to go and help Kim Dokja. However, they endured it. This was all part of their strategy. If they carelessly made a move here, then forget about saving Kim Dokja, they might end up losing everything instead. They simply had to stick to the plan. According to the plan, this place was Kugugugugu. It was right then they felt the heat coming from the sky. Powerful heat waves completely blanketed the entirety of the ocean. When they reflexively raised their heads, they were treated to a truly unbelievable spectacle. Kim Dokja was right. The burning, seething sun was falling towards the middle of the ocean. Han Suyong, in charge of the control tower, shouted out from the top of Gong Pildus Fortress. Get ready for battle. This heat was so intense that it felt like even their souls were melting. And within the solar flames, the buoyed 999th turn's Uriel floated silently. Where is the secretive plotter? The outer god king, the living flame that rises up from the east. Han Suyong swallowed back her saliva after sensing the enormous status wafting in front of her. More correctly, she tried to. However, she couldn't sense any moisture within her mouth, as if all of her saliva had evaporated. She forced her parched throat to speak up. And now we commence with the flame extinguishment. The flame extinguishment that was the mission the first team was tasked with. Han Suyong recalled the last words Kim Dokja said to her before he disembarked. Don't kill her. She's also Uriel. That damn Kim Dokja. He wanted them to subdue such a thing without killing it? The silence continued and the living flame narrowed her eyes. If you aren't going to answer, Yusanga. The signal was given and Yusanga extended her arms out. As her Buddhist robe wavered gently, a gigantic mandala spun around behind her and it shot towards the sun. The strongest debuff skill Kim Dokja Company currently possessed was activated. Fable, Hour of Mandala, is activating. It was really negligible, but the movement of the sun had become just a little slower. The 999th turns Uriel muttered out. Comma. Interfering with time and space? Is Sakyamuni in this place? I haven't sensed his aura, though. Kadoo-doo-doo-doo. She clenched her fist and the space-time of the surrounding world shook powerfully as if it'd shatter at any moment. Blood leaked out of Yu Sanch's lips. This is the best I can do. Zhang Hui-1. Shin Yu-sung. Two of them dashed forward after hearing Han Suyong's order. The first one the 999th turns Uriel discovered was Shin Yu-sung. The shadow of a huge dragon was cast on the ocean's surface. And then, the poison breath blanketed the sun's destructive conflagration. So, you're this world line's beast lord. A portion of Uriel's incarnation body touched by the breath changed color, but that lasted only for a short while. Her skin reverted back to normal in the blink of an eye. Why don't you try to block this, too? That voice came from right beside her, and the 999th turns Uriel reflexively swung her sword. Clea Wong. Flames of retribution and Judge's sword collided. Just one collision and Zhang Hui-1 had to retreat while vomiting out blood. Incarnation Zhang Hui-1 is currently activating Hour of Judgment. The Hour of Judgment? How are you using that technique against me? Who knows? The hellfire covered Zhang Hui-1's sword, and the wings of Archangel spread out from behind her back. The 999th turns Uriel confirmed them, and her expression hardened as she unleashed her status. So, you are my incarnation. As if to oppose that statement, the power of the constellation emanated from Zhang Hui-1's body as well. Hui-Wo-Ni is my incarnation, not yours. Two Uriels unleashed their statuses at each other and began colliding. The first exchange, then the second as the collision increased in frequency. Zhang Hui-Wan's expression quickly grew more and more agitated. What kind of power is... I won't get fooled by those ridiculous memories again like the last time. Zhang Hui-Wan was forced to go on the defensive in an instant, leading Uriel to urgently shout out. CK, are you just going to watch and do nothing? Almost at the same time, jet black flames sneak attacked the 999th turns Uriel on her back. The living flame frowned heavily and spoke up. The black flame dragon. The black flame dragon shouted out triumphantly. The bandages unwrapped from both of his arms now. Kakik. How did that feel, you stinking angel? The absolute good and the absolute evil. Two fable-grade constellations who used to be sworn enemies once upon a time were fighting together in order to stop this calamity. The hellfire and black flame bore down on the army of the sun. And as she was bathed in the storm of blinding light rays, Han Suyong quietly shuddered. That's so strong. With just one hand, the living flame was fighting against those two powerful constellations. This opponent couldn't be pushed back even when the two of them combined their strengths. Me of this turn only amounts to this much? Where is Eden? Why are you fighting alongside these people? CK, Eden has been destroyed already. Comma. Eden is no more? And you wish to confront me without the blessing of the nebula? The living flame then turned her head away as if to indicate that she had no more reason to fight these two. The sun's rays seemed to grow even stronger. Then some things began crawling out from the intense heat. They were outer gods that followed her. An army numbering several thousand was waiting for her command. Go. Find the secretive plotter. Their march began. Countless nameless ones possessing burning wings began descending to the world below. At this rate, the whole of the Korean peninsula might get swept aside in an instant. Incarnation Shin Yu-sung is activating Superlative Diverse Communication LV? Shin Yu-sung made her move. Countless aquatic creatures burst out of the ocean's surface and leapt up to bite the ankles of the nameless ones before dragging them down. Then, the master of the armed fortress, Gong Pil-du, joined her as well. Automated turrets installed atop the defensive walls began spitting out licks of flames, and the nameless ones turning into Swiss cheese all screamed in pain. The 999th turns Uriel spoke up. You even accepted such an evil man as your comrade? How pathetic. The nameless ones continued to march unfazed towards Gong Pil-du's fortress. And just as one of the outer walls was about to be destroyed by the constant attacks of the outer gods, Han Suyong cried out, Yi Gil-yang. As if he was waiting for that, Yi Gil-yang immediately appeared above the wall. Jet black status was tightly wrapped around the boy as he roared out to the sky. When he did, yellowish clouds rushed in from somewhere and covered up the heavens above. It was only for a moment, but this new army was vast enough to hide that white-hot star. Constellation, ruler of the deepest pit, is baring its white fangs. Comma. Demon god Abaddon? Why is a bastard like you here? Surprised by an unexpected enemy's entrance, the 999th turns Uriel growled menacingly. With Shin Yu-sung and Gong Pil-du, and now also Yi Gil-yang added to the mix, the battle had finally become evenly matched. Abaddon's yellow locusts swarmed through themselves at the Nameless Ones and blocked them. Gaha! The Nameless Ones writhed in pain. The 999th Uriel furrowed her brows. While easily defending against the Archangel Uriel and the Black Flame Dragon's combined assault with only one hand, she began concentrating magical energy on the other. She was planning to break through the encirclement with her own hellfire. However, there was someone here capable of reading her thoughts first. Now, attack. Han Suyong's signal prompted a lengthy scythe to leap out from the surface of the deep ocean. Accompanied by the slicing noise, a huge wound was inflicted on the former Archangel's wing. White feathers scattered alongside the fable of the other world. King of the Underworld. For the first time ever, the expression of the 999th Turn's Uriel had completely stiffened. Nebula Underworld is releasing the stored-up fable. Hades and the portion of Underworld's elite forces crossed over using a portal, which included the 3 judges as well as Persephone. The Nameless Ones guarding the sun were brought down, and the Underworld status began pressuring the 999th Turn's Uriel. However, she steadfastly withstood it. The incarnations of Sakyamuni and the Archangel Uriel, as well as the Abyssal Black Flame Dragon. And on top of that, the myth-grade constellation Hades, too. Even though one of her wings was torn from a sneak attack, and she was currently subjected under the combat force of a fairly strong nebula as well, she was not being pushed back at all. No, it seemed that she was actually searching for an opportunity to overturn the situation. Instead, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and join them. Constellation, most ancient liberator, lazily makes his move as if he finds this whole affair bothersome. Kugugugugu. Gloomy clouds rolled in just above the yellow-colored clouds. Lightning emitting an ominous bluish glow suddenly crashed down to the ocean below without holding back. The heavens breathlessly flickered. A figure of an aloof constellation was revealed in between the lightning flares, brushing by a myth-grade constellation blessed with dancing platinum hair, and a rather uniquely arrogant grin stood there. The moment the 999th Turn's Uriel opened her eyes wide, the Rui Jingu Bang filling up her view powerfully smashed her entire body down. She failed to withstand the impact force, and her incarnation body slammed into the ocean with a deafening explosion noise. Episode 90. One Person 1. Fin. Chapter 473. One Person 2. Nice work, Sun Wukong. The clearly excited Han Suyong cried out. Along with the Kururic noise, bloody foams rose up above the ocean. Not too long after, 999th Turn's Uriel revealed herself on the water's surface. She must have ripped apart the surrounding aquatic creatures before rising up, because her entire figure was bathed in a crimson hue. Rather than betrayal, it was the sense of wonderment filling up her expression. I can't believe it. Great sage, even you're taking their side. Eventually, that wonderment changed into a longing. The great sage detected that change and asked her, "Who might you be, acting as if you know me?" "I'm simply recalling a comrade in arms I lost in the past. I don't have any desire to fight against you. Get out of the way. All I want is the secret of Plotter." For sure, no will to battle could be felt from her voice. However, the great sage still shook his head. "I also dislike that dar bastard, but..." As he smiled indifferently, incredible aura exploded forth from his entire figure. "Our Magne will be troubled if that guy dies, you see. Constellation, most ancient liberator, is revealing his status. He was the existence who finally liberated his status previously restricted by the headband, and he even acquired the powers of an outer god after a partial outer god transformation had taken place. Yogos that fought together with him during the journey to the West Remake were exiting from the portal to descend on the Pacific Ocean. Mun Kiking. Outer gods worshipping different kings got into scuffles with one another. The ocean soaked in blood tumbled over violently, and the 999th Turn's Uriel began gasping out. And finally, the taut equilibrium began tilting to one side. "It's working. Keep pushing." Along with Han Suyong's voice, Kim Dokja Company's Great Fables began telling their stories at the same time. Great Fable, Demon World Spring, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Torch that Swallowed the Myth, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Season of Light and Darkness, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Liberator of the Forgotten Ones, has begun its storytelling. Although the main shareholders Kim Dokja and Yu Young-hyuk were missing, other members still possessed not-too-shabby percentages of the Great Fable's shares. And also, there were some others who had finished getting ready and were itching to unleash the final strike. Only one sun in the sky is enough. First, it was Surya appearing along with his train, and then, cutting down outer gods have become quite a habit now. Let us combine our strengths. Breaking the Sky Saint. Also coming. The Breaking the Sky Sword Saint and Kyrios, plus Jang Haiyong, all joined in. And so, the 999th Turn's Uriel was pushed on her back foot. Her expression was gradually being dyed in confusion. How? How can all of you be together? What kind of a world line is this? Dot. She was panicking at the great fables rushing in. Their sizes were quite large, but their contents proved to be even more problematic. Just how was it possible that such a fable existed? Just how? 3 transcenders riding on the train penetrated past the sun's heat barrier. Then, an attack containing the outrageous amount of power that combined breaking the sky swordsmanship, lightning transformation, and even breaking the sky force punch shot out. Just as that strike was about to sneak in through Uriel's opening and land on her, a chilling sensation suddenly enveloped the nape of Han Suyong's neck. No, stop. Fable, predictive plagiarism, is urgently revising the story. The powerful sensation only she could feel in this whole world arrested her. And right next second, the noise akin to the time/space of the surrounding dimension being squeezed dry rang out loudly. Kadoo-doo-doo-duck. Han Suyong couldn't tell what was going on before her eyes. What's this? Where is me in this regression turn? Could I have been killed already? That rebellious voice sounded as if a portion of the abyss had been taken away to mold it into reality. The transcenders approaching the rear of the outer god to land the final strike were falling to earth along with the destroyed train. Indescribably dark, black flames were burning on the ends of their clothing. A lone man was standing amidst the gloomy, dark clouds in the sky. He was someone Han Suyong also knew. She knew him so well that goosebumps were breaking out on her skin. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is warning you of danger. The man slowly opened his mouth. Chet, I thought it was Jihai, what with this much rampaging status and all. Made a mistake since it's been so long and all. The sun of the living flame emitted blinding rays of light. However, the darkness belonging to the man grew even thicker in response, just like the shadow lengthening against the light. The 999th turns Uriel spoke. The monarch of the great abyss. Just who summoned a bastard like you to this world line? The nape of Han Suyong's neck grew icy. She remembered what Kim Dokja told her about the ruler of the northern universe, the monarch of the great abyss. Haha, you finally called me with that title. Besides all that, you look like you're in a bit of trouble? Should I help you out? The sun's corona flared up as if it was convulsing. I don't need it. Help from a scoundrel like you is... Don't be like that. We're comrades from the same regression turn, after all. The man cackled insidiously. He was none other than the demon of delusions Kim Na-moon, who also witnessed the 999th turn's conclusion. And the moment his gaze moved, Han Suyong felt a chill run down her entire body. I also want to see the black dragon's face, since it's been a while. Kim Na-moon was already right by her face, and he began studying her with a nefarious gaze. When his eyes slowly opened up, Yu Jung-hyuk realized that he was wandering within the darkness alone. The last thing he could remember was him researching the sure-kill attack with Kim Dokja. Something went wrong in the middle of that, and he lost his consciousness. Your soul form is currently in an unstable condition. Fable, Hellscape of Eternity, is currently in an illegible state. When is that idiot Yu Jung-hyuk's birthday again? Fragmented memories occasionally drifted in. He heard a voice in between his blurry consciousness. No, rather than a voice, it was far closer to letters instead. Yu Jung-hyuk quickly recognized whose speech pattern it belonged to. The regression turn mentioned for the first time is ... That silly manner of speech capable of irritating a person to know, and only Kim Dokja spoke like that in the entire world. Yeah, this part was really entertaining, wasn't it? Sentences on the pages Kim Dokja was reading brushed past his eyes. Yu Jung-hyuk saw himself fighting against constellations right there. The first regression turn, 41st, 666th. Kim Dokja's fingers tracing the letters suddenly stopped. The information on a certain regression turn could be spied in between his fingers lingering on for the longest time. The 999th turned. Even Yu Jung-hyuk was aware of the events that happened during that regression turn. The Hellscape of Eternity was informing him of the time he couldn't remember through all the texts Kim Dokja had read. The latter seemed to be muttering softly while reading about that regression turn. I'm Yu Jung-hyuk. The real Yu Jung-hyuk didn't know anything about the life supported by that lame declaration. Yu Jung-hyuk, as read by Kim Dokja, his history remained like soot in between the flow of the pages. Ostracized within school, tormented in his part-time workplace by a boss busy stealing his wages, and going on a forced march until soles of his feet became a bloodied mess during his army days, Kim Dokja endured them all by calling himself Yu Jung-hyuk. The latter simply couldn't understand the former. He had no idea what it meant for the time he had to endure ending up saving someone else living in a completely different world. He just didn't know what it meant for a person to become more courageous by reading about someone else's battles. Not only that, Yu Jung-hyuk even found his own self as seen through those texts utterly unfamiliar. I can still fight. Did he really say that? Doesn't matter whether it's 100 times or 1,000. I shall continue to be reborn to kill you all. Was he really the kind of a person to say something like this? The voices of the companions that trusted him could be found among the countless texts. Captain. I only trust you. You must save the world in the next turn. The world lines kept vanishing, the only things left behind being those sentences. And as the volume of the words that tormented him increased, the value of life itself became cheaper. Just what did they see in him to fight alongside him? Who am I? Yu Jung-hyuk was overcome with emptiness as he stared at the words outside his ability to comprehend. 1864 lifetimes. He already knew what sort of a world he had to cross to get here. However, he couldn't understand it at all. Is this really everything of me? These memories? Yu Jung-hyuk grew curious. If he was really nothing more than a character just as Kim Dokja said, then what happened to the time he couldn't remember? Where was himself not among the pages that Kim Dokja had read? Or did he not exist from the get-go? Your sponsor is looking closely at you. Could he really be able to say from where his life had existed and where it ended? Such a chuch it. He reflexively looked back at the emptiness as soon as he felt the chilling sensation. He found someone else other than him there. Are you doing an introspection of yourself? You don't have the time to waste like this. Yu Jung-hyuk immediately recognized who it was. You shouldn't be able to move still. He glared at the secretive plotter. He instinctively reached out towards his dark heavenly demon sword, but the familiar hilt was nowhere to be found. This place was his imagined world. Items didn't exist here. The secretive plotter stared back at him and shook his head in disappointment. At this rate, all of your comrades will be annihilated. Annihilated? Cold sensation crept down his back. His companions were about to enter a dangerous battle against the Outer God King. He could definitely sense the ominous aura flowing around in the surroundings. He needed to wake up at once. He needed to get out of here and there's no point in going with your current state. If you can't utilize the power of the 1863rd turn, then you won't prove to be any help whatsoever. So what? What are you saying? Yu Jung-hyuk growled menacingly, yet the secretive plotter remained unruffled. You have another way of utilizing the power of the 1863rd turn. Right away, he deciphered the meaning behind those words. The only reason why he could regain the power of the 1863rd turn for a short moment was due to Kim Dokja's fable, Hellscape of Eternity. And the one who gave that fool his fable was... Yu Jung-hyuk gritted his teeth and asked, You expect me to trust you? And why are you trying to help us? I was asked for a favor. I'll lend you my powers just this once. I hope that you learned something from this. The secretive plotter reached out from the darkness. There was no time to dodge, and the cold palm of a boy touched Yu Jung-hyuk's forehead. And then, disconnected film theory is activating. Accompanied by pain severe enough to blank out the inside of his head, a humongous fable flooded in. These were memories he already knew. However, they were also the ones he failed to understand. Every fable of secretive plotter coursed within his bloodstreams while emitting white-hot heat. The first turn, second, third, fourth, and then 1863rd. Countless Yu Jung-hyuks were waking up within him. All of them were Yu Jung-hyuk. Each of them was Yu Jung-hyuk. But at the same time, Yu Jung-hyuk was just one person. The one person who managed to live through 1864 lifetimes. He began remembering things one by one, such as who he was, what he lived for. Fables were circling around his vicinity. Within the fable, someone was asking this. By the way, when is Captain's birthday? That prompted Kim Dokja to reply. I found it. It was over here. 3rd of August. Right? He was born in the summer. A hellishly hot and humid summer, when horrible storms were lashing out. He could remember everything so vividly now. His birthday that no one celebrated or congratulated him for. All those anniversaries that lost their meanings as he went through 1864 lifetimes. Yu Jung-hyuk slowly opened his eyes. The energy of fable completely saturated his whole body. This feeling was something he had not felt before during this third turn. He raised his head and sensed the hot rays of the sun. Even so far away, he could still clearly sense the outer god's presence calling out to him from beyond the faraway horizon. However, he didn't feel scared. He slowly raised his body up and confirmed the condition of his incarnation body. Every single part of it was operating at a near perfection. Fables he had compiled so far were permeating within every fiber of his being. In that very moment, Yu Jung-hyuk felt as if he was reborn. Great fable, pilgrim of the lonely apocalypse, has recovered its complete status. This was the true power he originally possessed, the status of a being who reached the final turn of the world and witnessed the wall by himself alone. Disconnected film theory is currently activating in an abnormal manner. Connection between films is incomplete. The entire film may cease to exist if this connection is forcibly maintained. He could only rely on this power for a brief time. However, it was more than enough for him. Yu Hyok raised his head and looked up at the sky. The heavens were screaming out. The flashes of lightning strikes vividly illuminated the scars engraved on his face every so often. Fable, Hell's Cape of Eternity, has begun its storytelling. Attribute, Terror of the Stars, is activating. His glare caused the stars to run away in fear. Yu Hyok stared at them for a moment, before his figure flashed towards the distant sun. Episode 90. One Person 2, Finn. Chapter 474, Episode 91, Person 3. Han Suyong just couldn't believe what was happening before her eyes. The Transcenders fell in an instant, and Underworld's judges were also defeated one after the other. Get back, Han Suyong. As the loud clang resounded out, Zhang Hui-1 standing before her was flung away. The fable mushroomed out from the man, grinning mischievously as if he was playing around. Great Fable Delusional Design has begun its storytelling. The entire body of the Monarch of the Great Abyss, the 999th Turns Kim Na-moon, began emitting the black flame-s aura. That aura soon became a silhouette of a dragon with several heads. Its maws split wide open, and soon after, destructive air currents blanketed everything in the surroundings. Kwa, Yusanga, Gilyanga, the exploding chain of the black flame swallowed the kids. Yusanga left the battlefield in order to rush out and save them, causing the time/space debuff restraining the 999th Turns Uriel to weaken. Go. She was regaining her original strength after a short period of it shrinking back. The 999th Turns Kim Na-moon cackled after witnessing that sight. Well now, what would have happened without my help? I wonder. Shut your mouth. Once I find the secretive plotter, you're next. She shot Kim Na-moon a terrifying glare, and then swung her, flames of retribution, towards the battlefield. The one opposing her was the Great Sage. The Rui Jingu Bang dancing around stylishly blocked off her sword strikes. Kim Na-moon watched the Great Sage match up evenly to an Outer God King and was thoroughly impressed by this sight. What caught his attention even more was the pitch-black aura oozing out from the Great Sage's entire figure. The status of chaos? Did this guy also become an Outer God too? More correctly, it seems that one of his entities have become one. Ha ha ha, what the hell? What's up with this world line? I shall take care of him, so you bastard, go and take care of the small fries plus the king of the underworld. Chet. I also wanted to have a go at the Great Sage just like someone else, you know? Perhaps enraged by the garbage he just heard. The Great Sage roared on and poured out his magical energy. The golden aura blanketed the entire sky and for a moment there, forced back the black flameless attacks. Unfortunately, he had to suffer quite severe aftermaths all over his body as his price. God damn it, Mai Hao Wang. Get a grip, man. It seemed that the Great Sage's fables, combined temporarily for this event, were colliding with each other. And now, he was being slowly pushed back from the barrage of the 999th Turns Uriel. The myth-grade constellations acting as the final redoubt were being forced back. As well, the situation on Hadaside was even worse. Quagwa. It was unknown whether Olympus holding him back or the internal issue within the underworld itself was to blame, but for some reason, Haddas' battle came across as rather stifling, unsatisfactory. Ha ha ha. The king of the underworld, one of the three gods of Olympus, amount to only this much. Hades frowned and continued to silently wield his scythe, but he was still pushed back, forcing Persephone behind, telling the great fable to step forward as well. Did you know? Your soul is currently trapped in the underworld in this world line. What rubbish are you talking about? Why am I locked up in there? The 999th Turns Kim Na-moon grew irritated and suddenly poured out a huge amount of black flame. Hades was struck by the attack capable of melting the space itself and his gigantic frame crashed into the ocean. Han Suyong shuddered. That was definitely a type of the black flame she was familiar with. But just how long did anyone have to train in order to control it to such a degree? This is so weird. You telling me that the black flame has chosen someone like you as his incarnation? When she raised her head, the 999th Turns Kim Na-moon was already right in front of her eyes. Han Suyong flinched, but before she could shrink back, his hand approached her. The moment she realized it was too late to dodge, sparks danced in the air and his hand was deflected away. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, is growling. What's this? I'm the real one, black flame dragona. Kim Na-moon's eyes gently arced as if he was dealing with a cute puppy. Constellation, abyssal black flame dragon, declares that you, bastard, aren't my incarnation. Aha. So you got yourself a shiny new car in this place? Is that it? A streak of chilling madness flashed by Kim Na-moon's eyes. In that case, I guess I should turn it into a scrap heap first. Kaya-boom. An explosion going off right in front of her nose caused Han Suyong's body to fly backwards. She tried to minimize the impact force by shrinking herself, but even then, she still vomited out a mouthful of blood. She had her sponsor to thank for not getting killed in that attack. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is shouting at you to run away. The Abyssal Black Flame Dragon personally incarnated into the skies and wrapped around her as if to protect her. A giant dragon seemingly sculptured out from a slab of obsidian angrily roared out into the world, its eyes seemingly carved out from a pair of rubies burning brightly. Ha 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 ha, this is it. Now this is more like my black flame dragon. The two existences commenced with their fierce battle, causing the ocean to buckle as if it was being relentlessly bombarded. Shattered fragments of islands flew about, and the black flame dragon's breath enveloped the entire sea. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is revealing his status. Unfortunately, it was difficult to stop Kim Nam-woon after he had become an outer god, even if it was the Black Flame Dragon doing the fighting. From the get-go, this opponent was an existence descending to the world as a calamity. The total amount of probability he was allowed to use was on another scale. Han Suyong began thinking, what should they do in order to stop this utterly nonsensical creature? If it was Kim Dokja, what could he have done? Fable, predictive plagiarism, has begun its storytelling. It was right then that faint sparks danced around her as a sharp pang of pain rang inside her head. How disappointing. Even in this situation, you're still relying on him. That was a voice she heard before in the past. In a dream she had, when she was still progressing through the Isle of Reincarnators. Inside that dream where a man wearing the white coat was killed by another wearing the black coat, Han Suyong definitely heard that voice. It's because you're like this that fool was so full of himself in my regression turn. The fable was actually talking to her. You are. I wasn't planning to interfere anymore, but I'm going to help you one more time. The voice sounded as if it was being very generous to her. Along with the sensation of time slowing down greatly, her cognitive ability expanded as well. Countless Han Suyongs woke up inside her head and opened their mouths at the same time. Everything that happens in the world has already happened. There's nothing to be surprised about. A visceral sensation seemingly hardwired to the future completely took hold of her brain. An ability that could create a world she didn't know previously by combining numerous cliches, patterns, and given information, went to work. The memories of the ways of survival she read, the info she heard from Kim Dokja, and the info she gleaned herself, were pieced together logically to write a new story. Someone was laughing now. That's right. Now that is the true predictive plagiarism. And Han Suyong realized what she needed to do now. Fable, predictive plagiarism, is continuing on with its storytelling. She couldn't tell if it'd work or not. However, if it's Kim Dokja, he'd have done it. Again you. The black flame dragon's loud, rough roar covered up the entire sky. The battle had been going on only for a brief while, yet the creature's proud figure was riddled with wounds both large and small. Just as the dragon spread open its torn wings to pour out a breath. That's enough, Flame Dragona. Constellation, Abyssal Black Flame Dragon, is. Let me take care of this, so believe in me and take a step back. The black flame dragon's eyes were quickly dyed in confusion after seeing Han Suyong step forward, as if to protect her sponsor. Rather than explaining herself to the dragon, she took yet another step forward. Ho, so you want to fight me personally? With that chestnut-sized body of yours? The 999th turn's Kim Nam-woon emitted an incredible amount of aura. The great Fable delusional design wielded grinder-like sharp blades, already fully prepared to cut and slice Han Suyong up at any given moment. However, she didn't seem to be fazed at all. Kim Nam-woon, you haven't changed even after becoming an outer god. What's this? You sound like you know about me? Right, I know a lot about you. You, the idiot who failed to fulfill his unrequited love and even after becoming an outer god, is still chasing after a girl. The 999th turn's Kim Nam-woon's jaw slowly dropped. All outer gods have lost their memories. Or what little remains are unstable. In that case, how did kings retain their memories? Could it be that those memories are far too precious to them? The dude who couldn't even confess properly when good opportunities presented themselves, yet still puts on underwear with giant robots on them just in case. You. What the hell are you? How do you know something that not even my captain knew? The reason why you always bandage your hand is probably to hide that self-inflicted wound on your wrist, right? You didn't want E.G. Hai to discover that. Kim Nam-woon was momentarily overcome by fluster, but he managed to quickly fix his expression. Why do you like E.G. Hai? Fable, 40,000-year-old crush, is getting agitated. That is because Ji Hai is pretty. Nope, you might be trash, but you don't have the setting of lusting after women. Setting? What the hell are you talking about? The reason why you like E.G. Hai so much is because she trusts and follows you Jung Hyuk. What dog's hit is? You wanted to be acknowledged by her. That you're good enough to replace Yu Jung Hyuk. Great fable, delusional design, is getting greatly agitated. Actually, you just wish to become like Yu Jung Hyuk. Han Suyong stared deeply into the eyes of the 999th turns Kim Na-moon that were getting colder and harder. What an entertaining story. However, I don't have much time left, you see? I ain't gonna listen to your bull. Han Suyong didn't know whether saying these things were a right move or not. No, in truth, she knew it wasn't one. Even then, she simply had to say them. In order to save this world, she must, and by doing that, you want to be forgiven by E.G. Hai. Must ruthlessly dig into the old wounds from another world. If it weren't for your mistake, the 999th turns Yu Jung Hyuk wouldn't have died, after all. Such a chuchit. Almost instantly, sparks exploded forth from the entire figure of the 999th turns Kim Na-moon. Sounds of something creaking could be heard next. The foundational fables that formed his core were cracking apart. Those were noises of his memories breaking down. You? The enraged Kim Na-moon hurriedly gathered up his fables, now swimming in confusion, and roared out. The light in his eyes faded in and out repeatedly. Han Suyong quietly observed him in the meantime. Even predictive plagiarism can't know everything. Her overheating head felt hot as if it was burning in flames. She hadn't read the entirety of the Ways of Survival like Kim Dokja had done, nor did she live through the 999th turn for real like Yu Jung Hyuk. However, there were certain things she could still tell without having to hear or see them. That was the power of imagination, the power to infer the context even though she didn't know the finer details of a particular story. As long as there was a situation, its development prearranged, and with the probability existing in this world, her predictive plagiarism could exercise a near-omniscient level of power. Kim Na-moon. Han Suyong walked in the sky one step at a time. He staggered about, hugging his fables while growling like a wounded beast. Han Suyong stared at such Kim Na-moon's fable. It was the same for Yu Jung Hyuk as well as the constellations. All creatures that lived for a long time were the same, just as their strengths were reflected in their history, so did their weaknesses also reflected in their past. That was the fate of the ones telling such stories, the ones being told in those stories. Like an author using a pen to scribble out unnecessary parts, Han Suyong reached out towards Kim Na-moon. Just like when Kim Dokja made the 1863rd turns Yu Jung Hyuk given. You probably want to go back to those times. However, you must have despaired at the fact that you can never go back. If you keep running your mouth. However, you need to know this. The world line you lived in is over, and the people you loved aren't going to come back. And the likes of you can never become Yu Jung Hyuk. You can never save anyone, nor can you atone for your sins. Kim Na-moon's cheeks were trembling. The foundation of a being who witnessed the conclusion of the 999th regression turn and became an outer god king was unsteadily shaking about. He made an expression of a man whose every fable had been lost. In that moment, his face was of a 17-year-old boy thrown into the world for the first time. His fable that existed for tens of thousands of years, his unshakable delusions he had built up all this time, were crumbling apart with just a few well-placed words. No, that's not true. I am... Han Suyong spoke as if she was putting the full stop on that small crack. You are simply an eternal prisoner trapped in this stinking star stream. That's all. Pachu Chuchit. Kim Na-moon. The 999th turns Uriel roared out in her true voice, and Kim Na-moon's fading consciousness woke back up. Fable, comrade of desperate spirit, has begun its storytelling. The only thing capable of rebuilding a broken fable was another fable. Kim Na-moon's fable that she worked so hard to disrupt was regaining its original shape. Light was returning to his eyes, too. Han Suyong could only smile wryly. God damn it, I thought it was going well. Still, did I hurt him at least a little bit? Soon, great rage filled up Kim Na-moon's eyes. Haha, I almost got done in there. I see, so there was a reason why the black flame dragon had chosen you. A powerful premonition of death washed over her. The predictive plagiarism, tautly spinning around, suddenly sagged like a snap tape. The tragic premonition of death being unavoidable no matter where she ran off to. It was then, she heard that voice again alongside that such it. This should be enough. Because the protagonist is here. Her senses, seemingly connected to the future, rapidly grew murky. Kim Na-moon's fist raised up high towards the sky froze still. Everyone within the battlefield could sense it. Something incredible was approaching them. Kugugugugu. A status that simply by its existence alone could lead a world to its annihilation. The first one to react was the 999th turns Uriel. It's him. She roared out a horrifying howl towards the skies and quickly left the battle, before flinging herself towards the direction of that status. Kim Na-moon too stared in that direction. Hey you! You got really lucky this time. Next time we meet I will... He alternated his gaze between Han Suyong and the black flame dragon and hesitated, before disappearing in the direction of where Uriel had gone off to. Having lost all sense of tension, she plopped down on her butt on top of the dragon's body. She stared beyond the horizon where those two had disappeared and recalled the last thing Kim Dokja said to her. She thought that such things wouldn't happen. That bastard. Making such a cool entrance and stuff. She could hear thunderclaps going off in the distant night sky, stained by the auras of the hellfire and black flame. A man with an ancient face was descending on the heavens of end times. Episode 90. One Person 3. Finn. Chapter 475. Episode 91. Person 4. The coat dancing against the strong winds. That indescribable status leaking out non-stop from the dark, heavenly demon sword. Han Suyong definitely knew that guy. But even then, why was this? At least in this very moment, he seemed like a completely different existence to her. Are you really Yu Jung Hyuk? He glanced in her direction, before spinning around towards the Pacific Ocean with a loud boom. She panicked and cried out, "Hey you, where are you going?" After him, the 999th turns Uriel and Kim Na-moon chased after him next. Han Suyong only then realized what his intentions were. Yu Jung Hyuk was trying to lure these outer gods away from the companions. That crazy idiot. Suyongsi, are you alright? Yu Sang-ah came closer and supported her. The moment she leaned against her shoulders, Han Suyong ended up vomiting all the blood flowing backwards inside her. Bleark. Her head felt hot as if every blood vessel in it was burning up. Sparks went wild as if to scorch her frontal lobe. She endured the pain and shouted out, "Great sage. Hades. Uriel. You must hurry and chase after Yu Jung Hyuk. The rest of us will take care of this place, so please hurry. You mustn't let that guy fight alone. Starstream has noticed your fable. You have used a power that went against the probability. Hyuk." Her vision dizzily spun around, her internals hurt as if they had completely overturned. "Your incarnation body is being swept up in the storm of aftermaths." Han Suyong detected a powerful force about to explode within her body and hurriedly shouted out, "Yu Sang-ah, get away." However, Yu Sang-ah held Han Suyong's shoulders even tighter and shook her head. The power of Sakyamuni she had inherited was being transmitted through the hand touching the latter's shoulder. The time and space twisted, slowing down the growth of the aftermath storm. "Fight it. You can do it. I also fought it off and survived in the past, too. God damn it." Muscles all over her body were moaning out. Faint terror seeped inside her amongst all the horrifying pain. She had been habitually muttering out about being careful around the probability, yet here she was making a critical mistake like this. She mistakenly thought that, since a fool like Kim Dokja managed to survive until now, she'd somehow make it through this one, too. Such a chuchit. Was she going to die? So meaninglessly like this? Fable, predictive plagiarism, has begun its storytelling. It was around here that the signs of the aftermath storm gradually softened. Han Suyong witnessed letters covering up her incarnation body. Those were words she wrote in the past, words she secretly wrote in the notepad so that neither Kim Dokja nor Yu Jung Hyuk could find out later. And now, those words were leaking out from the flapping pages of the notepad to wrap around her body. However, there were some sentences she hadn't written before mixed in among them. "You're indeed me, so your writing skill isn't too shabby, I guess. The voice sounded half mocking and half satisfied. "Fable, predictive plagiarism, is bearing the aftermath storm in your stead. Such it. Chut-chut-chut." As the storm of probabilities aftermaths weakened, the letters began scattering away gradually faster and faster. Han Suyong wanted to ask about these sentences, about what they actually were. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough energy left to even ask a question anymore. "This is probably as far as I can go. Send the word out to Kim Dokja. The vestige of another world line permeating within your fable has begun dissipating." As her consciousness faded out, her fable continued to speak to her. "What waits for him in the conclusion he wishes for is... While supporting E.G. High, I stared at the two outer god kings. They had lived in the same regression turn, and they also saw the same end of the world, yet they became two different beings. Great Fable, Wanderer of the Eternal Horizon, has begun its storytelling. Great Fable, Heart Sealing the Sorrow, has begun its storytelling. I could see the cross-section of the fable laid bare within the sparks dancing in the air. The story they compiled together line by every line with their blood. This was the story from the regression turn that I loved the most. The one that I had read many times over. Captain Yu Jung Hyuk. It's a relief that you are a regressor. The King of Silverlight Heart glanced in my direction. The 999th turns E. Hyen Song, the sorrow contained within his fable, was being transmitted to me through my reading comprehension. It'll be okay for me to stop being sad. Yes? You're going to die anyway. Even if you die, we'll be able to meet again in the next turn. and you'll continue your story in that place. And you'll get to restart this journey once more, won't you? The fable of steel was crying. I'm sorry, Hyansunged. The forged steel expanded with loud noises and swallowed up his words. Tears that should have flowed out remained frozen within his eyes, died in the silvery light. There's no need to apologize. We'll be seeing the conclusion before you, after all. The end you wanted to see, the promises you couldn't keep, all of them. They'll carry them all without missing a single one. The 999th turns Hyansung was looking at me. He was not the Hyansung I knew, but even then, he was definitely Hyansung. You resemble that person greatly, even more so than what I heard from my sponsor. The voice of the 999th turns Hyansung entered my head. He even smiled gently, as if he knew what I was thinking about already. How could this be? How could a man who had to endure such tragedies be able to form that kind of expression? And that's why I won't let you die. I knew that he didn't hold any hostilities towards us. But I didn't think he'd go this far to side with us either. Just what kind of a fable did the master of steel hand over to him as he died? Hyansung Ajusi. The one to cut the flow was the 999th turns E.G. Hai. It's been a long time since you called me that. I have no plans of hurting you. Get out of the way. Two never-ending fables intertwined with each other. Hyansung spoke, sounding as if he was reminiscing about an ancient memory. I'm sorry, but I can't do that. Why are you stopping me? Ajusi, you refused to be summoned as the calamity, didn't you? It was us who negotiated with the Bureau of this world line, not you. So, I guess it really was the Bureau who summoned the 999th turns beings as calamities. Hyansung maintained his silence for a bit before replying coldly. Never negotiate with the Star Stream. That was our promise. So, what happened to us as the result of that promise? We destroyed the Bureau, we fought the Dakibi King. Then, after we clashed against the final wall, I'm asking you what happened to us after that. The final wall, it seemed that they had witnessed that wall as well. The wall that the Yu Yung Hyok of the original had eventually reached too. The 999th turns E.G. Hai shuddered before continuing on. Just like you said, our story has ended. The world line we used to live in was destroyed, and it's just us four that became outer gods after surviving that destruction. We promised to overcome the final wall even if we become the existences outside the scenarios. That wall isn't something we can overcome. You also know this. In this world line. Stop it with this world line nonsense. What's so special about this world line? Anyway, this place is exactly the same as the one we used to live in. It's a world line that's going to end soon. E.G. Hai of this world line staggered as I supported her. Her lips were trembling ever so slightly. The master of the sunken island continued on. The great Dakibis that got in contact with us said this, that they were going to abandon this world line. That they are planning to recycle it and use it as the start of a new story. Those words caused the king of Silverlight Heart to change his expression. The previously warm aura dissipated and the sensation of cold metal spread out. A chilling voice came out from the forged steel's lips. What kind of a deal did you make with the Bureau? If this world is about to sink underneath the ocean, it's fine for us to destroy it personally, right? Ji Haya. The 999th turns E.G. Hai was smiling, but I wasn't sure whether I could truly describe that expression of smiling or not. The Dakibi king of this world promised us that if we destroyed this world line, then he'd revive our own world line. He'd get in touch with the most ancient dream and allow us to start our stories again. E.G. Hai's shoulders were trembling. I too was also sharing in that shuddering. That was the reason for the 999th turns beings to cross into this world. Even at the cost of destroying another world, they wished to regain theirs. The king of Silverlight Heart replied, our goal wasn't to regain our world, but to find the true culprit of all these tragedies. What will change even if we did? If we wish to carry out our captain's wishes, even if we eliminate the source of the tragedies, the time we lost won't come back. Our dead comrades won't come back to us. The world we lived in, it's not going to come back. The 999th turns Yu Yung Hyok who died there. He's never coming back. Kugugugugu. Something was approaching this location from afar while tearing through the horizon. The master of the sunken island spoke again. That's why we don't have a choice but to end it all and start again. The tsunami waves that lost its vigor began rising up once more. The 999th turns Hyansung hurriedly started the steel transformation and protected us with his metal. However, the force behind the waves was stronger and faster than the metal's growth speed. You can't stop me. I told you this before that I'm not the only one here. Quaqua. The crimson sunset cast from behind us was burning up the heavens. That was the power of the living flame, the 999th turns Uriel. And the meaning of her approaching here meant, a juicy it can't be, dot. Ijihai grasped my sleeve. I looked into her eyes and reassured her. Don't worry. Things you're worried about will not happen. I was also saying to that myself. Our story, it's not as weak as you fear. Constellation, Demon King of Salvation, is revealing his status. Constellation, Watcher of Light and Darkness, is revealing his status. Constellation, Prisoner of the Constrictive Headband, is revealing his status. The Demon King of Salvation, the Watcher of the Light and Darkness, plus the third modifier I earned by putting on the Constrictive Headband, all of my fables were emitting light at the same time. I walked over to Yi Hyunsong standing before us. Thank you for helping us out. However, it's alright not to push yourself. It's dangerous. You must hide behind M. This isn't the 999th turn. In front, the Master of the Sunken Island. And at the back, the Living Flame. There was no place to run now. The shadow cast by the massive battleship dawned upon us. And while standing on the top of that huge wave, the 999th turns Ijihai muttered out as if she was mocking someone. Everything will go back. Just like what the captain told us, we'll also regress. We'll go back to the past and start everything from scratch. When we do, the waves rolled in and crashed into us. I used the power of the great fable to deal with that status. I felt searing pain from both of my hands defending against the wave. I saw the horizon where the sun and the ocean met just beyond the rumbling walls of the foams. The boundary that we could never reach no matter how far we run. Qua. And then that boundary split apart right before my eyes. A single blade was actually cutting that boundary down. As she fell hard from the wave's highest spot, the 999th turns Ijihai was looking at us. More correctly, at a man standing next to me. You can't change anything with regression. I needed a very long time to realize this. Episode 90. One person, 4. Finn.